Hokage my summoned beast is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 1 Hirofumi Ito. The storyline and timeline will be slightly different from the original work, so readers please don't get too entangled. Click to start Plants vs Zombies. Zombies will eat your brain. I have already explained to you how to use the three-body technique before, and now I will explain to you the psychic technique. The sealing methods of spiritism are. Hirofumi Ito looked at Mr. Irika, who was talking on the podium and explaining the knowledge of spiritualism to the students. Everyone, stop worrying about whether ninja schools teach psychic skills or not. Ninja schools last for 6 years, and now the protagonist will graduate soon. Knowledge points still need to be taught. And it's just knowledge points, and there are no psychic scrolls. Over the years, I have become very familiar with this world. The world of Hokage ninjas. Back then, I just made an appointment with a younger sister and then came here inexplicably. He is obviously a good person and does good things, okay. She has a gambling father, a sick mother, and a sensible young brother. If I don't help her, who will help her? But this group of people helped themselves become a newborn, and a newborn in the Hokage ninja world. I thought my hard life was about to begin. After all, we have traveled through time, we must have our parents to sacrifice to heaven, we have boundless magic power, we have been bullied and looked down upon, and finally the Dragon King returns, with the tilt of his mouth and full firepower. But it turns out that I thought too much. My parents are still alive and my family is harmonious. Although the Ito family is not a big family in the entire Konoha village, it is not a commoner either. The Ito family is not very prosperous, but as Ito Hirofumi's father and also the patriarch of the Ito family, Ito Aoyama is a real Jainin. Moreover, among the 2 Jainins of the entire Ito family, in addition to their father, the patriarch Ito Aoyama, the other one is his grandfather, Ito Taiga. It's just that he is old and has been living in the family for the rest of his life. All kinds of matters in the family are left to the father, who is the patriarch. In addition, there are more than a dozen Chunin in the family. Although such a family power is inconspicuous in the entire Konoha, it is not bad. As the young patriarch of the Ito family, Hirofumi Ito can be said to have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In addition, Ito Aoyama and Ito Taiga are both from the same lineage, so it can be said that Ito Hirofumi responds to every request. The hidden achievement of his parents' sacrifice to heaven and his boundless magical power are gone, and there has been no news from the system for so many years, so Hirofumi Ito can only grow up step by step. The Ito family does not have any inherited secrets like the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamichi families. But I have already been exposed to chakra extraction techniques and ninjutsu. Over the years, under the guidance of his grandfather Ito Taiga and his father Ito Aoyama, he has become a somewhat famous genius. He has already practiced chakra at a young age, and has mastered the substitute and transformation techniques at a very young age. He can even use the ninja tool Hirofumi Ito very well. Among the entire class, besides Uchiha Sasuke, I am the second best person. Only Sasuke, the orphan of Uchiha, can beat him. So in Sasuke's eyes, he is half a person. But other classmates are not human in Sasuke's eyes. Hirofumi Ito was actually quite curious after hearing what teacher Irika said on the podium about the knowledge of psychic techniques. There is no inherited psychic beast in the family, so Hirofumi Ito once thought about whether to find a beast that can cultivate chakra as his psychic beast in the future. Strength is secondary, handsomeness is a lifelong thing, and your psychic beast must be the one that can pull off a cool CK that will blow the world away. Anyway, I know everything about the next story of the ninja world. It doesn't matter if there are no plugins, I just need to lie down and wait for Naruto to save the world. Anyway, during the years in the ninja school, I got along well with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, as well as several other juniors in Konoha. After all, I am still a member of a small family. It was very easy to integrate into this inner circle. The most important thing is that Hirofumi Ito discovered that Yamanaka Ino seemed to be interested in him. In the original work, Yamanaka Ino should have been entangled with Uchiha Suzuki, but she has not been entangled in these years. Instead, her eyes light up when she sees herself. However, Ito Hirofumi can understand this matter. After all, his skin is almost comparable to that of readers. Not only is he physically strong, but he also has a handsome look similar to that of Uchiha. Maybe Uchiha Suzuki can see himself as half a human being, maybe because of his appearance. After all, he is recognized as the most handsome man in his grade. Even Uchiha Suzuki is only slightly inferior. Looking at Mr. Irika, who was still talking on the podium, Ito Hirofumi did a little research on the sealing method of psychic. First it's like this, then it's like this, and finally it's like this. Bang! I saw a burst of white smoke flashing through the classroom, and Hirofumi Ito's seat was empty. This strange scene attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom. Irika was dumbfounded. What about a student who is so older than me? Why did it suddenly disappear? The students in the classroom were also shocked by this sudden scene. A kunao quietly appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, and he looked around with some vigilance. Akim Ichichi was so frightened by the scene of being transformed into a living person that he dropped the potato chips in his hand to the ground. Where is Hirofumi Ito? Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened. She was clearly peeking just now. Why did such a big person disappear in such a sudden? The whole classroom instantly became noisy. Nara Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head and frowned slightly. It looks like there's some trouble. Uzumaki Naruto, who was still sleeping soundly, was woken up by the messy sounds in the classroom. He looked around confusedly, with a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth, obviously still looking like he hadn't woken up. What happened? Irika also reacted at this time. He was explaining the psychic technique just now, and Hirofumi Ito disappeared instantly. Could it be the psychic technique used by Hirofumi Ito? After all, there was an example in which Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sunin, channeled himself while using psychic techniques indiscriminately. Irika swallowed hard when he thought of this. Could it be that his students also have such an opportunity? Harano Sakura. I'm here. Irika-sensei. Harano Sakura stood up from her seat in a hurry. You come to maintain order in the class. Don't panic, I'm going to find Master Hokage. Harano Sakura is the most obedient child in the entire class, and is also the best in cultural classes. In Irika's eyes, Harano Sakura can play a role similar to that of the monitor. Yes. I understand. Teacher. After saying this, Irika ran towards the Hokage building. Brothers, there is something wrong with the name of the protagonist. It has the same name as a little day, so I changed it. It used to be called Hirofumi Ito. There is something wrong with this name. Now it is changed to Hirofumi Ito. I will change it bit by bit later. Chapter 2. An unknown error occurred in the system. Uzumaki Naruto hadn't figured out the situation in the classroom yet, and when he saw Mr. Irika leaving angrily, he thought the get out of class was over. What are you guys doing? Irika-sensei has already left, why don't you hurry up and get excited? I saw Uzumaki Naruto jumping onto the table all of a sudden. Uchiha Suzuki still did not relax his vigilance after seeing this scene, and still held a kunao tightly in his hand. This idiot! Seeing this scene, Harano Sakura angrily walked towards Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto was extremely excited when he saw Sakura, whom he had longed for, walking towards him. Sakura! Bang! Harano Sakura jumped up and hit Uzumaki Naruto on the head with a fist. Naruto Uzumaki! Please be quiet. Hirofumi Ito has disappeared. Hey Sakura, what are you doing? It hurts. Wait. What did you say? Who did you say? Who disappeared? Uzumaki Naruto instantly became quiet and looked towards Hirofumi Ito's seat. Hofumi has disappeared. So please be quiet. Irika-sensei has gone to find Master Hokage. How could it be? How could it disappear? What happened just now? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Ito Hirofumi's Karakura position with some disbelief. Hirofumi Ito is one of his few good friends. He has never disliked that he is a demon fox and is even willing to share delicious food with him. How could he suddenly disappear? After a while, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Irika quickly came to the classroom. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little serious. Irika had just told himself what happened specifically, and he also had a guess about Hirofumi Ito's sudden disappearance. Did any of my classmates see what happened just now? Yamanaka Ino raised her hand weakly. Hokage-sama. I saw. At that time, Mr. Irika was explaining the knowledge points of spiritualism and the order of seal formation on the podium, and then I saw Hafen start to form seals, then with a bang, the whole person disappeared. After hearing Yamanaka Ino's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Irika looked at each other and said 3 words in unison. Counter-psychic. Irika. Hokage-sama. Go ahead and inform Ito Aoyama Jainin about this matter. After all, he is Ito Hirofumi's father and the head of the Ito family. There is no solution to reverse channeling, because we don't know where the child has been channeled, and we don't even know if the child can come back. I understand, Hokage-sama. After Irika left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a pipe and started to smoke. Looking at Ito Hirofumi's seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of his disciples. Jiraiya. Back then, Jiraiya was channeled to Mount Maiboku because of a counter-spiritual. He learned Sage Jutsu by accident and started to soar from there. Is it possible that Hirofumi Ito also has such an opportunity? At this moment, Hirofumi Ito was also dumbfounded. I just practiced the psychic technique casually, and ended up in an unknown space. It was foggy all around, there was no sun, no light, just boundless darkness, and this feeling of coldness. What the hell is going on? Could it be that I've been reverse-channeled? Is this some kind of holy land? But there are no toads, no slugs, katsuyu, no longworms, snake, nothing. How should I go back? Host detected, system binding successful. Host is detected in Konoha village. Binding Konoha undead to host. Binding successful. Wait. System. What is going on? Why was I bound all of a sudden? Also, where am I now? And what do you mean by binding the undead of Konoha just now? Host is supposed to be dead. In the original causal line, the host should have been stillborn, and his soul would have entered the world of the dead. Therefore, an unknown error occurred when this system detected the host. Use the power of the system to invade the entire world of the undead and break through the barriers between the two worlds. Only then can you successfully bind the host. Hearing this, Ito Hirofumi was already a little stupid. No wonder he didn't exist in the original work. It turned out that his existence should have been dead long ago. And because of his own time travel, Hirofumi Ito was successfully born. So what the system meant was that he was supposed to be an undead, so the system came directly to the world of the undead, but he survived, and then the system consumed energy to break through the barrier between the two realms and then found himself. System, then what system are you in? This system is supposed to be a system of many children and many blessings. But because devouring the world of the dead consumes too much power, it is no longer possible for the host to have many children and many blessings. It's just that this system has undergone unknown changes during the process of integrating with the world of the undead. You can bind undead to host and become host's psychic beast. To be honest, Ito Hirofumi still likes it, but who caused an unknown error in the system? Now there is no way to have many children and many blessings. But what does it mean to bind the undead? System, does it mean that I am in the world of the dead now? That's right. When host was practicing psychic skills just now, this system directly reverse-channeled host to the world of the dead, and successfully bound the entire world of the undead to host. That's wrong, system. Didn't you just say that I was bound to the undead from Konoha village? Why did it become the entire undead world again? Because host is now in Konoha village and his identity is a villager of Konoha village, host can now channel the undead in Konoha village. If host completely controls the ninja world, then the entire undead world can be completely bound to host. So that's it, I understand. Then about the system, please introduce its functions to me. This system was originally a system of many children and many blessings, but it changed due to an unknown error. Now changed to a psychic system. Host can use psychic skills to channel the undead and become host's psychic beast. White level psychics can channel ninjas whose strength is genin. Green level psychics can channel ninjas with Chunin strength. Blue level psychics can channel ninjas with Jainin strength. Purple level psychics can channel ninjas with elite Jainin strength. Gold level psychics can channel ninjas with Hokage level strength. Chapter 3 Golden Legend. Uchiha Madara. After hearing the introduction of the system, Hirofumi Ito finally understood. The system is divided into 5 levels of channeling. Through these 5 levels of channeling, you can use channeling to channel the undead in the world of the undead. In other words, the dead people are called out as their own psychic beasts. It's just that the undead souls that he can channel for the time being are only the undead souls of Konoha village. Wouldn't it be great if I could channel Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? When I thought about these two guys becoming my psychic beasts, Hirofumi Ito was so excited. After all, who doesn't want to see the great Buddha of Susanada and 2 people destroy the 4 countries, and the fire and the tree world become Konoha all over the world? And the most important thing is that if these 2 people become their own psychic beasts, wouldn't they be invincible? Don't talk about the 3 holy places, and don't talk about the 9-tailed beasts. Both of them are younger brothers. And the most important thing is that these 2 people are the undead of Konoha village. In other words, I have a chance to channel these 2 people. Since the system is divided into 5 levels of psychics, it means there must be prerequisites, right? What do I need to complete before I can channelize? Do I need to complete system tasks? This system will not issue tasks. At the same time, it will not force the host to complete the task. Host can use silver coins to recharge to gain wealth value. Consuming wealth points can be exchanged for times of channeling. White psychic requires 10,000 wealth points. Green psychic requires 100,000 wealth points. Blue psychic requires 1 million points of wealth. Purple psychic requires 10 million wealth points. Golden channeling requires 100 million points of wealth. The wealth value is linked to the silver of the ninja world, and the exchange ratio is 1:1. And every time host channels one person, he can randomly select one of the other party's abilities and load it into himself. Hirofumi Ito, who was still extremely passionate in his heart and wanted to channel both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and become his own psychic beast, instantly felt as if he had been poured cold water on him. The whole person woke up instantly. Don't even think about it. Strong men like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama must have a chance of being channeled through golden channeling. Golden channeling requires a wealth value of 100 million points, which means 100 million silver taels. TMD. Even if we sell the entire ITO family, we still can't get 100 million silver taels. In the Hokage ninja world, silver is actually quite valuable. For example, in the original work, the reward for Asuma Sarutobi was 35 million taels. Sarutobi Asuma's strength is not weak in the first place, he must have the strength of elite Jainin, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is Sarutobi Asuma's identity. He is the biological son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But even with such an identity, there is only a reward of 35 million. It can be seen that there is no inflation in the world of Hokage ninjas. so it is not that simple to get 100 million silver taels. But thinking about it carefully, I actually made a profit. After all, Sarutobi Asuma's head is worth 35 million, but if I want to channel an elite Jainin, I only need 10 million. Not to mention those Hokage level experts, they cannot be measured by silver taels at all. And if you think about it carefully, if you become stronger, it might not be that difficult to make money. As far as Konoha village is concerned, the basic reward for an S-level mission is 1 million taels. If the mission is more difficult, the reward will be even more. But you don't have to do tasks to make money. Just like Jiraiya, he directly became a famous rich man in the ninja world by selling books. I have no interest in selling books, but I can grab them myself. The world of Hokage ninjas is originally a world of jungle. If you find a few rich people and snatch their money, won't you become a rich person? When I thought of this, Hirofumi Ito felt less uncomfortable. System, after all, this is our first meeting. And because of your unknown error, I have been late for binding the system for so many years. The one who was supposed to have many children and many blessings is gone now. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Other people's systems all come with gift packages for beginners. Don't tell me you don't have one. A gift package for newbies is being distributed. Congratulations to host for getting a golden psychic. Damn it. Are you really giving me this? Thank you, system. I love you so much. I really didn't expect that the system would directly give me a golden psychic, which is equivalent to giving me 100 million silver taels. And the most important thing is that this is golden psychic. Those who can channel are definitely Hokage level experts, and there are actually countless Hokage level experts who have died in Konoha village. Isn't there a high chance that Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara can be channeled? When I thought of this, Hirofumi Ito's heart started to get hot again. There was no hesitation at all. System. Use golden psychic for me. Please host to enter into psychic skills. I didn't expect that I still have to use psychic skills after I've already channeled many times. Thinking of this, Ito Hirofumi didn't hesitate much, and directly used the psychic technique he just learned from Irika. After forming the seal, he slapped the ground hard with his palm. Psychicism. I only saw golden runes appear on the ground for a moment, and they were also emitting extremely dazzling golden light. A ball of soul fire gradually emerged from the psychic circle. Through the golden light, Ito Hirofumi struggled to open his eyes and saw a person's body gradually forming in the golden light of the magic circle. Red armor. Unconventional hairstyle. Isn't this Uchiha Madara? I didn't expect that I would be so lucky that I would actually channel Uchiha Madara. Golden legend. Where is this old man? Resurrected? Born in reincarnation? Has my plan been successful? That guy Obito did a pretty good job. Wrong. This is not the ninja world. And this is not reincarnation. A psychic mark? How is that possible? I'm actually still in the world of the dead. What the hell is going on? As the golden light gradually dissipated, Hirofumi Ito finally saw clearly that the person in front of him was none other than Uchiha Madara. With a thick non-mainstream hedgehog hairstyle and red armor, just standing there with arms folded gives people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Uchiha Madara also saw Hirofumi Ito standing in front of him. Kid. Can you tell me what's going on? Chapter 4. Will my noble Uchiha Madara become a psychic beast? Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but swallowed. It's really that the sense of oppression brought by Uchiha Madara is too strong. I am not even a genin now, but the aura exuded by Uchiha Madara is a bit unbearable for me. Ito Hirofumi was originally very excited when he channeled Uchiha Madara, but then he thought about how a character like Uchiha Madara could willingly become his own psychic beast. If Uchiha Madara knew the truth, she wouldn't just slap herself to death, right? System. I am here. Now Uchiha Madara has become my psychic beast, right? Yes. Then will this guy take action against me? For example, accidentally slap me to death or something like that. The psychic beast formed by the undead has the same relationship as the normal psychic and the psychic. The system can ensure that the psychic beast cannot attack the host, but it cannot control the psychic beast's thoughts and behaviors. Because of the special nature of the undead, a psychic space will be formed in the host's body. The channeled undead will temporarily live in the channeling space. And because the host itself carries the system, the psychic beast will return to the world of the undead after the death of the host. Psychic space? Is it a sealed space similar to Uzumaki Naruto? Yes. After hearing the introduction of the system, Ito Hirofumi breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't take action against yourself. At least I don't have to worry about Uchiha Madara shooting me to death if she's unhappy. And Uchiha Madara can't let herself die. After all, if she dies, the system will disappear. If the system disappears, Uchiha Madara will return to the world of the dead and become an undead state. Although he has become his own psychic beast now, it can be regarded as a different kind of resurrection for Uchiha Madara. After all, isn't Uchiha Madara's biggest plan to be resurrected? This state should be considered half done now. Hey! Kid, I'm talking to you. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has understood that his physical condition is a bit special, but he has indeed come back to life, and now his body is completely made of flesh and blood. And it's at its peak. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with my chakra, especially with the kid in front of me. My chakra seems to be somewhat connected to the other person. It was as if he had signed a psychic contract with a psychic beast. Who is this kid? In what state was he resurrected? I just sensed this kid's chakra, and it's so weak and pitiful. I'm afraid I can easily crush the opponent to death, right? Uchiha Madara. Hirofumi Ito took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him. You know my name. Hearing the other party call out his name, Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows in confusion. Could it be that this kid is a descendant of the Uchiha clan? He looks quite handsome, with the style of a member of the Uchiha clan. It's just that they are too weak. Are all the brats of the Uchiha clan already so weak now? Introduce yourself. My name is Hirofumi Ito. Ito. After hearing the other party's last name, Uchiha Madara frowned even more tightly. Unexpectedly, this kid was not a descendant of the Uchiha clan. This makes sense, after all, how could the Uchiha clan be so weak? That's right. My name is Ito Hirofumi. I come from Konoha village, the country of fire. Konoha village. After hearing the words Konoha village, Uchiha Madara's expression was extremely complicated, with a hint of anger, a hint of reminiscence, and a hint of longing for beauty. You kid from Konoha village, can you tell me what's going on now? If I'm not wrong, this should still be the world of the dead, right? Why do you, a little brat, appear here? And why am I resurrected in this state? Hirofumi Ito thought about how to explain to Uchiha class. After all, it is impossible to tell anyone about the system. I will not tell anyone about the system except myself. But how to explain the fact that Uchiha Madara became her own psychic beast? After thinking for a while, Hirofumi Ito said. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. I was reverse channeled by the world of the dead. Reverse channeling. Uchiha Madara certainly knows what reverse channeling means, but she has never heard that the world of the dead can channel living people. Moreover, what does this kid being reverse channeled have to do with his own resurrection? Uchiha Madara has now determined that his resurrection is definitely related to the kid in front of him, because he can sense the subtle connection between chakra very clearly. But how could this kid have the means to resurrect himself? Yes, it is reverse channeling. I signed a contract with the world of the dead. After paying a certain price, you can sign a psychic beast from the world of the dead. And you, Uchiha Madara, are the first psychic beast I signed. Originally you were supposed to be in the state of soul fire, but after being contracted and channeled by me, you were resurrected." Uchiha Madara, who had not heard human speech for who knows how long, was still listening with interest. But the next moment, I heard that I had become a so-called psychic beast, and was even channeled by this kid. Joke. It's simply ridiculous. I am Uchiha Madara. I am the great ninja Shura, one of the leaders of Konoha village, the best friend of the ninja god. The men known as the two heroes of the ninja world turned out to be a psychic beast? Uchiha Madara can't accept that she will become a psychic beast. Buzz. Buzz. I saw extremely terrifying chakra erupting from Uchiha Madara's body instantly. Then these chakras shot straight into the sky like beams of light. It was a lie that Hirofumi Ito didn't panic when he saw this scene, but when he thought that Uchiha Madara couldn't do anything to him, he felt a little calmer. "Kid. Do you know what you are talking about?" Uchiha Madara walked slowly towards Hirofumi Ito, and at the same time stretched out a hand to strangle this ignorant brat to death. He even called me a psychic beast. Simply unforgivable. But the next moment, Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded, because his whole body seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't pinch the opponent's neck no matter what. "My body is no longer under my control." Brat. What on earth did you do? What happened to my body? Chapter 5. Are you two going on a date tonight? After seeing this scene, Hirofumi Ito was truly convinced. It seemed that Uchiha Madara really couldn't take action against him. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and at the same time, one corner of his mouth was slightly crooked. Especially when looking at Uchiha Madara with her hand stretched out and a look of astonishment on her face, Ito Hirofumi felt that his mouth kakuzu was almost crooked to the sky. "Uchiha Madara, didn't I just say that? I signed a contract with the world of the undead. After paying a certain price, I can turn the undead into my own psychic beast. And you are my psychic beast now." Uchiha Madara's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. "Arrogant. Do you know who I am? How dare you call me a psychic beast? Kid. No one in this world has ever dared to speak to me like that." Hirofumi Ito spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. "Of course I know who you are. Uchiha Madara. The former leader of the Uchiha clan, Shura of the ninja world, and the dance king of Konoha, controlled the world with his fire-style ninjutsu. He and Hashirama, the first Hokage Senju of Konoha, calmed down the troubled times and established the Konoha ninja village. He is even called the god of ninja." Uchiha Madara was quite happy to hear Hirofumi Ito's words, but she didn't expect that a mere brat would know her former name. But the more Uchiha Madara listened, the more she felt something was wrong. There is indeed nothing wrong with Shura in the ninja world, but what the hell is the dance king of Konoha? Also, isn't the person called the god of ninja Hashirama that fool? When did I become the man called the god of ninja? Kid. It seems like you haven't studied history properly. The god of ninja is Senju Hashirama. I know. The god of ninja is Senju, Hashirama is the first Hokage, and you are the man of the god of ninja. I think there's nothing wrong with that, right? Well, I don't know if it was his own misunderstanding, but Hirofumi Ito felt that after he said these words, the face of Uchiha Madara in front of him seemed a little unnatural and rosy. No way. No way? Is there really something going on with these good friends? What I just said was just nonsense. After all, there were many people who randomly formed CPS in the previous life, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. What Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna? There are even the likes of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. Just like the gay friends Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha village seems to be full of gay friends. Oh, by the way, there's Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Hirofumi Ito also thought it was quite interesting, so he just said it casually, but Uchiha Madara's reaction seemed to have a lot of meaning in it. No way. There's really something going on between you and First Hokage, right? Uchiha Madara's face turned red when he heard this. What words? What are these words? What can happen between me and this idiot? There's something wrong with that guy's brain. Stay awake every night and come to me to fool around. What can happen to me and him? Kid. I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Looking at Uchiha Madara's crazy explanation, Ito Hirofumi felt more and more passionate about the relationship between the two. Damn it, you two are going out on a date tonight. Come on. Don't you know what your current state is? I've already told you that I contracted the entire world of the undead, and you are now my psychic beast. There is no way you can do anything to me. And no matter how you say it, your current state can be considered a resurrection, right? If I die, the contract with the undead world will disappear, and you will have to return to the state of undead fire. Is it that flesh and blood doesn't taste good? Or is it that resurrection is not good? After all, you don't want to go back to the state of undead fire. Uchiha Madara. Damn. Why do I want to beat you so much after hearing what you said? Uchiha Madara felt extremely angry and helpless, but she could only accept it. After all, I really can't do anything to this brat. And I just sensed my chakra, and there really is a psychic contract with this kid. In other words, I am a dignified Shura in the ninja world, and I have really become a psychic beast. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara retracted his hand and folded his hands on his chest at the same time. What surprised Uchiha Madara was that after he didn't want to kill this kid, his body really returned to his control again. Damn it! Pain! It hurts so much. TMD, what the hell is Uchiha Obito doing? Why hasn't I been resurrected for so long? In the end, he turned into a psychic beast. Kid. Although I don't know why, I concluded a so-called psychic contract with you and became what you call, a psychic beast. But, if you think you can order me with this, then I can only tell you that you are overthinking. It doesn't matter. I also understand that I can't order you. After all, you are a dignified ninja Shura. After all, you are a man called the God of Ninja. Shut up, kid. Uchiha Madara, the more I hear this sentence God of Ninja, the more strange it becomes for men. And all I can think of is the silly figure of Senju Hashirama. Hirofumi Ito's mouth turned crooked as he spoke. Kid, is there something wrong with your mouth? You look like you really deserve a beating. If I weren't unable to attack you, I really want to give you a slap in the face. Madara. Don't be so angry. Although you have become my psychic beast, you are still alive after all. This is resurrection. Are you still waiting for that unreliable Uchiha Obito to resurrect you? And at least after you become my psychic beast, I can take you back to the ninja world to see. Kid, what did you just say? Uchiha Madara's brows were frowning tightly at this moment, because he did not expect that this kid named Hirofumi Ito would reveal his plan. He really relied on Uchiha Obito to resurrect him, but why would this kid know? Ah? What did I just say? Which sentence are you asking about? Don't act stupid. You should understand what I'm talking about. How do you know about Uchiha Obito? That's it. I know a lot. Not only do I know that you rely on Uchiha Obito to resurrect you, I also know that you played around with that idiot Uchiha Obito. I even know about your Eye of the Moon plan. And I also know that you, like Uchiha Obito, have also been tricked. Chapter 6. Let's unify the ninja world for fun first? Kid. What did you say? After hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Uchiha Madara's heart was filled with turmoil. What is going on with this little brat, and why does he know so much about himself? Could it be that Uchiha Obito failed? This waste. If you fail, you will fail. Did you actually announce all your plans? And Black Zetsu, what does he do for food? Waste. It's all waste. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was gritting his teeth, Hirofumi Ito could only say helplessly. Look, it's so urgent. Kid, where did you learn these things? Or, my plan has been exposed. No, your plan is still going on in an orderly manner. It's just that something unexpected happened now. After all, your current state can be regarded as a resurrection. Then how did you know? Don't ask, I don't know even if you ask. Blank. Uchiha Madara is also a little helpless. This kid named Hirofumi Ito is completely messy. And I always feel like the other person is very familiar with me. The conversation between the two was also very casual, as if they were a pair of old friends for many years. When facing himself, Hirofumi Ito doesn't have the nervousness that a junior feels when he meets a senior. Especially since I still have no way to do anything to the other party. I am now a psychic beast. Blanche. Kid, what do you want? What don't I want? I've said it many times, the world of the dead and I. Stop, 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 I don't want to hear these useless words. I just want to know what you mean to me. After hearing this, Hirofumi Ito opened his eyes wide. What can I mean to you? I don't want to compete with Senju Hashirama for a man. My sexual orientation is very normal. I am male and I like women. Damn. You're done, kid, aren't you? What I want to know is what on earth are you going to do? After hearing these words of Uchiha Madara, Ito Hirofumi was also stunned for a moment. What to do? In fact, I never thought about what I wanted to do before. In fact, before I got the system, I always wanted to lie down. After all, the water in this world is too deep for a small Ito family to grasp, and neither can they themselves. There's Uchiha Obito again, there's the Akatsuki organization, there's Uchiha Madara, there's that Satsuki Kagaya, and there's a whole bunch of aliens. It's better to feel the magic of chakra, practice it as far as you can, and then wait for Naruto Uzumaki to save the world. Then I will find a beautiful wife, get married, and have children. Yamanaka Ino is pretty good, she is pretty and has a good family background, and the most important thing is that she seems to be interested in her. But, these are all thoughts from the past. Now I have the system. At the same time, there are ways to become stronger. So, why can't I become the protagonist of Hokage Ninja? I used to like Hokage Ninja very much, I liked the passion here, the friendship here, and the bond here. So why can't you become a trendsetter yourself? What's more, the system has said before that the only undead that he can bind now are the undead in Konoha village, and when he becomes the master of the ninja world, he can sign a psychic contract with all the undead in the entire undead world. Getting stronger, unifying the ninja world, this seems very exciting. At the thought of this, Hirofumi Ito swallowed hard. What's Uchiha Madara's plan? Isn't it to cast Eye of the Moon after resurrection? That's infinite Tsukuyomi. In the false illusion, bring true peace to the entire ninja world. I have to say that Uchiha Madara's starting point was good, but the choices and results were wrong, and he was severely tricked by that old BD Black Zetsu. So now, with the system in hand, is it possible for me to bring real peace to the ninja world? Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him and said in a tentative tone. How about unifying the ninja world first? After hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Uchiha Madara finally looked at the kid in front of him. Unify the ninja world? Just you? No. Not just me. And you. And you guys. You guys. Kid, what do you mean by this? Besides you, I can actually contract other undead. Just like you. Then I can channel all the powerful people who have died. Then you can suppress the ninja world with absolute strength. Unify the ninja world, and even bring true peace to the entire ninja world. Hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Uchiha Madara's pupils trembled violently. Bringing true peace to the ninja world has been my dream. This was true when we first established Konoha village, and it was also true when we left Konoha village. Even the reason for resurrection is actually to help the Ten Tails people, activate the Eye of the Moon, and then bring true peace to this world. And this kid just said that besides himself, he can also resurrect other undead souls. Or in other words, channel them. Doesn't that mean? Is it possible that my brother will be resurrected? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's breathing became a little rapid. Kid. You just said that you can resurrect other undead. Hearing Uchiha's class question and seeing his eager look, Ito Hirofumi had some guesses in his heart. I'm afraid there are only two people in this world who can make Uchiha Madara upset. One is his good friend Senju Hashirama, and the other should be his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. But he shouldn't be able to resurrect Uchiha Izuna now, after all, he is only bound to the undead of Konoha village. And Uchiha Izuna's death was before the establishment of Konoha village. In other words, strictly speaking, Uchiha Izuna is not an undead of Konoha village. So Hirofumi Ito doesn't know whether he can channel Uchiha Izuna. Yes, but there are some restrictions. Now I can only channel the undead in Konoha village, and I have to pay some price. But if I can unify the ninja world, I can channel all the undead in the entire ninja world. After hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Uchiha Madara did not speak, but pondered there. He's really a brat who doesn't know what the world is up to, but he looks very interesting. It's really a strange method to channel the dead and bind the entire world of the dead. But, ha 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 ha, kid. Did you know? In fact, what I want to do is to unify the ninja world. Chapter 7 Indra Chakra. Ha 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 ha. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara was still laughing wildly. Hirofumi Ito looked helplessly at Uchiha Madara and said very calmly, I know. Ga. Uchiha Madara's laughter was suppressed instantly. And he felt a little embarrassed for no reason. The kid just knew all his plans, so it was not surprising to know that he wanted to unify the ninja world. For a moment, the two of them were relatively speechless. Hirofumi Ito is not in a hurry now. After all, he only needs to remove the psychic spell, and then Uchiha Madara will enter the psychic space and will not stay in the world of the dead. I have already said about my system before that my psychic space is similar to Uzumaki Naruto's sealed space. You can control everything in that space, and the undead souls you channel can also live in that space. Of course, you can also live in the outside world as a psychic beast. It's just that after lifting the psychic spell, they will not return to the world of the dead, but directly return to their own psychic space. Hirofumi Ito is not in a hurry, but Uchiha Madara on the opposite side has many things on his mind at this moment. One is that he knows nothing about this kid named Hirofumi Ito. Where did this brat come from, and why does he know so much about his plans? What's more, I don't know much about this method of channeling the undead. It's an unheard of strange method. Moreover, this method is too heaven-defying. Uchiha Madara is extremely confident in her own abilities. Moreover, the state he is in after his resurrection is completely his peak state. My body is in the youngest state and I am not old. The most important thing is that I still have the Eye of Reincarnation. This is the eye of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, and it is precisely because of this eye that I was ready to start the Eye of the Moon project. Prepare to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi on the entire ninja world. But even with such terrifying eyes, he still couldn't do anything to Hirofumi Ito. Even if I have the idea of doing something with Ito Hirofumi in my heart, I can't even open the Samsara eye. Uchiha Madara doesn't like the feeling that things are out of her control. But now I have to admit that I seem to have indeed become a so-called psychic beast. While Uchiha Madara was thinking about these things, Hirofumi Ito was also receiving messages from the system. Congratulations to host for successfully channeling the undead and obtaining the psychic beast UCHIHA MADARA. A random ability of the other party is being extracted for host. Congratulations to host for receiving the chakra, the reincarnation of Indra. Indra chakra has been loaded into the host body. Hirofumi Ito was a little dumbfounded after hearing the news about the system. The system has already said before that every time you successfully summon an undead, you can randomly draw abilities from the opponent. Originally, I was quite looking forward to UCHIHA MADARA's abilities, such as the Manjaki Sharingan or the Samsara Eye. Even if you can't draw your eyes, just give yourself some powerful ninjutsu or combat awareness. After all, UCHIHA MADARA's combat awareness is still very terrifying, and she can easily dance among an army of tens of thousands of ninjas. Play on the West Blue Shore. But after working for a long time, why did I draw an Indra chakra? Wouldn't this make him the son of that guy from Sage of Six Paths? And if the chakra is extracted, does UCHIHA MADARA still have Indra's chakra in her body? But this is wrong. Indra and Asura's chakra have been reborn, otherwise Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would not be born. So why can I still extract Indra's chakra from UCHIHA MADARA? System, can you explain to me what is going on with this chakra? UCHIHA MADARA is obviously dead. Why is there still Indra's chakra in his body? And if I extract this chakra, will UCHIHA MADARA still have Indra's chakra in her body? The reincarnation of Indra and Asura chakra will not disappear with the death of the reincarnated body. For example, in the world of the dead in this world, Indra and Asura exist, but they only exist in the state of soul fire. If it is reincarnation as understood by host, then the soul should also dissipate. But UCHIHA MADARA and Senju Hashirama still exist, and so do Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. So even if Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are born, Senju Hashirama and UCHIHA MADARA are still the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Asura. I understand. System, what about my second question? The ability extracted by the system for host is copied, not taken. UCHIHA MADARA is still the reincarnation of Indra, and host has an additional Indra chakra in his body. I see, it's like making a copy of this chakra, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. It can't improve my combat effectiveness in a short period of time. It's better to just give me a reincarnation eye. Warm reminder host. Indra chakra is the origin of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan evolved from Indra's chakra into a bloodline that has been passed down to this day. So host is now equivalent to the bloodline of the Uchiha family returning to their ancestors. After hearing the system's words, Hirofumi Ito felt a little thirsty for a moment. According to what the system says, if you have Indra's chakra, then your starting point is already the same as Indra and UCHIHA MADARA. In other words, I now have every chance to reach the heights the two of them have reached before. Ito Hirofumi was a little excited when he thought of this. Doesn't this mean that he also has the opportunity to awaken Sharingan, even Manjaki, and even Eternal Manjaki Sharingan? In other words, he is actually equivalent to an Uchiha now, and he is the kind of Uchiha with the purest bloodline. UCHIHA MADARA was still observing Hirofumi Ito silently, but suddenly UCHIHA MADARA discovered that there seemed to be something different about Hirofumi Ito. It feels like he is his long-lost half-brother. This feeling is simply stranger than what Senju Hashirama gave him. What the hell is going on? Why did this kid suddenly change like this? UCHIHA MADARA is really confused. There are so many secrets in this kid. Maybe I can take a closer look at this kid and figure out the secret of this kid. Chapter 8 UCHIHA MADARA's Fantasy Time. Thinking of this, UCHIHA MADARA narrowed her eyes slightly. If you can get this unique method, your plan will be more confident. And when the time comes, will I also have the opportunity to turn that silly Senju Hashirama into my own psychic beast? G. Thinking that Senju Hashirama might become his own psychic beast in the future, UCHIHA MADARA's lips couldn't help but tilt slightly. If you have this method, you can channel Senju Hashirama, a fool, for fun in the future when you are fine. I feel so happy just thinking about it. And he can also resurrect his younger brother, and then the family of 3 will. Ba, ba, ba. Then I can live happily with my brother. As for Senju Hashirama, just a silly psychic beast. Hey! Madara! Your mouth Kakuzu is almost crooked to your forehead. What are you thinking about? Why is your expression so obscene? A voice brought Uchiha Madara from fantasy back to reality. Hateful. Obviously just now, I was still imagining that Senju Hashirama, that silly person, became my psychic beast, but when I looked back, I saw that the psychic beast was actually me. What is this called? Could it be that the clown is actually me? Damn it. Humph. Little brat. What are you going to do next? As promised in advance, even if I become what you call a psychic beast, you can never give me orders. To be honest, I never thought that I could order you. After all, there is probably no one else in this world who can order you except Senju Hashirama. Hirofumi Ito also thought of a picture when he said this. That was when the future Ninja Alliance faced Uchiha Madara. At that time, Uchiha Madara was extremely excited to see the reincarnated Senju Hashirama. I immediately wanted to have a passionate collision. But Senju Hashirama directly told Uchiha-ban to wait for a while, and he had no time to talk to him now. As a result, Uchiha Madara actually sat there and started waiting. Haha. That idiot Senju Hashirama. Why does he give orders to me? He's just an idiot. Okay Madara, if you have any questions, let's talk about it later. Now I will remove the psychic spell, and then you will appear in my psychic space. At that time, we can meet at any time in the psychic space. After all, it's been a while since I was reverse-channeled into the world of the dead. I'm afraid people outside are already waiting impatiently. TCH. I know, kid. Uchiha Madara actually has no way to refuse. There is no way to refuse this brat's arrangement now, so this is the only way for the time being. When you understand the secret of this kid clearly, maybe then you can also have this kind of heaven-defying method. When that day comes, I will make a good effort to control this abominable brat. Kill him. No, no, no. That would be too cheap for him. I also want to make this kid my own psychic beast. Unknowingly, Uchiha Madara has been influenced by Indra Chakra. Because according to Uchiha Madara's pride, becoming a psychic beast would make him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. But now Uchiha Madara has no intention of killing Hirofumi Ito. And Uchiha Madara did not notice the change in his mentality unconsciously. Hirofumi Ito released the psychic technique with his hands, and the Uchiha Madara in front of him turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, Hirofumi Ito also discovered that a magical space appeared in his body. This should be the psychic space mentioned by the previous system. You can easily perceive this space with your own chakra. Although it is a sealed space similar to Nine Tails, the environment is completely different. The sealed space in Uzumaki Naruto's body is a dark sewer. In my own psychic space, there are clear mountains and clear waters, singing birds, and the fragrance of flowers. Even I can clearly see the surprised face of Uchiha Madara after entering the psychic space. Without paying too much attention to Uchiha Madara, Hirofumi Ito directly communicated with the system. System. Is it time to send me back now? Please host be prepared. I only saw a bang and a flash of white smoke, and the world of the undead returned to its previous quietness. The next moment he was in the ninja school classroom. The classroom at this moment is overcrowded. The original teacher Irika and all the students in the classroom, as well as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Ito Aoyama and Ito Taiga, who received the news, their faces were extremely worried, and they looked at Ito Hirofumi's vacant seat from time to time. In addition to these people, there is also a one-eyed dragon with a bandage on his arm in the classroom. It is Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo didn't know where he got the news, so he quickly rushed to the ninja school. He actually doesn't care about the life or death of the ninja school students. What he cares about is that if the kid Hirofumi Ito is really reverse-channeled to a certain holy place, then his future achievements will most likely be comparable to that guy Jiraiya. If you can take this kid into your own family. GGGGGGGG. After all, he is the biggest boss in Konoha village. I'm afraid this kid won't reject me, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo and didn't say much, but his eyes narrowed slightly. What happened at the ninja school has just happened. Has this guy Danzo already gotten the news? It seems that Danzo's arms are stretched out very long. Ito Taiga was extremely anxious. Why did his grandson disappear inexplicably like this? He is about the same age as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even served as Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinate when he was young. Hokage-sama, what the hell is going on? How could my grandson Hoenn suddenly disappear? If it is really a reverse psychic, when will this child come back? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his pipe. Dahi. I am really powerless to do anything about this matter. I know of only one person who practiced the art of spiritualism and was reversely channeled, and that was my disciple Jiraiya. But Jiraiya is not in the village now. I have sent Anbu out to look for him. After hearing this, Ito Taiga let out a long sigh. And at this moment, a burst of white smoke emitted from Hirofumi Ito's seat. A figure appeared on the seat. Chapter 9 First Generation Nabekage Shimura Danzo. Seeing this scene, everyone in the classroom immediately focused their attention. Hirofumi Ito also looked around. Good guy. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. My father and my grandfather are both here. That person over there, isn't that the famous Konoha village first generation Nabekage, 5th Hokage Shimura Danzo? Why is this old BCH here too? Hi. Hello everyone. Why is this so lively? In fact, Hirofumi Ito had been mentally prepared for a long time. His inexplicable disappearance in the classroom would definitely cause a huge commotion. When the time comes, I might also be noticed by interested people. Although there is a psychic beast called Uchiha Madara now, Uchiha Madara doesn't listen to the propaganda. At present, it is simply impossible for me to order Uchiha Madara. Not to mention letting this former ninja Shura become his thug. At most, Uchiha Madara might save him when his life is in danger. After all, if he dies, Uchiha Madara will return to the state of soul fire. At least this is not much different from resurrection. So I had already thought about it when I was in the world of the dead. The system will never talk about it, and things like the rebirth of the undead cannot be exposed for the time being, so I just need to ask 3 questions and it will be fine. I arrived in a magical space inexplicably, and then I came back without knowing anything. Anyway, these guys have no way to prove that what they are telling lies. As soon as Ito Hirofumi finished speaking, Grandpa Ito Taiga rushed up instantly and hugged Ito Hirofumi tightly. My eldest grandson. You scared Grandpa to death. Grandpa is already so old and can't stand being frightened. No matter what you want to do in the future, Grandpa will promise you, but you have to promise Grandpa not to do it in the future. You must have disappeared like this. And Ito Aoyama breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his son reappear. If my son just disappears, I really don't know how to explain to my wife. Just come back. Just come back. The father and son duo of Yamato Ito and Aoyama Ito don't care at all whether Hirofumi Ito has experienced the so-called reverse psychic. In their eyes, as long as Hirofumi Ito is fine, that's better than anything else. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side was also very anxious and wanted to know what Hirofumi Ito had been through during this period, he did not bother him when he saw the state of Ito Taiga. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite understanding. After all, if his grandson suddenly disappeared, he would definitely be very worried. But Shimura Danzo on the side had no such thoughts and came directly in front of Hirofumi Ito with a cane. Hirofumi Ito. I am Shimura Danzo, the elder of Konoha village. Tell me what you have just experienced. Why did you disappear suddenly, and what happened after you disappeared? Hirofumi Ito hurriedly reached out and patted his grandfather, Taiga Ito, on the shoulder. The old man's nose was about to fall on him. Grandpa. Am I okay? You don't have to worry anymore. Hirofumi Ito. I'm asking you something. Shimura Danzo said stiffly again. Hearing Danzo's harsh tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned imperceptibly. Doinzo. This child has just come back, don't be too anxious. Humph. I know. Hirofumi Ito first comforted his grandfather, and then nodded to his father Ito Aoyama, saying that there was nothing wrong with him. After seeing this scene, Ito Aoyama also nodded. Lord Hokage. Hirofumi Ito stood directly in front of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but ignored Shimura Danzo. After seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Ito Hirofumi. He seems to be a good, obedient, and sensible boy. Ito Hirofumi, right? He is such a well-behaved and sensible child. Your grandfather was my subordinate a long time ago, so you don't have to be so reserved with me, you can just call me Grandpa 3rd generation or Grandpa Hokage. Hirofumi Ito looked at 3rd Hokage with a look of great surprise. My family can be said to be full of color, and coupled with my young appearance, it is a natural protective color. Is it really okay? Grandpa Hokage. Haha, of course. I have to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi of 3rd Hokage is really a very good politician. If Hirofumi Ito was not a time traveler, these few words would be enough to make Hirofumi Ito have a great favorable impression of 3rd Hokage. At the same time, these two sentences of 3rd Hokage can also win the favor of the Ito family. After all, the current and previous generation heads of the Ito family are here. He first expressed his relationship with Ito Taiga, which invisibly brought him closer to the Ito family, and then said that Hirofumi Ito is also his grandson, and he is a family member. Danzo on the other hand saw that Hirofumi Ito didn't even pay attention to himself, the elder of Konoha, and his face couldn't help but become a little dark. So, Hoenn, can you tell Grandpa Hokage what happened just now? Grandpa Hokage and everyone here are very curious. Hirofumi Ito scratched his head and showed a naturally dumb look. Ah, Grandpa Hokage, actually I don't know exactly what happened. Just now, Teacher Irika was explaining some knowledge points and seal formation methods about spiritualism. Then I studied and tried it. As a result, I appeared in a magical space inexplicably. I don't even know where that place is. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sure that the reason for Hirofumi Ito's disappearance was the art of reverse channeling. And the place Hirofumi Ito just went to was most likely one of the 3 holy places. Then have you encountered any strange creatures? Well, not really. There was nothing there, and I didn't find anything. I walked there for a while and then came back. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly when he heard this. How could there be nothing? When Jiraiya entered Mount Maiboku, he saw the toad on Mount Maiboku, and then began to learn Sage Jutsu. If Hirofumi Ito entered a holy land, it would be impossible not to see other creatures. Is it possible that that place is not a so-called holy place? Or maybe Hirofumi Ito didn't get recognition? Or is it that this child is hiding something? Chapter 10 Your best friend is Suzuki. So that's it. So Hoenn, have you discovered anything else interesting, or are there any other special discoveries? If so, can you talk to Grandpa Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. He wanted to learn some clues from Ito Hirofumi's words, and also wanted to know whether the place Ito Hirofumi went to just now was one of the 3 legendary holy places. Hirofumi Ito looked like he was thinking. Is there something interesting? Oh. It really does exist. What's going on? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were a little fiery. Is it possible that a strong man like Jiraiya is really going to appear in Konoha village again? That would be great if that was the case. The current Konoha village can be said to be in a state of decline. 3 of his disciples are running away, making the next generation of Konoha village look a little bit uninterested. Grandpa Hokage, it's not really that interesting. It's just that I have a very strange feeling. It seems that I left early. Yes. That strange feeling is telling me that I left early. I came back after this feeling. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his heart. Did you go early? It seems that the child Hirofumi Ito has been recognized by that place. Maybe there is not enough time now, or maybe the child is too weak, so he is sent back again. It's really strange. Jiraiya never encountered such a situation back then. But at least this can be considered a good thing. After all, according to this child, he will still have the opportunity to go to that place again in the future, and it is very likely that he will be recognized. Maybe you can talk to Jiraiya about this. After all, Jiraiya has experience. If possible, he can also let Jiraiya accept this child as a disciple. Even without this incident, this child's talent is pretty good. Moreover, he is also the young patriarch of the Ito family. Although it is not a big family, being a disciple of Jiraiya is enough. Then wait until Jiraiya comes back and tell him. I saw 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who thought of this, stretched out a hand and rubbed Ito Hirofumi's head. If something interesting happens again, Hoenn can come and tell Grandpa Hokage. Grandpa Hokage is also very curious about this matter. Because Hoenn, you may not know something. Back then, one of Grandpa Hokage's disciples accidentally went to another dimension while using psychic techniques just like Hoenn did. The things you two have experienced are very similar. Hirofumi Ito also looked very curious after hearing these words. Really? Grandpa Hokage? In fact, Ito Hirofumi certainly knows who Sarutobi Hiruzen is talking about. Isn't it Jiraiya, one of the Sunin? Of course it's true. Grandpa Hokage can introduce you two to each other then. Grandpa Hokage's disciple is a very powerful ninja. Everyone present had different expressions after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Shimura Danzo's brows furrowed tightly. Originally, this brat was his target, but now it seems that Hiruzen intends for Jiraiya to accept this brat as his disciple. The father and son Ito Yamato and Ito Aoyama were a little surprised. Of course they knew that the 3rd Hokage was talking about Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and what the Hokage just meant was that he wanted Jiraiya to accept Ito Hirofumi as his disciple. This is really great news. With the guidance of Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, Hirofumi Ito's future achievements are definitely boundless. Hokage-sama. Thank you so much. Ito Hirofumi's father Ito Aoyama hurriedly bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It doesn't have to be like this. Daihi is my old subordinate, and I am very happy that his grandson can achieve great things. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Danzo on the side. Hiruzen. Danzo, if you have anything to do with me, go to the Hokage building to discuss it with me. Snort. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo left, and Ito Yamato and Ito Aoyama also left one after another. After all, the ninja school still needs to have classes, and it is not good for everyone to stay here for too long. And Irika saw the curious faces of all the students in the classroom, and knew that if the lecture continued at this time, no one would listen carefully at all. And Irika was also very curious about Hirofumi Ito's experience just now, so he just waved his hand and let everyone take a break and move around freely. Upon hearing the news, Uzumaki Naruto jumped up and quickly rushed to Ito Hirofumi's side. Irika-sensei is simply amazing. Hoenn. Tell me quickly. What on earth did you go through just now? It's so amazing. What kind of special ninjutsu is it? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? The other students in the classroom all looked over curiously. And at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became nervous and looked at Ito Hirofumi with a strange look. I don't know why, but I always feel like there's something different about this good friend of mine. It's like the feeling that Stinky Suzuki gave me. No. How is this possible? Hirofumi is my good friend. How can he be similar to that Stinky Suzuki? Why do I feel that something is different about you? Suzuki, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words. Didn't you expect this idiot to feel this way? From the moment Hirofumi Ito appeared, I felt that there seemed to be some changes in Hirofumi Ito. But I couldn't tell. I always feel like there is an inexplicable connection between the other party and myself. Unlike that idiot Uzumaki Naruto, Ito Hirofumi feels like he is from the same family as himself. Could it be that this Hirofumi Ito is his half-brother? This is too ridiculous. Or, does this guy have the blood of the Uchiha clan? Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. Hirofumi Ito was stunned for a moment when he heard Uzumaki Naruto's words. Didn't you expect Uzumaki Naruto's perception to be so sharp? Of course my body has changed, after all, I have Indra's chakra. Is this the legendary attraction between Indra and Asura chakra? Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto. Your good friend is obviously Uchiha Suzuki. Don't look at me with such strange eyes, okay? Chapter 11 I am the Hokage. Ito Hirofumi didn't say anything more, he just said again what he just said to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The students in the class no longer had any thoughts about going to class, after all, they had just experienced such an interesting thing. Meanwhile inside the Hokage building. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth and puffed out smoke. The smoke was so thick that his face could not be seen clearly. Shimura Danzo was sitting opposite him at this moment. Hiruzen, what do you think of today's events? How do you see it? Of course I saw it with my eyes. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Hiruzen, you should understand what I mean. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. No. I don't understand what you mean. After tightly grasping the cane in his hand, Shimura Danzo spoke. Hiruzen, give that Hirofumi Ito to me. I will train him to be an excellent ninja. I will make him a great influence in Konoha. Danzo, your hand is stretched too far. And it seems that your root organization does not lack ninjas. Every year, a large number of outstanding ninjas enter the root organization, and it seems that there is no shortage of Hirofumi Ito. Var. Hiruzen. Everything I did was for Konoha. After hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another deep breath from his pipe. Is everything you do for Konoha? Hehe. Hiruzen. Why don't you speak? Danzo, there is no need to mention this matter again. Ito Hirofumi will not leave it to you. I have notified Jiraiya before and asked Jiraiya to return to the village to teach Ito Hirofumi. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo frowned tightly. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was determined to steal people from him. Hiruzen. Don't you think you are too greedy? Uchiha Suzuki is like this, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is like this too. Now there is another Ito Hirofumi, and the result is still the same. Shimura Danzo narrowed his one eye slightly and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi wearing a Hokage hat in front of him. Danzo. Please watch your words. What do you mean I am too greedy? I am the Hokage of Konoha village. Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo was speechless for a moment, this seems to be my FG line. Hiruzen. Danzo. No need to say any more. Ito Hirofumi will not join the root organization, so I advise you to accept those thoughts. Hiruzen. You will regret it. Danzo. I am the Hokage. You. Shimura Danzo was speechless for a moment. You are amazing. You are noble. You are the superior Hokage. You are a big tree with luxuriant branches. And what about me? I am just a root hidden in the dark depths. Danzo, is there anything else you need to do? If there's nothing else, I'm going to start working. Humph. I know. Bang. Shimura Danzo stood up and slammed the door directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, was sitting at his desk, thinking about what Hirofumi Ito said before. In fact, he didn't know much about the three holy places. Compared to himself, his three disciples all know the three holy places better than himself. But Orochimaru defected, Tsunade left the Leaf Village disheartened, and Jiraiya hung out all day like a prodigal. Well. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, then picked up some documents and started to read them. Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually not worried about Hirofumi Ito, nor does he doubt that what Hirofumi Ito said is false, because the Ito family is a die-hard Hokage faction. The previous generation patriarch of the Ito family, Ito Taiga, was a member of the Shadow Guard when he was young. Later, when he got older, Ito Taiga has been retiring at home peacefully. The current patriarch, Ito Aoyama, is also a die-hard Hokage. So no matter how you look at it, Hirofumi Ito is a good boy with a good foundation and a bright future. Ninja school on the other side. After school, Ito Hirofumi walked home alone, thinking about what happened before. Unexpectedly, what happened today not only alarmed 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, 3rd Hokage is a character with mixed reviews in the original work. When he was young, he was called Shinobi. But when you get older, it is extremely weak to the outside world, but often resorts to tricks internally. Indulge your good gay friend Danzo to have S*X in Konoha village. Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide. Diplomatic weakness led to the death of Hyaga Hisashi. The three apprentices ran away separately. Also Pua Uzumaki Naruto, while letting everyone know the identity of Uzumaki Naruto's Nine-Tails Demon Fox, making countless people hate Uzumaki Naruto, and then try to increase Uzumaki Naruto's favorability. To say that not revealing Uzumaki Naruto's identity is to protect him. TMD, even ordinary villagers know the identity of Naruto Uzumaki's Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Is there any difference between this and not disclosing the identity to the public? But even so, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would never do anything to him. Even just trying to win over yourself. Just like what happened in the ninja school today, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed in his words that he wanted Jiraiya to accept him as a disciple. So I don't have to worry about whether this old guy will use some dark means against me. On the contrary, it's Danzo, that old BD. It can be said that this old BD will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Judging from what he has experienced today, Danzo, this old BD, may very well have taken a liking to him. And at this moment, Hirofumi Ito suddenly felt movement coming from his psychic space. Kid. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face looked very bad. Hirofumi Ito continued to walk in the direction of his family, but a ball of chakra condensed in the psychic space in his body, and he also saw Uchiha Madara who was in the psychic space at this moment. After possessing the Indra chakra, although Ito Hirofumi did not feel that his strength had been significantly improved, he found that he seemed to be more comfortable with the application of the chakra. And the speed at which chakra is extracted from the body is also extraordinary. Even my own body seems to be undergoing some incomprehensible changes. But that's a good thing. After all, my body is continuing to get stronger. Hirofumi Ito perceives this very clearly. Chapter 12 Sharingan with one arm. In the psychic space, Hirofumi Ito's chakra clone saw Uchiha Madara in front of him. What's wrong, Madara? Humph, kid, you are so casual about calling me. Sure enough, that is the real you in front of me, right? I have to say that your acting skills before were really bad. Especially in front of that Sarutobi Hiruzen, you acted like a white lotus. I felt sick when I saw it. Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara helplessly. Did this guy call him here just to hurt him? Then what should I call you? How about calling you the man who is the god of ninja? My current strength is not strong, and I don't behave well. What if I am killed one day? If you are really willing to obey my orders like a psychic beast, I would dare to kick Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ear right now and become a Hokage myself. Hot. Little brat. Don't talk nonsense there. I'm looking for you for a serious matter. Uchiha Madara is now a little afraid of Ito Hirofumi. This kid keeps talking about being the god of ninja. He makes it seem like he really has some unclear relationship with Senju Hashirama. What's going on? Hirofumi Ito also noticed that Uchiha Madara's face seemed to be very ugly. Who is that Shimura Danzo? Hirofumi Ito raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara actually asked him about Shimura Danzo. Could it be that Uchiha Madara sensed the fluctuation of Sharingan on Danzo? He is a member of the current elders of Konoha village, and he is also the leader of the root of Konoha village. He is an old BD. Although Uchiha Madara doesn't know what old PSY means, she can tell that it's not a good thing. Shimura. But why does he have the fluctuations of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Even. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed even more. Because just now he not only felt the fluctuations of Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's body, but there was even a hint of a feeling that he was more familiar with, because he also had it on his own body. That's Senju Hashirama's chakra. Isn't it normal for that old BD to have Sharingan fluctuations on his body? After all, he has Sharingan in one arm. Hirofumi Ito's words made Uchiha Madara dumbfounded. I can sense what is happening outside in Hirofumi Ito's psychic space. As long as Hirofumi Ito does not seal his sealed space from the outside world, he can clearly see what is happening in the outside world through Hirofumi Ito. I did sense Sharingan's chakra fluctuation just now. And at that time, I also noticed that Shimura Danzo had one of his eyes sealed. But this kid said one-armed Sharingan. When did Uchiha's Sharingan become so worthless? And the bandaged arm, that arm clearly has the aura of Senju Hashirama. Kid, what on earth is going on, and what do you know? I know a lot. What do you want to hear? What's that one-armed Sharingan you just said about? Well, I know. But why should I tell you? You little brat. Don't go too far. Uchiha Madara is a little angry. This hateful kid relies on himself to be unable to do anything to him, but now he is becoming more and more unruly in front of him. Since the Warring States period, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this in front of me. Except for that idiot Senju Hashirama. Anyone else who dares to speak to me like this is already dead. How about this, Madara? I can tell you everything about this matter, and in return, how about you teach me? In fact, Ito Hirofumi also knew that it was simply impossible to get Uchiha Madara to obey his orders. After all, this guy is so proud. It is simply unrealistic to exchange a piece of news for Uchiha Madara to obey his orders. So I might as well change my mind. That is to let Uchiha Madara teach you. After all, there is no doubt about Uchiha Madara's strength, whether it is combat experience or the use of ninjutsu. And the most important thing is that I now have Indra's chakra, and I can let Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, teach me, so that my progress will be absolutely rapid. And now that I have Indra's chakra, I am equivalent to being the source of the Uchiha family's bloodline, so I can definitely activate Sharingan. You also want me to teach you? Kid, what you think is quite beautiful. I have never accepted any disciples in my life. Are you going to teach me? If not, I'll leave. As for the truth of the matter, just take your time and guess. Hot. Did I say you won't teach me? I'm just teaching you a brat, I agreed. Now hurry up and tell me about that Shimura Danzo. Hearing that class Uchiha agreed to teach him, the corners of Ito Hirofumi's mouth tilted slightly again. Damn you, kid. That disgusting expression of yours appears again. You know nothing. This is called the Crooked Dragon King. The Dragon King with a crooked mouth? I didn't see any Dragon King, I only saw a crooked mouth. And I really want to slap you right now. Do you still want to know the truth of the matter? Blank. Think. Uchiha Madara gritted her teeth angrily. The truth of the matter is actually very simple, that is, the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and all the eyes were gouged out. The Danzo you saw today, his sealed eyeball was a Mangeki Sharingan, and there was also a Mangeki Sharingan on his arm. A Sharingan with one arm. Hirofumi Ito directly told the story of the genocide of the Uchiha clan in an understatement. When Uchiha Madara heard this, she couldn't believe it. What did you say? You said the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Kid. I advise you not to talk nonsense here. Hirofumi Ito glanced at Uchiha Madara helplessly. Look, you asked me to say what I said, but you didn't believe me when I said it. Do you want me to take you to the Uchiha clan's clan? It's completely a ghost village now. Impossible. Kid, you are definitely lying to me. Didn't you say that the Uchiha clan was exterminated? But today I saw that there is clearly a member of the Uchiha clan in your class. You are talking about Uchiha Sasuke, right? He is the only Uchiha left in Konoha village now. As for there is another one outside Konoha village, he is his older brother, his name is Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 13 GGGGGG. In fact, at this moment, Uchiha Madara already believed what Hirofumi Ito said in her heart, but she still couldn't accept it. Although the Uchiha clan betrayed him back then, they were Uchiha after all. My former family. An extremely prominent family during the Warring States period. As a result, they were exterminated. The result is just like that. This time made Uchiha Madara's heart extremely complicated. Kid, I know you know a lot of things, so. How did the Uchiha clan get exterminated, and what happened during this period? Who did it? When saying who moved the hand, the chakra in Uchiha Madara's body was extremely depressed. Even if Hirofumi Ito is just a chakra clone, you can feel waves of terrifying oppression in this psychic space. Seeing Uchiha Madara sitting there, Hirofumi Ito simply sat on the floor. It's a long story to say that the child has no mother. It's a long story to say that the child has no mother. Then keep your story short. Things started from the Warring States period. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard this. The Warring States period. Isn't that the era I live in? The Uchiha clan was at its peak during that period. How could genocide have anything to do with that period? Hirofumi Ito's voice continues. Speaking of. During the Warring States period, two extremely powerful ninjas appeared. One of these two ninjas was named Senju Hashirama and the other was named Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's face gets weirder the longer she listens. Doesn't this brat want to tell him about the troubled times of the Warring States period and the establishment of Konoha? Kid. I'm asking you why the Uchiha clan was exterminated and by whom. What are you talking about the Warring States period? I am a person from the Warring States period. Don't I know what happened during the Warring States period? Look, it's so urgent. Okay, then I'll make the story short. In short, after second Hokage Senju Tobirama came to power, he began to suppress the Uchiha clan. I know. That evil Senju Tobirama. He is evil when he opens his mouth and shuts up Uchiha. From my point of view, that BD Senju Tobirama is the most sinister guy in the world. Well, then the current third Hokage of Konoha village is the former disciple of Senju Tobirama. At the same time, the Shimura Danzo you see today is also the disciple of Senju Tobirama. After the two of them came to power, they inherited Senju Tobirama's excellent ideas. That means the Uchiha clan is evil. The Uchiha clan is all unstable. So with the acquiescence of the third Hokage and the planning of Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha genocide began. In the end, the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, and only Uchiha Sasuke was left in Konoha village. Then you can probably guess the rest. The eyes of the dead Uchiha were all dug out, and a lot of 3 Megatama were transplanted on the arm of that old BD Danzo Shimura. After hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's face became extremely gloomy. Kid, so the initiators of this matter are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. That's right. Then who did it? Did the entire Konoha village launch the massacre against the Uchiha clan? Uchiha's strength should not be weak, right? I don't believe that just the two of them can destroy the Uchiha clan. You really guessed this wrong. No one else in the Leaf village made a move, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo themselves. Then who did it? Uchiha Itachi. What? Uchiha Itachi? Is the Uchiha you mentioned before who survived outside the Leaf village? But isn't he an Uchiha? Why would he attack his own people? Uchiha Madara was a little angry for a moment. Because Uchiha Madara is really unexpected, the person who killed Uchiha turned out to be an Uchiha. It's hard to believe that Hashirama is so FG smarter than Senju. I just promised to tell you what happened to Shimura Danzo's eyeballs, but I didn't promise to tell you anything else. Other news comes at a different price. Kid. What else do you want? Gotta pay more. So what? Make a move for me once. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing Uchiha Madara's answer, Ito Hirofumi felt a little disappointed, although he also knew that just one piece of news was not enough to make Uchiha Madara take action for him. But what if? It's just a pity that Uchiha Madara didn't agree. Forget it, I've told you the news anyway. You have to teach me well from today on. I believe that Shura, a dignified ninja world, will never go back on his word, right? After all, I will have the opportunity to channel Senju Hashirama in the future. You don't want Senju Hashirama to know about you. Uchiha Madara is a villain who doesn't keep his word, right? Jijijijijijijijijija. Humph. Damn little brat, who do you think I am? Since I have promised to teach you, I will definitely guide you. But, my teachings are very strict. Yes. I hope you brat can hold on. Just promise. Okay, I'll be home soon. Let's talk later. In the psychic space, Hirofumi Ito's figure disappeared, leaving only Uchiha Madara sitting there, her face suddenly expressionless. The demise of the Uchiha family still had a great impact on Uchiha Madara. Although to Uchiha Madara, they were a group of betrayers, but after all, they were still their former family. After a while, Uchiha Madara stopped thinking about the Uchiha clan. Humph. Damn you brat. Don't you want me to teach you well? Haha, I will teach you well. That special power of contract makes it impossible for me to do anything to you, but when I teach you, I can control you well, right? Jijijijijijijijijija. After making a strange laugh, Uchiha Madara hurriedly covered his mouth. Damn it! This damn laughter is so weird. How did I get infected by that damn kid? But it's quite touching to laugh. G. Chapter 14 House Builder Uchiha Madara. Father. Mother. I'm back. Howen, you're back. A middle-aged woman wearing home clothes hurriedly walked out. This woman was Ito Hirofumi's mother in this life. Hanako Ito. Ito Hanako used to be a civilian ninja without a surname. When she was young, she met Ito Aoyama during a mission, and later the two came together. Because Hanako Ito was a commoner and had no surname, she was given the surname of the Ito family. Mother, what delicious food did you cook today? Why does it taste so good? Today I made your favorite kuabeo pork and 6 meatballs. Because Ito Hirofumi suffered from fetal transfusion, he created a lot of weird things in his past life over the years, such as some delicious food. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, Hokage Ninja's world food is really lacking. Ramen and barbecue are already top-notch food. In fact, in addition to some gadgets, Hirofumi Ito also thought about bringing some technological products from his previous life to this world, but he had no choice but to have no talent for invention. Moreover, the technology tree of the Hokage Ninja world is completely crooked. Some of the theoretical knowledge I learned in my previous life is completely useless in this world. A few years ago, Hirofumi Ito tried to tinker with it for a while, but then gave up. I really don't have the talent to be a great inventor like Orochimaru. Hanako Ito didn't know what happened to Hirofumi Ito at school today, and Aoyama Ito and Taiga Ito didn't tell her. After all, what would happen even if they knew? It's just more worries. Anyway, now that Hirofumi Ito has returned, the two of them simply did not tell the matter. After a dinner, Hirofumi Ito returned to his room. The binding of the system today caught him off guard, and at the same time, it also made him slightly change his plans for the future. Originally, I planned to practice as much as possible and become as strong as I can. After all, you can't go through time without experiencing the magic of chakra, right? As for being a savior, I am not the protagonist, but I still know how much I weigh. When the time comes, I will hug the thighs of people like Naruto and find a beautiful wife to spend the rest of my life with. When I have nothing to do, I can also go to some special hot springs to feel the warmth of this world. Or the big sister in the izakaya is also good. After all, this world has its own special services, so why don't you always go there? You were a cow and a horse in your last life, why can't you enjoy it in this life? My plan for the rest of my life is to continue playing music and dancing. But everything is different now. The advent of the system has made his future confusing. The most important thing is that he has also obtained the psychic beast UCHIHA MADARA. And you can get more and more help in your future. Now that I have obtained Indra's chakra, it means that it is possible for me to reach the level of UCHIHA MADARA in the future. In this case, there is no reason for me to lie down. After all, the blood, friendship, bonds, etc. of the Hokage Ninja world, who doesn't want to feel these things? Moreover, in the deepest part of Hirofumi Ito's heart, he also has the same thoughts as every Hyuxia. That is to honor the ancestors, expand the territory, make the wolf the son-in-law, and drink from the vast sea of horses. In this world, it is definitely not possible to banish the wolf to live in Su and drink from the vast sea of horses, but it is possible to be ordered by God to live long and prosperous. After all, there are countries in this world. Hirofumi Ito felt a little excited when he thought of this. After all, who hasn't dreamed of becoming the first emperor? And Hirofumi Ito also has a plan for the system's capabilities. Psychics are divided into 5 levels: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, which correspond to Genin, Chnin, Jainin, Elite Jainin, and Shadow levels respectively. There is not much interest in the white or green weak ninja Hirofumi Ito. After all, in this world, it is difficult for quantitative changes to lead to qualitative changes. Not to mention 100,000 genin, I'm afraid even 1 million genin level ninjas are not enough for a strong man like UCHIHA MADARA to kill alone. Therefore, my goal will definitely be on high-end combat power. I don't expect all of them to be Hokage level experts. At least they must be Jainin, right? As for Chnin and Genin, not to mention their low combat power, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything good from them. Those low-level ninjutsu are not attractive to me now. After all, I can learn from Uchiha Madara. Ito Hirofumi still believes in what Uchiha Madara said. Although this guy is very arrogant, he will definitely do what he promised. Thinking of this, Ito Hirofumi closed his eyes directly, condensed chakra and entered the psychic space. After entering the psychic space, Hirofumi Ito was dumbfounded. The dignified Uchiha Madara, the dignified ninja Shura, what are you doing at this time? Build a house. That's right, Uchiha Madara is really building a house at this time. In the psychic space, there are mountains, clear water, birds singing, fragrance of flowers and everything. It's like a small world. There are even a lot of wild animals here. Hirofumi Ito doesn't quite understand what this psychic space is like. He can only lament that the system is awesome. Uchiha Madara has already produced a lot of wood at this time, and is carbonizing the wood using fire-style ninjutsu. Next to the wood is a foundation laid with earth-style ninjutsu. Madara, busy. Humph. Damn you little devil. Uchiha Madara is obviously not used to the job of building a house. He can easily do it if he is asked to kill people, but it is really difficult for him to build a house. Moreover, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama went out together in the past, Senju Hashirama was responsible for building the house. After all, Senju Hashirama had the ability to build any house with just one shot of his hands. After Uchiha Madara left Konoha village, she directly found a hole in the ground to make do. The environment in this psychic space is indeed good, but the only drawback is that there is no place to live. The sky is the quilt and the ground is the bed, and Uchiha Madara is indeed a little bored, so she simply tries to build a house by herself. In the end, I didn't expect to be seen by this hateful kid. What's the look in this hateful kid's eyes? Is he laughing at me? Hateful. This weird smile is clearly mocking me, right? I am a dignified ninja Shura, is it weird to build a house? Well. Madara, you can tell me if you have any requests. This world belongs to me, so it is very easy for me to change the environment. I saw Ito Hirofumi snap his fingers directly after finishing speaking. Then a 3-story villa instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 15 The Arrogant Uchiha Madara. Looking at the 3-story villa that suddenly appeared in front of him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but grin. Then I turned around and looked at the wood I had chopped, and the weird foundation I had made using earth-style ninjutsu. Blanche. If I had known that this kid had such abilities, would I have bothered to chop down trees here? Hateful. This kid clearly wants to see me make a fool of myself. When thinking of this, Uchiha Madara looked at Hirofumi Ito with a very unkind look, and it was impossible to hide the look in someone's eyes. Of course Hirofumi Ito didn't know that Uchiha Madara was already thinking about killing him at this time, and he was still thinking that he had built such a big villa for this guy, and this guy would definitely teach him well, right? It is very important for a ninja to have an excellent teacher, except of course. At this time, Uchiha Madara felt very unhappy no matter how he looked at Hirofumi Ito. He inexplicably became this kid's psychic beast, and then when he was building a house, the kid came to watch his jokes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara kicked open the door of the villa. Bang! Kid! Do you have anything else to do? If there's nothing else, I'm going to bed. Of course Ito Hirofumi would not let Uchiha Madara go to sleep like this. After all, Uchiha Madara had promised to teach him before. Although his father and grandfather Ito Aoyama and Ito Taiga are both Jonin, but compared to Uchiha Madara, they are completely incomparable. So Hirofumi Ito followed Uchiha Madara directly into the villa as if he were returning to his own home. In fact, Hirofumi Ito is still very curious about this psychic space. He is completely a kind of creator in this space. Even if you think about it, you can easily suppress Uchiha Madara in this space. And no matter what you want to create, you can easily create it in this space, but only in this space. It is impossible to bring things created in the psychic space into reality. At this time, the interior of the villa was just an empty villa with nothing, not even simple decoration. Seeing this scene, Hirofumi Ito snapped his fingers again, and tables, chairs, benches, sofas, coffee tables, and all kinds of things began to appear in the villa. Uchiha Madara on the side also looked at this scene with curiosity. I can't feel the flow of chakra at all, which means that these things here appear completely out of thin air. It's really a magical method. This hateful little devil is becoming more and more difficult to see through. And why do I always feel that I have a very deep connection with this hateful kid? What the hell is going on? It would be understandable if this kid's surname was Uchiha, but this kid's surname is Ito, which has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. So where does this strange feeling come from? After all kinds of furniture appeared one after another, a dining table appeared, and various delicacies began to appear on the dining table. There is actually no difference between Uchiha Madara's current state and his resurrection. Even his body is now completely in the physical state. With the appearance of these delicacies, Uchiha Madara can smell the fragrance instantly. You kid, you can still find something to eat. Hirofumi Ito didn't say anything, just hummed and raised his eyebrows. Cut. Uchiha Madara felt a little unhappy when she saw this scene. Hirofumi Ito ignored Uchiha Madara's reaction and sat down on the table at this time. Madara, come and have something to eat together. Humph. Damn brat, are you trying to seduce me with these foods? Then I can only say that you are overthinking. I am a great ninja Shura. I am Uchiha Madara. Do you think you can make me appreciate you with some weird food? I tell you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will jump from the villa today and fall to my death from here. I will never eat a bite of your food. Gilyalu. A strange sound came, and Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara's belly strangely. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, felt a little ashamed. Why was her belly so unsatisfactory after she had just boasted about it? Blanche. Think about what kind of delicacies I haven't seen back then. But it seems that I have never seen the food made by this kid. What are these things? Why does it look weird? And this smells really good. Madara, please stop being so arrogant. Aren't we just going to have some food together? That's all. Besides, I never thought of buying you off with just one meal. Although you may feel aggrieved and ashamed of becoming my psychic beast, don't I force you to do anything for me? Moreover, there is only a psychic contract between the two of us. I can't force you to do anything unless you agree. Besides, you have been resurrected now, and you are completely a living person. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. Humph. I will starve to death. What a joke. There are so many animals here, at worst I will go and kill them both. Isn't barbecue or something much more delicious than this thing like yours? Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito stretched out a hand and made a gesture of please. Then do it yourself. In fact, Hirofumi Ito also understands that a strong man like Uchiha Madara is absolutely extremely proud in his heart, and it is definitely difficult for him to accept the idea of becoming his own psychic beast. But Uchiha Madara has nothing to do. The power of the system makes him unable to compete, and he has no way to take action against himself. Moreover, Hirofumi Ito never thought about ordering the other party to do something. The most important thing is that even if he ordered the other party would not pay attention to his order. So it's better to have a good relationship with the tsundere Uchiha Madara first. I do have some ideas for future plans, and these plans are inseparable from the help of strong people. These strong people who can now channel through the system are my biggest help. As for Konoha village, it is its own base. First pull up a force of your own, and then become the Hokage of Konoha. Using Konoha as the basic base and adding these once powerful undead, swallow up the entire ninja world. At that time, I can also become the emperor of the ninja world through the ages. Chapter 16 Uchiha Madara's Dream. After seeing Hirofumi Ito's gesture, Uchiha Madara snorted and quickly walked out of the villa. Hirofumi Ito slowly tasted various delicacies here. I have to say that this space is indeed magical. The food I created out of thin air is all top-notch in terms of color, flavor, and taste. In fact, Hirofumi Ito didn't know what to eat. I just memorized a bunch of jingles. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised pig, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, bacon, pine flowers, tripe, dried meat, sausage, assorted sourdough. Then all these things appeared. Uchiha Madara moved very quickly and carried back a packed leg of lamb in a moment. I have to say that being powerful is really convenient, and it looks like Uchiha Madara had already roasted this leg of lamb using fire-style ninjutsu before it was picked up. He looked at the piles of various delicacies on Ito Hirofumi's table, and then looked at the roasted leg of lamb in his hand that was slightly blackened by his fire-style. For a moment, Uchiha Madara had the urge to throw the leg of lamb out. Depend on. Why didn't I learn to cook back then? When I was in the Uchiha clan, I always had servants to take care of my daily life. During the Konoha period, I never entered the kitchen. In addition to the servants who would prepare the meals, when I had nothing to do, I would go to the silly Senju Hashirama. Eat at home. Although that guy Senju Hashirama is very naive, I have to say that the food cooked by Uzumaki Mito is still very delicious. Back then, not only myself, but also the evil Senju Tobirama often went there to eat. Thinking of these old things, Uchiha Madara took a hard bite of the roasted lamb leg in his hand. Pooh! TMD is burnt. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Hirofumi Ito couldn't hold back his laughter while chewing on a bear paw. Damn you kid! Are you laughing your off? Madara! Stop being so arrogant, I just want to treat you to a meal, why do you have to embarrass yourself? And I have never thought about what I want you to do for me just because of this meal. To be honest, I still admire you, not only because of your strength, but also your thoughts. Hirofumi Ito's words are really not nonsense. When I was watching the Hokage ninja anime, I fell in love with the character Uchiha Madara because Uchiha Madara has a very unique personality charm. Not only because of his powerful strength and domineering appearance, but also because of some of his thoughts. Anyone who has watched anime knows that Uchiha Madara actually yearns for peace in his heart, otherwise he would not have ended the troubled times with Senju Hashirama and created the Konoha ninja village. When Uchiha Madara and Senju were young, their biggest dream was to create a peaceful village. So that young children no longer have to go to the battlefield. Let civilians have a safe place to live. Even Hirofumi Ito sometimes wonders, if the first Hokage of Konoha village was Uchiha Madara, then there wouldn't be so many bullshit things in the future. It's even possible that the ninja world will be completely unified during that period. After all, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were fully capable and powerful enough to completely suppress the entire ninja world. When the time comes, we only need to kill all the disobedient people and integrate all the villages and all the countries. Who can stop the Susanoo Buddha? It's a pity that Senju Hashirama is too kind, or too naive. It is simply ridiculous to think that kindness and tolerance can bring peace. If Senju Hashirama's ideas were really useful, how could so many wars break out in the future? Even if Uchiha Madara is planning to resurrect, his ultimate goal is just to achieve the final peace of the ninja world. It's just a pity that I was deceived by that old BD Heiju. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment after hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, and glanced at Hirofumi Ito with a dark look. You're talking about my thoughts. Haha. Do you know my thoughts? Hearing Uchiha Madara's slightly mocking tone, Ito Hirofumi did not rush to refute. He opened a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and took a sip. Then he looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him and spoke softly. People do not only care for their relatives, nor do they only have children for their children, so that the old will have their end, the strong will be useful, the young will be able to grow, and the humble, widowed, lonely, disabled and sick will all be provided for. Hirofumi Ito did not directly answer Uchiha Madara's question, but borrowed a fragment from the Great Journey in the Book of Rites. After hearing Hirofumi Ito say these words word by word, Uchiha Madara's expression changed from disdain at the beginning to surprise, and then from surprise to shock. Even the hand holding the roasted leg of lamb was shaking. Because this kid had said before that he wanted to unify the ninja world, but at that time Uchiha Madara only thought that this kid was just arrogant. Although I have no idea how this kid can channel the undead, but just like myself, why should these former undead listen to the orders of a kid like you? You are just a brat, why do these once strong men want to obey you? Why? Is it because of your big face? So at that time, Uchiha Madara didn't take Hirofumi Ito's words seriously at all. He just thought it was an ignorant kid who got some opportunities and started to be arrogant. But after hearing these words, Uchiha Madara trembled violently in her heart, and began to look squarely at the kid named Hirofumi Ito in front of her. Especially what this kid said just now, these words are completely the dreams of myself and Senju Hashirama when they were young. Although he left Konoha village, he has never forgotten his childhood dream with Senju Hashirama. Can the scene this kid talks about, can it really exist? Just when Uchiha Madara was still shocked, Ito Hirofumi's voice came to his ears again. Madara, how are you? Now, do you want to show your respect and have a meal together? Looking at Hirofumi Ito in front of him, Uchiha Madara let out a cry. Tch. He's really an interesting kid. After saying this, Uchiha Madara directly threw the roasted lamb leg in his hand, and then came to sit in front of Hirofumi Ito. Chapter 17 Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Although Uchiha Madara is very interested in what Hirofumi Ito said just now, in Uchiha Madara's heart Hirofumi Ito is nothing more than a brat. And he's still a little kid who's as good as a weak chicken. He has his own plan now. Although Hirofumi Ito said that he was cheated before, he will not give up his plan easily. After all, that is the dream of myself and my friends. If you could give up your dreams easily, then you wouldn't be Uchiha Madara. However, this kid can be observed. Being able to say such words is enough to prove that this kid is extraordinary. This is exactly the same as what I thought when I was young. Thinking of these things, Uchiha Madara felt dazed in her heart for a moment, because Uchiha Madara felt the feeling of having the same origin as herself coming from Hirofumi Ito. In a trance, I seemed to see myself when I was younger. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and Uchiha Madara didn't mean to be polite. He directly picked up the food on the table and started to eat it. When Ito Hirofumi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth were crooked again. The crooked Dragon King returns for a limited time. I saw Uchiha Madara just chewing off a pig's trotter when suddenly bursts of sounds came from the void. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment when he heard this voice. Isn't this my own voice? And the next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly had a very bad premonition. Because why does this sound so familiar? Do you think you can make me appreciate you with some weird food? I tell you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will jump from the villa today and fall to my death from here. I will never eat a bite of your food. After the sound in the void ended, Ito Hirofumi looked at Uchiha Madara who was still chewing pig trotters in front of him with a half smile. And Uchiha Madara's face turned from white to green, from green to purple, from purple to red, and finally the red turned to white. All I can say is that the colors are really colorful. What a evil little ghost. Hirofumi Ito looked very surprised. Ouch! Where did this sound come from? It's really weird. And why does this sound so familiar to me? Hiss, and it's not just familiar, I always feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Where did you hear that? Motor. Do you also feel that what this voice just said is very familiar? Bang. Uchiha Madara directly threw the pig's trotters in his hand fiercely. Although he was very reluctant to let go, he still threw it out. Because this pig's trotters is really delicious. Kid. Don't you want me to teach you how to practice? Come on then. Don't eat it. Today I will give you a good lesson. Let you know what practice is. What the hell is practice? What the hell is TMD practice? Uchiha Madara knows that he can't do anything to Hirofumi Ito, because that strange power will stop him, but as long as he doesn't have the idea of killing the opponent in his heart, this power has no intention of limiting him. Since there is no way to attack the other party, then you can always teach the other party yourself, right? Teach ninjutsu, teach taijutsu, if you want to teach, then you must do it by hands, right? G. Little devil. Today I am going to let you guide me. What the hell is Shura in the ninja world? Uchiha Madara didn't care about eating anymore, and directly carried Ito Hirofumi by the collar to the open space outside the villa. Hirofumi Ito was extremely pleasantly surprised, because wasn't this what he had been waiting for a long time? It is temporarily impossible to ask Uchiha Madara to take action for him, but he has agreed to let the other party know about his practice. Looking at the angry Uchiha Madara, Ito Hirofumi knew that the other party would definitely not hold back in teaching him this matter. And Uchiha Madara definitely wants to repair herself severely by teaching herself this matter. But it doesn't matter to me. As long as you can become stronger, everything is easy. After all, this is Uchiha Madara. Even if you are abused, there is no shame in it, and it is very possible that you can still activate Sharingan even if you are abused. After all, I now have Indra Chakra. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito decided to add another fire. Madara, don't let me underestimate you. Didn't you say you wanted to guide me in my practice? But don't coach me for a long time and I can't become stronger. Then you will be embarrassed. Uchiha Madara, the majestic Shura of the ninja world, is not as good as Mr. Chnin from the ninja school. I have to say that although Mr. Irika is a little inferior in strength, he is really good at teaching students. Is Uchiha Madara not even as good as Ichikachnin sensei? That's really hilarious. Humph. Little brat. You have to watch out for me. Uchiha Madara can't stand the fact that Ito Hirofumi feels inferior to Mr. Ichikachnin. Shnin. What is that? I can kill a lot of people with just one ninjutsu. The battle of ninjas is to be fast. Accurate. Cruel. After saying this, Uchiha Madara directly threw Hirofumi Ito into the air. The next moment, the whole person disappeared in an instant. Before Ito Hirofumi could react at all, Uchiha Madara had already appeared behind him. Bang! One punch. Just one punch. Hirofumi Ito was hammered out directly. And because Uchiha Madara has no intention of killing Hirofumi Ito, there is no limit to the power of the system Uchiha Madara. Kid. Your reaction is too slow. Is that the only extent? What a waste. I have never met anyone more useless than you. You are worse than a 6-year-old child of our Uchiha clan. Slow speed. Slow reaction. Poor strength. Poor physique. You are so bad. With this kind of strength, you still want to unify the ninja world. Don't say things like this again. It's easy to make people laugh. Uchiha Madara saw that she was finally able to teach this nasty brat a lesson, so she started to give a crazy bee. Also started crazy attacks on language. Hirofumi Ito is extremely excited at this moment, because Uchiha Madara is really ready to teach him. The system does not restrict the other party's actions, which means that the other party has no intention of killing him at all. G. The Crooked Dragon King appears again. Madara. Come on. Don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Bang. Hirofumi Ito flies out again. Damn you, kid. Your expression is so perverted. It's best for ninjas not to make unnecessary movements or expressions when fighting, because that will make you die without a burial place. Chapter 18 Uchiha Madara's Pigs Trotters. After waking up the next day, Hirofumi Ito felt that his whole body was in severe pain. I don't know why, although I am clearly condensed from chakra in the psychic space, the pain I feel when fighting Uchiha Madara can be clearly reflected on my body. Wrong. He wasn't really fighting against Uchiha Madara at all, he was just being beaten one-sidedly. Although this guy Uchiha Madara is suspected of taking revenge on himself, I have to say that he taught him very carefully when he beat himself up. After just being beaten for one night, Hirofumi Ito felt that he had gained a lot. Uchiha Madara didn't use any ninjutsu on herself at all, not even the simplest three-body technique. Just relying on her terrifying physical fitness and fighting skills, she didn't have any chance to fight back. I have to say that the strong men in the Warring States period were really terrifying, and they were also one of the strongest in the Warring States period. Hirofumi Ito also fought against his father and grandfather before. After all, his father and grandfather were also Jonin. But after comparing it with Uchiha Madara, Hirofumi Ito always felt that the fighting skills of his father and grandfather were like children playing house. And Hirofumi Ito also deeply realized why Uchiha Madara always asked before the battle, "Do you also want to dance?" Because this guy's fighting really doesn't feel like fighting, it's really like dancing. Gorgeous and full of murderous intent. At this moment, Hirofumi Ito felt that the system had gifted him the first channeling, allowing him to channel Uchiha Madara, which was definitely a huge profit for him. After all, there is so much to learn from Uchiha Madara. If it were Senju Hashirama, I might not have anywhere to cry. If I were to learn from Senju Hashirama, I'm afraid Senju Hashirama would just clap his hands, then call a giant Buddha to come out and beat him into the dirt. Even Hirofumi Ito had a conjecture. If this was really the scene, Senju Hashirama would ask himself excitedly, "Did I teach well?" When I thought of that weird scene, Ito Hirofumi couldn't help but grin. He slowly stood up and put on his clothes neatly. Hiss, all the bones in the body feel like they are falling apart. This damn Uchiha Madara. Don't even think about chewing pig's trotters again. Last night Ito Hirofumi also discovered that Uchiha Madara seemed to like chewing pig trotters. At that time, I was very curious and asked Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara hesitated and didn't say much, and just left a lot of pig trotters in the psychic space. Within the psychic space, Uchiha Madara confirmed that Hirofumi Ito had left and directly picked up a blank scroll. This scroll was created out of thin air by Uchiha Madara and asked Hirofumi Ito to use that magical method. Looking at the blank scroll in front of him, Uchiha Madara studied it carefully for a while, and even opened the Manjiki Sharingan, but this scroll was really just an ordinary scroll. Nothing weird at all. This also made Uchiha Madara a little surprised. The kid's methods may be much more magical than he imagined. But at this time, Uchiha Madara was not thinking about Hirofumi Ito. Instead, he opened the blank scroll and carved a sealing circle on it. For Uchiha Madara, a sealing circle was not difficult, and a brand new sealing scroll came out a moment later. Looking at the seal scroll in front of him, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. If Hirofumi Ito was paying attention to the psychic space at this moment, he would definitely find that Uchiha Madara's smile is full of doting. The next moment I saw Uchiha Madara putting all kinds of roasted pig's trotters, braised pig's trotters, spiced pig's trotters, all piled up in the kitchen into the seal scroll. Looking at the seal scroll filled with pig trotters, Uchiha Madara directly stored the scroll close to his body. I remembered before that BD Kid Ito Hirofumi said that he could sign a contract with the undead in Konoha village, and he used this strange method to appear and sign a psychic contract. This also shows that Senju Hashirama's fool is very likely to be signed into a psychic contract in the future, and he will probably appear in this psychic space by then. Pig's trotters are that silly guy's favorite thing to eat. When the time comes, I will give him a pig's trotter with a scroll. That fool will be very happy, right? When the time comes, that fool will definitely hug him and cry with gratitude, right? Thinking of that scene, the smile on Uchiha Madara's lips became even brighter. Damn Senju, you should thank me properly when the time comes. G. I don't know why, after spending a night with Hirofumi Ito, the feeling of shame and anger in Uchiha Madara's heart has disappeared. And when facing Hirofumi Ito, I always feel as if I am facing another self. This feeling is very novel for Uchiha Madara. This inexplicable feeling makes Uchiha Madara miss Senju Hashirama even more. Hirofumi Ito didn't know anything about what happened in the psychic space. After all, he was not Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and had no hobby of voyeurism. After getting dressed and washing up, Ito Hirofumi has come to the dining table. In addition to himself, there are also his father, grandfather, and mother. Hanako Ito looked at her son sitting next to her, with a hint of worry in her expression. How-in? What's wrong, mother? Hirofumi Ito was a little curious as to why his mother seemed so worried about him. How-in? Didn't you sleep well last night? It's okay, what's wrong? Hirofumi Ito looked at his mother Hanako Ito curiously. The dark circles under my eyes look a bit heavy. And it also looks like he has no energy. Does Howen have a girl he likes? Or is he already in love? Hanako Ito looked at her son Hirofumi Ito tentatively. Puff. After hearing Hanako Ito's words, Hirofumi Ito spurted out his rice in one bite. What are you talking about, mother? I'm just a student in a ninja school. Isn't it too early for me to fall in love? At least we have to wait until after graduation. Chapter 19. It's normal to have strange thoughts. Somewhat worried that Hanako Ito would say some weird words, Hirofumi Ito hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks after taking 2 bites of rice. Grandpa, father, mother, I've already eaten. Let's go to school. Ito Aoyama saw the look in his wife's hand and stood up directly. Hirofumi Ito looked at his hesitant father behind him with some confusion. In the past, when he went to school, his father would not send him out, and he was no longer a child. Father, is there something wrong? Ito Hirofumi looked at Ito Aoyama with some curiosity. That's it. Ito Aoyama looks a little nervous. Father, if you have something to say, just tell me. This is not like you. That's exactly what your mother said just now. My father is also from your age. It is normal for young boys to have some strange thoughts. But you still have to pay attention to your health. After all, you are still a little too young now. It's normal for a person to have some strange thoughts at night. But you should pay more attention to rest in the future and don't end up like today, the dark circles are really too heavy. After hearing this, Hirofumi Ito kept grinning, and his face instantly turned red. What strange words is his father saying? Don't you think you did something weird last night? Blanche? Father. My son doesn't understand what you are saying at all. You don't need to send me any more. Goodbye. After speaking, Ito Hirofumi ran towards the ninja school as if running away. Ito Aoyama stood there and stretched out his hand to rub the tip of his nose in embarrassment. When I was curious about those things, my father had such a heart-to-heart talk with me, but why was it wrong to put it here with my son? Arriving at the ninja school, Hirofumi Ito breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I did go a little too far with Uchiha class last night. It made my parents misunderstand something. It seems that I still have to pay more attention to my cultivation in the future. Teacher Irika hasn't come to the classroom yet, so the whole classroom seems a bit messy. Nara Shikamaru was lying on the table looking very lethargic, Yamanaka Ino was playing with some flowers, Akim Ichichi was showing off potato chips crazily, Harano Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a look of infatuation, and Uzumaki Naruto stood there. I don't know what I was shouting at the table. Hey! Chichi, are you ready to eat? How many snacks did you bring today? Of course I brought a lot. It's not like you don't know that my backpack contains nothing but snacks. Upon hearing this, Akim Ichichi took out another bag of potato chips from his backpack and handed it over. Hey! Ino, these flowers are nice. Who are you planning to give them to? Hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Yamanaka Ino's face instantly turned a little shy, and she was speechless. Shikamaru. Didn't you sleep well yesterday? Going to school is too much trouble. Nara Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head, feeling a little unmotivated. Hey! No way! What are you doing? Performing performance art. Howen, why do you feel that you are different today than I was before? It's so strange, you are exactly the same as that stinky Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto standing on the table looked at Ito Hirofumi in front of him and scratched his head strangely. And then looked at Uchiha Sasuke sitting in the corner by the window. Hey! Brain! Are you still peeking at Sasuke? Ah! Damn it, Hirofumi Ito! What are you talking about? I don't have that. You can't peek or something. Harano Sakura started to blush as she spoke. At the same time, he also quietly looked at Uchiha Sasuke not far away, wanting to see how Uchiha Sasuke would react when he knew that he was peeking at the other person. But it's a pity that Uchiha Sasuke just sat there with no reaction at all. Ito Hirofumi directly followed the classmates in the classroom and said hello. After all, everyone has become familiar with them in the past few years. And the relationship is very good, even Hirofumi Ito can proudly say that he can also eat Akim Ichichi's potato chips. Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting in the corner by the window, had been looking out the window, but he had been looking at Hirofumi Ito from the corner of his eye. At the same time, a trace of undetectable envy flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke noticed that Hirofumi Ito seemed to be walking towards him, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Hirofumi Ito often talked to me before, he never showed a good face to him. Although I really want to make friends in my heart, but I don't know how to face it. Although sometimes I really want to have a good communication with the other person, but the words I say completely change my appearance. Hey! Sass! He seems to be handsome again today, but there is still a big gap between him and me. Jijijijijijijija. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's face turned red instantly. TCH. Do you know what big words to say? I heard that we have a practical drill today, Hirofumi Ito. I will show you what Uchiha's power is. What Uchiha's pride is. After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke turned his face away awkwardly, and at the same time he felt extremely regretful. Hateful. Just now I obviously wanted to argue with this guy about who is handsome, but why inexplicably has he become the pride of Uchiha's strong Yamato Uchiha? After secretly looking at Hirofumi Ito, Uchiha Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he didn't seem angry. After returning to the empty Uchiha clan place where he was alone last night, Uchiha Sasuke thought about many things throughout the night. Especially the special feeling that Hirofumi Ito brings to me. It feels like the same blood is flowing. Uchiha Sasuke's intuition told him that this Hirofumi Ito might very well have Uchiha's blood flowing in him. Although that idiot Uzumaki Naruto also gave me a special feeling, it was completely different from the feeling Ito Hirofumi gave me. Chapter 20 Yamanaka Ino's Flower. Uchiha Sasuke certainly would not understand the chakra connection between Indra and Asura. So for Uchiha Sasuke, apart from the man he wants to kill, there are only two special people in this world, Uzumaki Naruto and Ito Hirofumi. Hirofumi Ito also discovered that Uchiha Sasuke's attitude towards him seemed to be a little different from before. Also, Naruto Uzumaki said twice in a row yesterday and today that he had some unspeakable changes. In addition, Uchiha Madara seems to treat himself slightly differently from when he first channeled it. This also made Ito Hirofumi think of some interesting things. Could it be because of the Indra Chakra he obtained? The Chakra reincarnation of Indra and Asura created two pairs of good friends at the top of the ninja world in the original storyline. They are Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, and Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke. These two pairs of good friends are completely typical of falling in love and killing each other. So now that he has Indra, is Chakra the equivalent of a mistress? Did he insert himself into the love-hate relationship between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but glance at Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, and then shook his head hastily. He doesn't want to be gay, so he should leave the passion to the two of them. Men of my own gender like women. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito looked at Yamanaka Ino, who was still holding flowers in his hand. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Yamanaka Ino lowered his head with a blush on his face. Look, look. You still look very attractive like this. In fact, Ito Hirofumi has already noticed Yamanaka Ino's little thoughts. But after all, I am still in the ninja school, so Ito Hirofumi doesn't have any other ideas. Let's talk about everything after graduation. In fact, the conditions of Yamanaka Ino are really good. With a handsome appearance and a slender figure, among the new generation of Konoha, Yamanaka Ino's appearance is definitely top-notch. And not only is she beautiful, but her family background is also very good. His father, Yamanaka Hiki, is the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan of this generation. He is a rich and beautiful woman. As long as he gets married, he will immediately reach the top of his life. And Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi, these three families are as good as one family. If I can marry Yamanaka Ino in the future, it will be equivalent to gaining the support of three families. It will be a big help for my future goal of controlling Konoha village. When Hirofumi Ito was still thinking about these things, he only saw Yamanaka Ino walking towards Hirofumi Ito holding a few flowers in her hand. Hoen, this is for you, it's a flower I planted myself. I hope you like it. After finishing speaking, Yamanaka Ino handed a few flowers to Hirofumi Ito. She also looked extremely shy and lowered her head slightly, not daring to see Hirofumi Ito's reaction. Hirofumi Ito was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Yamanaka Ino would take the initiative to attack him. He reached out his hand and took the flowers. Arigato. Ino. I like your flowers very much, but... Hearing the turn of events in Hirofumi Ito's words, Yamanaka Ino felt a little nervous. Although she had always been very fond of Hirofumi Ito, this was the first time she had done such a thing as sending flowers. This was a decision I made when I heard my parents chatting. At that time, his father said that when he was young, he would send flowers to his mother when he had nothing to do, and finally he chased his mother into his hands. It was precisely because of this incident that Yamanaka Ino made up his mind and picked out some of the most beautiful flowers he had grown and brought them to school to give to Hirofumi Ito. But what did Hoen mean when he said? Is it possible that Hoen doesn't want to accept the flowers? Then Yamanaka Ino heard Ito Hirofumi's words again. It's just. Although these flowers are beautiful, they are not as beautiful as you. In my eyes, Ino, you are much more beautiful than flowers. After hearing these words, Yamanaka Ino's body temperature suddenly rose, her face turned as rosy as a stove, and at the same time, steam began to rise on her forehead. Hirofumi Ito was shocked when he saw this scene. I used to think that the special skill of emitting water vapor was exclusive to Hyuga Hinata. I had also noticed that Hyuga Hinata emitted water vapor more than once when facing Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, I was somewhat envious of Uzumaki Naruto. What is this? Isn't this the legendary Steam Princess? But now, I seem to have it too. After hearing what Hirofumi Ito said, Yamanaka Ino was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. He staggered back to his seat in a panic. Looking at Yamanaka Ino's panicked back, Ito Hirofumi is still very satisfied, but let's wait until after graduation. The hazy love between boys and girls is indeed beautiful. After Mr. Irika came to the classroom, the class gradually became quiet. Students, today our class will organize a practical training. After all, this is the last year of your ninja school career. After successful graduation, you will become a real ninja, so practical training is indispensable. In the morning we will review cultural classes, and in the afternoon we will start practical training. Everyone was very surprised when they heard Teacher Irika's words. After all, actual combat training meant that there was no need for classes. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hirofumi Ito with fighting intent. In the past actual combat training, the biggest threat to him was Hirofumi Ito. I will definitely not lose this time. But at this time, Hirofumi Ito had already fallen asleep on the table, or in a strict sense, he had not fallen asleep, but had entered a psychic space. Teacher Irika on the podium looked at the students in the classroom and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Although these students of mine are all very good, they are really not easy to manage. Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Inyazuka Kaiba of the sleeping team. Akim Ichichi is eating snacks almost all the time. Uchiha Sasuke has a cold personality and doesn't like to talk to others. Love-minded Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, one has been paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke and the other has been paying attention to Hirofumi Ito. Oh, by the way, there is also a Barame Shino, who has always had little presence. I don't know why the sense of presence is so low, and I often ignore it. With such a terrifying low sense of presence, this kid is simply born to be a ninja. Who was I just thinking about? It doesn't matter, let's continue with the class. Chapter 21 Kick Maya and Slap Your Face. At this time, Hirofumi Ito had already arrived in the psychic space. Uchiha Madara was lying on a rocking chair, holding a pig's trotter in his hand and chewing the pig's trotter leisurely. Although the life in the psychic space is very leisurely, it is also very boring for Uchiha Madara. There is no living person except himself, and he can't do anything else except chewing pig's trotters. Damn little devil, you're here again. While chewing the pig's trotter Uchiha Madara, he glanced at Hirofumi Ito. And it was this look that made Uchiha Madara stunned. How did this kid's chakra increase so much? It's obvious that chakra has improved a lot in just one day. Now based on chakra alone, this hateful kid is completely equivalent to a qualified genin, right? Could it be that this kid is still a genius? Hey? Madara, you made all those pig's trotters by yourself. These are too delicious for you, right? That's a whole kitchen's worth of pig's trotters. Also, what is that blank scroll you asked me to do for you before? Uchiha Madara blushed when he heard Ito Hirofumi's inquiry. Of course he had not finished eating those pig's trotters. The blank scroll had also been made into a seal scroll specifically to store those pig's trotters. But of course I will not tell this hateful kid about this, otherwise the kid will definitely say that he is a man who is the god of ninja. None of your business. Little devil, why are you here with Lao Fu? If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me from resting. This is my territory and I can't come here. While talking, Ito Hirofumi also lay directly on a rocking chair. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara just sighed and said nothing more. Madara, I should be considered half of your disciple now, right? What are you going to say, kid? Uchiha Madara did not refute Hirofumi Ito's words. In Uchiha Madara's opinion, it is a very rare thing for this kid to have the same thoughts as himself. And this kid also brought me a very special feeling. In addition, this kid's talent seems to be pretty good. Moreover, he only said that he was a half disciple, not a real disciple. He did teach the other party, so there is no problem in saying so. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not refute his words, Hirofumi Ito grinned slightly. Our class is organizing a ninja battle training in the afternoon. What does this have to do with me? Uchiha Madara said casually while rocking the rocking chair. Snap! Hirofumi Ito slapped the armrest of the chair hard and said loudly. Of course it does matter. Then Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara with fiery eyes. Madara, think about it. Now that you have admitted that I am half of your disciple, it also means that I represent your face, the face of Shura in the ninja world. Tell me, if I fail in the next ninja battle, or am abused, will it be my face that will be shamed? No, no, no. It will be your face that will be shamed. You, a disciple of Shura in the ninja world, can't beat a bunch of little red guys. Can you bear this? I can't stand it anyway. It would be even more embarrassing if I got my kicked during training. After all, this is not a kick in my a. This is clearly a slap in your face. Do you think this is the case? Uchiha Madara's brain was a little confused for a while. And she always felt that what the hateful kid Hirofumi Ito said seemed to make sense, but something was wrong somewhere. What does kicking his butt mean to slapping me in the face? Then doesn't my face become his butt? Kid, what do you mean that kicking Yura is equivalent to slapping me in the face? Don't worry about these details, Madara. What I want to say is that if I lose, won't it be your people who lose? Well, it seems like what you said makes sense. So, teach me 2 moves. Uchiha Madara also reacted after hearing this. Didn't this damn kid just want me to teach him how to practice after talking for a long time? After a long round of detours, he finally revealed his purpose. However, Uchiha Madara thinks there is nothing wrong with what Hirofumi Ito said. If the kid he coaches cannot beat a group of ninja school students, then he will be really embarrassed. And maybe that idiot Senju Hashirama will laugh at him every day about this. Moreover, this kid's talent seems to be pretty good. In just one day, his chakra has improved a lot. He should be a malleable talent. Humph, brat, since you said so, I will teach you a few moves today. Anyway, you already have enough chakra, so I will teach you a few ninjutsu today. Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara would teach him how to practice ninjutsu. What an unexpected surprise! Although his family does not lack ordinary ninjutsu, his father and grandfather do not allow him to practice. After all, he has not graduated from the ninja school yet, and learning ninjutsu is really too dangerous. But the next moment, Hirofumi Ito hesitated. I really want to practice ninjutsu, but now I don't even know what attributes my chakra is. Do you need me to test the chakra first? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara made a sound of disdain. Tch, it's a boring little trick. Your chakra old man has already sensed it. Chakra is born with 5 attributes. I have to say that your luck is really good. Otherwise, the changes in the properties of chakra can only rely on acquired cultivation. Speaking of this, Uchiha Madara felt a little sad. This damn kid's talent is really good. None of them are born with the 5 attributes of chakra. Ninjutsu who want to cultivate other attributes can only practice the changes in the nature of chakra the day after tomorrow. In this way, although other ninjutsu can also be cultivated, it will get half the result with twice the effort. I have to say that this kid's starting point is already much higher than others. As expected of you, Madara. Can you sense this? Hirofumi Ito knows that if you want to test the chakra attribute, you need chakra test paper, but now it seems that as long as you have enough strength, it is a very simple thing to sense a person's chakra attribute. Hey, kid! Don't waste time. Let's start practicing today. Bang! Uchiha Madara, who was still lying on the rocking chair, disappeared in an instant. He immediately came to Ito Hirofumi's side and kicked him. Ito Hirofumi was kicked out along with the chair. Chapter 22 Naruto's Secret Burger. As noon approached, Hirofumi Ito, who was lying on the table, slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time moved the slightly sore joints all over his body. This damn Uchiha Madara! You're so cruel! But I do seem to have become stronger. Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but think in his heart that in just 1.5 days, it seemed that he had become stronger. Whether it is reaction speed, physical fitness, or the amount of chakra, it seems to have been greatly improved. This is not an illusion, but I have really become stronger. Moreover, learning ninjutsu does not seem to be difficult for me. In just half a day in the psychic space, I have learned the sea-level fire-style Great Fireball technique. The most important thing is that it is not a half-baked level, but a level that can be skillfully released. Based on the amount of chakra in one's body, one can release the fire-style Great Fireball technique 3 times. Of course, it's just the normal version of fire-style Great Fireball, not the perverted version like Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also demonstrated his ninjutsu power when teaching Hirofumi Ito. Although Hirofumi Ito had known about Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu power in the original anime, it was a completely different feeling than seeing it with his own eyes. The fire-style Great Fireball jutsu he is releasing now is really a small fireball, and Uchiha Madara's Great Fireball jutsu is completely a small sun. Uchiha Madara was also surprised that Hirofumi Ito learned a ninjutsu so easily. After all, Hirofumi Ito didn't have any Sharingan and could not rely on Sharingan to copy ninjutsu. It only takes half a day to skillfully release a sea-level ninjutsu, which already shows that Hirofumi Ito's talent is outstanding. Hirofumi Ito does not feel that his talent is very good. Instead, he feels that the reason why he became stronger in a short period of time is because of Indra Chakra. Every time you channel an undead, you can extract an ability from the other person and load it into your own, which is similar to copying and pasting. It is from Uchiha Madara that Indra's Chakra is obtained. It is precisely because of possessing Indra's Chakra that Hirofumi Ito feels like he is becoming stronger quickly. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito smiled helplessly. Hokage Ninja, why not change his name to Hokage Ninja? Or the Tailed Beast Elf, or the Eye Legend is quite appropriate. How-in? Why did you sleep for so long this morning? I woke up long ago, but you are still sleeping. Uzumaki Naruto shouted towards Ito Hirofumi. And Hirofumi Ito also noticed that everyone on the other side had taken out their lunch boxes and snacks to prepare for lunch. In the past few years, the ninja school has its own reasons. The relationship between Konoha's few heroes is closer than in the original work. Now, a small group has been vaguely formed in the ninja school. And Uzumaki Naruto also successfully joined this small group. Originally, this small group initially only consisted of himself and Uzumaki Naruto, and later added Yamanaka Ino, who had a crush on him, followed closely by Nara Shikamaru and Akim Ichichi. Then Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino also joined in. Hyuga Hinata may be closer to this small group because of her crush on Uzumaki Naruto. Now we have fully joined in. Harano Sakura became a member of the small group because she was good friends with Yamanaka Ino. In the class, except for Uchiha Sasuke, the 9 original Konoha heroes have already gathered together in advance. Uchiha Sasuke sat by the window and took out a lunch he had prepared, but from the corner of his eye he glanced at the small group here from time to time, and at the same time there was a trace of envy in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto carelessly pulled Ito Hirofumi directly to the table where everyone was sitting. Secret Burger. Naruto's Secret Burger. Secret Burger. Naruto's Secret Burger. I got up a little early today. I have free time to make a burger. Whether the burger tastes good or not, you have to choose the ingredients. Uzumaki Naruto said strange words with a specific melody while taking out an item that seemed to be a burger from his backpack. Everyone has long been accustomed to the scene in front of them. In the past few years, everyone in the ninja school has learned some very weird things from Hirofumi Ito. There are some weird words and some weird behaviors. At first everyone thought it was quite strange, but now they are used to it. Hyuga Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, looked at Uzumaki Naruto carefully and thought to herself, the songs Naruto sings are really nice. It seems like Naruto likes eating hamburgers very much. Yes, it seems that I will have to study seriously in the future. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't notice Hinata's attention at all. Instead, he looked at Haruno Sakura on the other side like a licking dog. Sakura. This is Naruto's secret burger that I made this morning. Try it quickly. Haruno Sakura looked at the unknown object that looked like a hamburger in front of her and always felt that Uzumaki Naruto was trying to poison her to death. Bang! A fist hit Uzumaki Naruto hard on the head. Who would eat such weird stuff? Everyone who saw this scene raised their lips slightly, and Chi immediately dumped all the snacks in his backpack on the table. Oli. FK it guys. After Yamanaka Ino took out a bento of her own, she took out another bento that looked very exquisite. How in? I made this lunch, please try it to see if it tastes good. Ito Hirofumi raised his eyebrows and looked at this exquisite looking bento, with various exquisite little rice balls neatly arranged inside, as well as these small snacks. It seems that this girl Yamanaka Ino has put a lot of thought into it. Immediately afterwards, Hirofumi Ito took out an extra large lunch box from his desk. Everyone present's eyes almost lit up after seeing this lunch. There is no way, the bento prepared by Hirofumi Ito's mother tastes so good. And they are all things that no one has eaten before. Hirofumi Ito also understands what everyone is looking forward to. After all, the lunch boxes prepared by his mother for him are all delicacies from his previous life that he is familiar with. For the Hokage ninja world, a food desert, the appeal of these delicacies to everyone is absolutely unquestionable. Chapter 23 Chicken, you are so beautiful, baby. Let's all eat together. Hirofumi Ito didn't bother searching, and directly placed his bento in the middle of the crowd. Then Hirofumi Ito turned his head and looked at Yamanaka Ino. Arigato. Ino. The bento you prepared looks as exquisite as you, and I believe it will also taste very good. Yamanaka also felt his heart trembling after hearing this sentence. What does Hoen mean by this? What do you mean this bento looks as exquisite as me? Is Hoen complimenting me on my good looks? Ah! I am so happy. Just when everyone was about to start, Hirofumi Ito suddenly stood up, which made everyone a little confused. Uchiha Sasuke on the other side also noticed that Hirofumi Ito seemed to be walking towards him. Hey! Sas! Do you want to have a dinner together? Everyone has prepared a lot of good food. How boring is it to eat here alone? Hearing Hirofumi Ito's invitation, Uchiha Sasuke was excited inside, but his expression was arrogant. Hey! Let's go. Of course, Ito Hirofumi understood that Uchiha Sasuke's arrogant and pretentious disease had recurred, so he dragged Uchiha Sasuke up and pushed him into the small group position. At this moment, although Uchiha Sasuke was a little excited, he felt that his body was extremely awkward, especially when he saw the people around him looking at him. Ouch! What am I? Stinky fart. Sasuke is definitely going to stink again, hurry up and eat. N.A. This is Naruto's secret burger prepared by your uncle Uzumaki Naruto. Share one with you. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto divided one of his secret hamburgers and brought it to Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto is very happy about the arrival of Uchiha Sasuke, although this stinky Sasuke always competes with him for Sakura. But Uzumaki Naruto knew in his heart that apart from the good friends he had made now, all the classmates in the entire class except Uchiha Suzuki treated him as a demon fox. Although Uchiha Suzuki is not his friend, and although he keeps calling himself an idiot, he has never regarded himself as a demon fox. Humph. Idiot. Although Suzuki said something idiotic, he still took the secret burger that Naruto handed to him. Damn it. UBD Suzuki. How dare you call me an idiot? UBD Suzuki. Humph. You are an idiot to begin with. Idiot Naruto. Stinky Suzuki. Idiot Naruto. Stinky Suzuki. Idiot Naruto. The two began to attack each other with crazy words. It was obvious that Uchiha Suzuki had the upper hand at this time, while Uzumaki Naruto had gradually begun to lose his defense. Damn sassy. Traitor. Evil thief. Do you dare to duel with me? Haha. Idiot, who cares? Sass. Uzumaki Naruto jumped on the stool and started shouting passionately. I don't know why Uchiha Suzuki, who was originally very calm, seemed to have some strange switch turned on after hearing this cry. The whole person jumped onto the chair in an instant. Which way to drag? Sass give it. Which way to drag? Sass give it. Which way to drag? Sass give it. Everyone was stunned by this scene. After all, in so many years of ninja school life, everyone has never seen Uchiha Suzuki break defenses like this. It can even be said that Uchiha Suzuki has never yelled in class in all these years. But today, why? Uchiha Suzuki, who has always been aloof, started shouting at each other full of eroticism with Uzumaki Naruto, who was missing a string in his head. Hateful. Is it genjutsu? When? Hirofumi Ito helplessly raised his forehead when he saw this scene. I had already anticipated this scene when I pulled Uchiha Suzuki over. After all, these two guys, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki, will always be full of love whenever they get together. Everyone, please leave them alone. These two guys are insane and have brain problems. Let's eat what we have. Oh, by the way, the lunchbox my mother prepared for me today also includes fried chicken. Naruto Uzumaki, who was still shouting for sauce, stopped suddenly after hearing the sound of fried chicken, and sat down in an instant with lightning speed. Fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken. It's so good, I need to put on the oil. After Uchiha Suzuki saw that Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of shouting at him, he sat down coldly. The next moment, he stuffed the secret burger in his hand into his mouth. Ugh! Damn it! What the hell is this? After seeing Uchiha Sasuke's reaction, Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly. Humph! What a ignorant guy! This is Uzumaki Naruto's secret sauce that I use, plus more than a dozen ingredients to make Uzumaki Naruto's secret burger. Damn it! Are you trying to poison someone? Tisk, didn't you stinky Suzuki not be poisoned to death? Damn it! What a drag! Uchiha Suzuki shouted again. But this time Suzuki miscalculated, because Uzumaki Naruto had no intention of shouting at him. I don't know why Uchiha Suzuki always felt that when he and Uzumaki Naruto called each other's names just now, his whole body and mind felt very comfortable. But now Uzumaki Naruto doesn't want to talk to me anymore, and his eyes are full of fried chicken. What is this fried chicken? Is it so delicious? Fried chicken. This thing is easy to understand. Isn't it just fried chicken? Is it really so delicious? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was squatting on the stool, sticking out his big butt. Put one hand on the table to resemble a little person, and the two fingers are the two legs of the little person. You can see these two legs moving towards the fried chicken little by little. Chicken, you are so beautiful, baby, you walking towards me make me so excited, if I look at you one more time, I will explode. Uzumaki Naruto sang this song every time he ate fried chicken. And while singing, my buttocks were still twitching. This song was composed by myself and Hiroshi Ito before, and Naruto Uzumaki thinks this song is really good. The chicken is indeed so beautiful. Chapter 24. Aren't your eyes dry? Everyone has long been accustomed to Uzumaki Naruto being so funny. Instead, Uchiha Sasuke on the side raised his eyebrows. Damn it! Is this so-called fried chicken even more attractive than myself? Absolutely unforgivable. Isn't that kind of passionate feeling worse than a so-called fried chicken? Just when the little man made of Naruto Uzumaki's fingers on the table was about to get the fried chicken leg, suddenly a hand passed by in an instant, and the fried chicken leg disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment. Where are the chicken legs? Where are my chicken legs? The weird song that was humming at the corner of my mouth gradually stopped. It's going to explode. It's going to melt. Melt. Where are Laozi's chicken legs? In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto found the real culprit who snatched his chicken legs. Wasn't it that damn stinky Sasuke? Damn you stinky Sasuke! Why are you trying to steal my chicken legs? I saw Uchiha Sasuke with his nostrils turned upward. After taking a hard bite of the fried chicken leg, he slurred while eating the chicken in his mouth and imitated Naruto's weird accent. Idiot Naruto! This CK is indeed beautiful. Baby. SSSSSSSS. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. Did this idiot Naruto finally call his name? Ha 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 ha. Then. Which way to drag? Sas give it. Which way to drag? Sas give it. So everyone had lunch in this extremely weird atmosphere. When Mr. Irika came to the classroom again, he always felt that the atmosphere in the classroom was strange. And why are these two guys Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke staring at each other? Could it be that these two little guys had a quarrel? It's really a headache. Okay, classmates. This afternoon we are going to conduct actual combat training. We have conducted actual combat training many times before, so everyone knows the rules. Then let's go to training ground No. 3. On the training ground, Teacher Irika was holding a form for class battles, while the students were all gearing up. Kato Taka vs Sora Aoi. When the two students heard their names, they quickly walked out of the crowd. In the end, Sora Aoi narrowly defeated Taka Kato after a battle. 2nd Battalion Cannon, Battle, Yamamoto Sennin. Uchiha Madara, who was originally in the psychic space, was quite curious about the current ninja battle exercises. But after taking a second look, I lost interest because these brats are too weak. Hirofumi Ito actually had no interest in this kind of ninja sparring like a child's house, so he directly condensed chakra and appeared in the psychic space. Motor. Haven't you seen the battle drills of these ninja school students? I only saw Uchiha Madara still lying leisurely on the rocking chair. Children's tricks of playing house, is this thing also called a battle? Ninjas nowadays are really weak. I remember when I was your age, I had an Uchiha fan in my left hand and a sickle in my right hand. Did you know that from the Uchiha clan to the Senju clan, they killed people like crazy? I didn't even blink. Then your eyes won't be dry. Bleach. What I said is that I kill people without blinking an eye. You actually asked me if I can dry my eyes. Hirofumi Ito nodded innocently. Yes. Are you just a little curious? After all, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were probably quite far apart at that time. After cutting such a long distance along the way, wouldn't your eyes really feel dry? Bleach. My eyes are Sharingan. Even if I don't blink for a day, it won't be a problem. I see. Sharingan actually has this kind of function. What a great experience. I don't know why Uchiha Madara always feels that it's easy to break his defense in front of Hirofumi Ito. This damn kid is even more annoying than that idiot Senju Hashirama. I was clearly talking about my strength, but when it comes to him, it turns out that I have eyes for him. After chatting with Uchiha Madara for a few words, Ito Hirofumi exited the psychic space. After all, he still needed to fight. As expected, after a battle, the two remaining players were Uchiha Sasuke and Hirofumi Ito. This result is not surprising to everyone. After all, these two people were the first and second in the class in the past. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hirofumi Ito with fighting intent. I don't know why I always feel like this guy has changed a lot since he disappeared and reappeared in the class last time. That strange feeling has never happened before. After concluding the seal of opposition, Uchiha Sasuke did not dare to drag the opponent forward and rushed directly and quickly towards Hirofumi Ito. As usual, Uchiha Sasuke jumped into the air and kicked Ito Hirofumi. Uchiha Sasuke felt that according to usual experience, it would be difficult for Hirofumi Ito to parry his own move, but what Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect this time was that Hirofumi Ito stretched out an arm to easily block his own leg. Bang! The two quickly separated after one blow. Damn it! This guy's strength and reaction speed have become stronger. You have indeed become stronger. Hirofumi Ito. Hirofumi Ito was also surprised at this moment. He knew that he had indeed become stronger, but he did not expect that he had become so much stronger and could block Uchiha Sasuke's moves so easily. You must know that in previous actual combat training, it was very difficult for me to parry Uchiha Sasuke's attacks. You're not bad either. Your strength is much greater than before. Humph. Come again. Then come. Just like this, the two of them punched and kicked each other, and the surrounding students and Mr. Irika all opened their mouths in surprise. Especially Irika didn't expect that Hirofumi Ito's progress would be so huge. I'm afraid these two little guys have genin level strength now, right? Uchiha Sasuke has also been getting stronger, but I didn't expect the little guy Hirofumi Ito to improve so quickly. It seems that these two little guys will definitely become very good ninjas in the future. At this moment, Hirofumi Ito has only one thought in his heart, and that is, immature. Uchiha Sasuke's combat experience is too immature. Chapter 25 What do Sasuke and Hinata's children look like? There is no comparison between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara. Although I was beaten completely one-sidedly when training with the Uchiha class, my combat experience was also rapidly improving. Now facing Uchiha Sasuke, he is completely at ease. After a battle, Uchiha Sasuke gasped rapidly, and at the same time looked at Ito Hirofumi in front of him with eyes full of disbelief. You guy! I really didn't expect that you guy has become so much stronger. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't accept it. In previous actual combat training, although his last opponent was usually Ito Hirofumi simply could not hold on for such a long time in his own hands. And every time it ends with your own victory. But I didn't expect that I would be suppressed this time. When facing himself, Hirofumi Ito is completely at ease. Could it be that, are you going to reveal your trump card this time? After all, my eyes are the pride of the Uchiha clan. You're not bad, Sas. But I won't lose this time. You've held the position of top student for so many years, so now you should give it to me, right? Damn it. Stop talking nonsense there. I haven't taken action with all my strength yet. TCH. It's like I used all my strength. Hirofumi Ito did not go all out. After obtaining the Indra Chakra, Hirofumi Ito felt that he had improved a lot in this day and a half. Especially after the beating from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke's immature fighting consciousness is like a child in front of him. Of course, Hirofumi Ito also knows what Uchiha Sasuke's so-called trump card is. Isn't it the Sharingan, the one Megatama who opened in anger because of the genocide? Oh, by the way. Uchiha Sasuke seems to also have a fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. However, based on his current chakra reserves, one release of the fire-style Great Fireball technique can drain him completely, but now he can release it several times without any problem. Haha. Hirofumi Ito. I will let you see what my trump card is. At the same time, I will also let you know what is the true pride of the Uchiha clan. Today, I will let everyone see. What is Uchiha's pride? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, looking at the sky and the ground, Hirofumi Ito had a weird look on his face. Now Uchiha Sasuke should be considered to be showing off, right? I still remember that Hokage ninjas seem to have a law. That means Uchiha Sasuke will get beaten for showing off. So today, GGGGGGGGG. For this law, start with yourself. As soon as Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, the pupils of his eyes changed instantly. A red megatama appeared in his eyes, and after spinning a few times, it became fixed. Hirofumi Ito. Did you see my eyes? This is Uchiha. This is Uchiha's pride. This is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. In front of me. You are qualified to see Uchiha's pride. I will defeat you with Sharingan. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Ito Hirofumi was a little helpless. This guy really couldn't be separated from Uchiha or pride. However, Uchiha Sasuke did not take action immediately, as if he was adapting to the dynamic vision brought by Sharingan, and at the same time, he seemed to be giving Hirofumi Ito time to prepare. The change in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes at this moment has surprised all the students and Mr. Irika who were watching. Hey! What's wrong with Stinky Sasuke? Does his eye have red eye? And there's a little tadpole in his eyeball. Mr. Irika. Help Stinky Sasuke get that little tadpole out of his eyes. Catch him out. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know what Sharingan was at all, but he saw that Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned red instantly, and something similar to a tadpole appeared in his eyeballs. This made Uzumaki Naruto a little worried. Uchiha Sasuke was considered his friend. If his friend became blind, he would be very sad. Ignoring Uzumaki Naruto's shouting, Irika looked at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes in great surprise. Naruto. Be quiet, this is not pink eye disease, nor is it a tadpole, this is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't understand Irika-sensei's explanation at all. Hey? What is Sharingan? I've never heard of it. The always steady Nara Shikamaru patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder. No way. Sharingan is the most powerful force of the Uchiha clan. A real Uchiha will have eyes like this. Didn't you expect that Sasuke's strength is now so terrifying? Although Uzumaki Naruto still didn't understand, he understood that these eyes were the eyes that the Uchiha clan should have, and Uchiha Sasuke with such eyes should be very powerful. So that's it. It's really strange. Now Sasuke has red eyes, and that weird Hinata has white eyes. If the two of them give birth to a child, will their eyes be half white and half red? Uzumaki Naruto didn't even know that Hinata had a crush on him. He only felt that Hyuga Hinata at this period was a strange girl. After all, when facing him, this girl always behaved strangely, and even had symptoms on her head. Steaming. Uzumaki Naruto didn't lower his voice at all when he said these words just now. Ito Hirofumi in the center of the training ground also heard these words clearly. Hirofumi Ito was immediately shocked when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto is such a talented guy, he actually thought of letting his best friend and his future wife have a child. I don't know what kind of expression this guy will have if he thinks about what he said today after Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata get married in the future. It should be exciting. Unlike the surprise of these classmates, Irika's expression was serious at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke, who started Sharingan at this age, is definitely a real genius. And among the Uchiha clan, as long as the Sharingan is turned on, even if it is just a Megatama, it means that this Uchiha has genin level strength. Chapter 26. Can you do it, Zigu? I have to say that the Uchiha clan is truly blessed with a unique bloodline. After activating the Sharingan, as long as you let your Sharingan evolve step by step, your strength will increase rapidly. Irika was extremely excited at this moment. Just now Hirofumi Ito has shown his amazing progress, and now Uchiha Sasuke has started his Sharingan again. I never expected that there would be two such talented students in my class. God had not given birth to me, Irika, and the ninja school teacher would be like an eternity. No. What happened today must be reported to Third Hokage-sama. I must let Master Hokage know that such a genius has appeared in my class, Irika. Ito Hirofumi, are you ready? I'm coming. Prepare to face the pride of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke said as he assumed a fighting stance. Hirofumi Ito has also become serious here. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is still very powerful, especially the dynamic vision brought about by turning on the Sharingan. But just now I was able to beat Uchiha Sasuke, and now even if he activates the Megatama Sharingan, I should have no problem fighting him to a draw. Come on Sasuke. Show me the pride of the Uchiha clan. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Sasuke and Hirofumi Ito rushed towards each other in the center of the training ground. Bang 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 bang. Hirofumi Ito relied on the combat experience he gained from being beaten by Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke relied on the dynamic vision brought by his Sharingan. For a while, the two were evenly matched. This makes Uchiha Sasuke a little hard to accept. He has even activated Sharingan, but he still can't defeat Hirofumi Ito. Hirofumi Ito was also surprised in his heart. Although he knew that Sharingan was very good, he did not expect that just one Megatama could bring such a big improvement. As expected of the Uchiha clan, they are indeed proud of themselves. No wonder someone once said that Hokage Ninja might as well be renamed I-Legend. But now that I have the Indra Chakra, I have every chance to open Sharingan. There's no need to envy Uchiha Sasuke too much. The battle between the two lasted for a very long time. Neither Uchiha Sasuke nor Hirofumi Ito dared to be distracted at all. After all, if they were distracted at this time, they would probably fail. The students who were watching were already somewhat immune at this moment. These two guys are really scary. Did you never expect that these two guys are already so strong? Ito Hirofumi's progress is too scary, isn't it? I'm afraid these two guys now have the full strength to become genin, right? Uzumaki Naruto on the other side was extremely excited, so excited that he even twisted his buttocks. These two good friends of his were really strong. I can't fall behind anymore. After all, I want to be a Hokage man. Come on Hoenn. FK this stinky Sasuke. Ouch. Sasuke. Didn't you just say that you want Hirofumi to see Uchiha's pride? What happened after a long time? Just got a pink eye and a tadpole. Uzumaki Naruto was twisting his butt and shouting in a very weird accent. Can you do it Zigu? This sentence was made by Hirofumi Ito. In the past, Hirofumi Ito would just laugh at himself for being a thin dog. Uchiha Sasuke's face turned red after hearing this. He didn't know whether it was because he was tired from fighting with Hirofumi Ito, or because of Uzumaki Naruto's ridicule from the side. When Uzumaki Naruto said that he was a thin dog, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore. Damn idiot! Shut up Laozi! Besides, Laozi is a thin dog, Laozi will let you see whether Laozi is thin or not. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto looked horrified and hurriedly covered his butt and took several steps back. UBD Sasuke, you don't want to leave me, do you? I can tell you that I don't have that kind of weird hobby. I'm not interested in knowing that. Uzumaki Naruto's words directly caused Uchiha Sasuke to break through his defense instantly. Hirofumi Ito caught the moment when Uchiha Sasuke broke through his defense and kicked Uchiha Sasuke away with one kick. Bang! Saw Uchiha Sasuke sliding back several meters. But Sasuke did not counterattack immediately. Instead, he looked fiercely at Uzumaki Naruto, who was covering his butt and looking panicked. "You whirlpool idiot! Shut up, Laozi! If you dare to say any more nonsense, Laozi will kill you! Cut! Uchiha thin dog! Ah! I must kill you! Uzumaki idiot! Cut! Uchiha thin dog!" Just like this, in public, the two of them began to quarrel again. Hirofumi Ito rested happily for a while and watched directly from the side. Iruka slapped his forehead helplessly. "Shut up, you two! Uzumaki Naruto! If you are interfering with battle practice, go back to class. And you Uchiha Sasuke! If you don't want to continue the battle, then I will declare the winner of this battle to be Hirofumi Ito. No. ×2. The two of them shouted directly to Mr. Iruka in perfect agreement. Uzumaki Naruto closed his mouth angrily, and Uchiha Sasuke also focused his attention on Ito Hirofumi again. After feeling his own chakra, Sasuke's face became extremely solemn. "After activating Sharingan, and after such a long battle, I don't have much chakra left. But Hirofumi Ito doesn't seem to have any influence at all. This also means that this guy must have more chakra than himself. Then I'm afraid that's the only trick left. But Hirofumi Ito would probably be injured if he used that move, right? Iruka-sensei shouldn't have any big problems here. After all, Iruka-sensei is a Chunin. And he carries the glory of the Uchiha clan. You absolutely cannot lose. Hirofumi Ito. Next is my last resort. Take a good look. I won't hold back this time. After all, I bear the last glory of the Uchiha clan. Failure is absolutely not allowed. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you are likely to be injured." Chapter 27 surprised everyone. Hirofumi Ito raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke wants to use the fire-style Great Fireball technique. Sure enough, after Uchiha Sasuke said these words, he took a deep breath. At the same time, both hands began to form seals. This sequence of seals was very familiar to Hirofumi Ito. It was the technique of fire-style Great Fireball. Uchiha Sasuke's action surprised all the students around him. "Hey! Are you lying? Is this guy Sasuke forming a seal? Did you say that this guy has already learned ninjutsu? Damn it! He's obviously a student at a ninja school. Why is this guy Uchiha Sasuke so good? What ninjutsu is this? Does anyone recognize it? If it's ninjutsu, Hirofumi Ito will definitely fail, right? Not only will it fail, it is very likely that you will be injured or even die." Hearing the comments from the students around him, Yamanaka Ino clenched her fists nervously, and at the same time looked at Hirofumi Ito with great worry. Hirofumi Ito just launched Kamui, which matched Uchiha Sasuke, who had opened Sharingan. This made Yamanaka Ino extremely excited. "This is the man I have chosen. So handsome and powerful." But now seeing that Uchiha Sasuke has learned ninjutsu, Yamanaka Ino starts to worry again. After all, even if Hirofumi Ito is very powerful, he certainly can't face ninjutsu's attack, right? "Shikamaru, can you see what ninjutsu this is?" A somewhat nervous Yamanaka Ino looked at Nara Shikamaru. After all, Nara Shikamaru was the smartest and would probably know what ninjutsu Uchiha Sasuke was performing. Nara Shikamaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke's seal sequence and thought about it carefully. This seal sequence is a bit like fire-style ninjutsu. I didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke has already learned ninjutsu. It seems that we have fallen behind a lot. Teacher Iruka on the other side also panicked. This guy Sasuke actually wants to use ninjutsu. Is this little BD crazy? This is obviously just an ordinary battle practice. If this ninjutsu is really successfully performed, Hirofumi Ito will definitely be injured, right? Hey! Sasuke! Stop it! This is just an ordinary ninja battle practice, and Hirofumi Ito is not your enemy, he is your classmate. If this continues, he will be injured. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke also gritted his teeth tightly and looked at the calm-looking Ito Hirofumi in front of him. You guy! This is a sea-level ninjutsu fire-style Great Fireball. Although the power of ninjutsu is not too great, it is not something you can resist now. I advise you to surrender quickly. Hirofumi Ito never thought that the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke would remind him. It seems that due to his previous actions and the influence of Indra Chakra, Uchiha Sasuke's attitude towards him has completely changed. Of course I know this is the fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu, and I can also do this ninjutsu. Nani? Hirofumi Ito's words made Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrink instantly. Even the surrounding students and Mr. Irika were all extremely shocked. Hirofumi Ito just said that he also knows the fire-style Great Fireball technique. Is this a lie? How is this possible? It's already hard to accept that a student learned ninjutsu, but now Hirofumi Ito says he can do it too. Ignoring the shocked classmates and Mr. Irika, Hirofumi Ito instantly stretched out his hands to quickly form seals. The order of the seals is exactly the same as the one made by Uchiha Sasuke just now. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke's seal formation is very slow, but Hirofumi Ito seems to be much more skilled. It was obviously Uchiha Sasuke who was the first to perform the seals, but the two completed them almost at the same time. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. The two of them shouted ninjutsu's name almost at the same time. In an instant, a fireball appeared from their mouths, and at the same time, the two fireballs also flew towards each other quickly. Bang! The two fireballs collided fiercely in the center of the training ground, and at the same time stirred up countless smoke and dust. The entire training ground instantly became extremely quiet. Especially Irika-sensei's mouth was wide open, and his jaw seemed to be about to fall to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke has exhausted the last bit of chakra in his body after completing this ninjutsu release. His body shook involuntarily twice and then fell to the ground with a thud. And Hirofumi Ito also felt the feeling of a large amount of chakra consumption. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and at the same time, his body also felt waves of weakness. Fortunately, I have been receiving crazy beatings from Uchiha Madara for the past 2 days, otherwise I might not be able to stand up now. But all this has just begun, and I will definitely become stronger and faster in the future. It's just a pity that I only have a few thousand silver taels in my body. After all the hard work yesterday, my grandfather gave me another 10,000 silver taels. The number of channelings in the system requires the consumption of wealth. White Psychic requires 10,000 wealth points corresponding to Genin. The Green Psychic requires 100,000 wealth points and corresponds to Jnin. Blue Psychic requires 1 million wealth points corresponding to Jainin. Purple Psychic requires 10 million wealth points and corresponds to Elite Jainin. Golden Channeling requires 100 million points of wealth, which corresponds to a Hokage level powerhouse. I don't have more than 20,000 silver taels in my body now, and I can't even channel a Jnin. Genin's words are really useless, so I still have to find a way to make money next. After Mr. Irika reacted, he hurried forward to help Uchiha Sasuke up. I announce that the first place winner in this battle exercise is Hirofumi Ito. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up immediately after hearing Mr. Irika's announcement. How-in? You were so handsome just now. When did you learn ninjutsu? I want to learn it too. Yamanaka Ino breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this scene, and at the same time, her eyes also exuded the light of admiration. As expected of Mr. Howen. He is so handsome. Nara Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head. Didn't you expect this guy to be so strong? It seems that I have to work a little harder, but it's really troublesome to practice. Chapter 28 Borrowing Money from Uchiha Sasuke. Harano Sakura on the other side hurriedly ran to Uchiha Sasuke's side, with a worried look in her eyes. "Suzuki, are you okay?" But Suzuki didn't pay attention to Harino Sakura's intention, but looked at Hirofumi Ito with fighting intent. "You win this time, Hafen. But I will not admit defeat. After all, I have shouldered the pride of the Uchiha clan. I will definitely defeat you next time." Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Ito Hirofumi raised his eyebrows. This guy Uchiha Sasuke has received all the inheritance from the Uchiha clan, he must be very rich, right? Do you want to borrow some money from him to spend? Okay. I'm waiting for you. Sass. Ito Hirofumi has several ideas about the next plan. The first thing is definitely to make money and become stronger. After all, my system only recognizes money. I really don't like psychics like Genin and Chinin, because ninjas of this strength are really useless, and the help they bring to me is limited, not to mention that they have to spend money. Your goal must be at least blue psychic, which corresponds to the Genin level of strength. But such a strong man needs 1 million points of wealth, which means he needs 1 million silver taels. So I have to do everything possible to make money. There is no need to think about your own family, it is already good if you can give yourself tens of thousands of silver taels. You can do some business within Konoha village, or write about Uncle Huang like Jiraiya did. After all, Jiraiya has become a well-known rich man in the ninja world by relying on the Intimate Paradise series for so many years. But this way of getting money is too slow. The fastest way is to grab money. Of course, I also have a target. I can't touch powerful entities like the 5 major countries and other ninja villages, but Cardo from the Land of Waves is definitely a very good leak. He was just a businessman with little strength, and there were only a few samurai around him. He only had 1 Shiro and 1 Zabuza, but this guy had a lot of wealth. Kato's name can be found even in Konoha village. After all, this guy is one of the richest people in the world. So I also thought about whether to let Uchiha Madara help me grab money, but now it seems that I may have a better goal. Uchiha Sasuke owns the wealth of the entire Uchiha clan. As his good friend, I should have no problem borrowing several 100 million from him, right? There are only so many famous wealthy people in Konoha village. Apart from the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, there are only a few big families left. Among these big families, the Hyuga family and the Nara family should be the richest. After all, now that Uchiha is gone, the Hyuga clan is the largest clan in Konoha village. The Nara family is in the medicinal business and are very rich. I have always thought so, but I have ignored Uchiha Sasuke. Now it seems that I have to find a way to get close to Uchiha Sasuke. Even if the Uchiha clan has some wealth divided up by the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, there should still be a few 100 million left, right? After all, the 2 old guys Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo don't dare to push too hard, and there is Uchiha Attack is still alive outside. After the battle, the afternoon classes were basically over. I returned to the classroom, tidied up a little, and then teacher Irika announced that school was over. The students in the class were all noisy and ready to go back to their homes to find their mothers. Hey! Everyone! Naturally, it was the people in his own small group that Hirofumi shouted. Everyone heard Hirofumi Ito's shout and looked over curiously. What's wrong, Hoen? Is something wrong? Yes, are we planning another dinner party? Several Xiaoqiang also gathered over, and Uchiha Sasuke also hesitated and did not leave immediately, but looked over. Hirofumi Ito went straight to Uchiha Sasuke. It's nothing. It's just that our team has one more person today, right? Hirofumi Ito said while looking at Uchiha Sasuke. In the past, we all visited each other's homes and had dinner parties at each other's homes, so sass. You are definitely not a petty person, are you? We all visit each other's homes, aren't you going to invite us to your home? Hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, Uzumaki Naruto and other Xiaoqiang all showed expectant looks. After all, there is nothing else to do after returning home, so it is better to have fun with a group of good friends. Especially since Uchiha Sasuke still lives in the Uchiha clan's clan area, no one has ever been to that place. Uchiha Sasuke was a little hesitant when he heard this, because after that incident, he was the only one left in the entire family. Even if I invite these classmates to my home, what kind of entertainment can I offer? Although he was a little hesitant, Uchiha Sasuke was really looking forward to it. After all, he had been living there alone for so many years. It would be more lively if everyone was a guest. Uzumaki Naruto saw Uchiha Sasuke's hesitation and walked over while picking his nostrils. Can you do it, Zigu? We have all been guests at each other's homes, and even if I was alone, I would treat everyone to instant noodles. You are the pride of the Uchiha clan, don't be so petty. While picking his nostrils, Uzumaki Naruto also used a very strange tone to stimulate Uchiha Sasuke. Damn Uzumaki idiot. I won't be as stingy as you. I was just thinking about what to treat everyone to eat. How could you just treat everyone to instant noodles like an idiot like you? I'm not short of money. Hirofumi Ito's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. What I want is that you are not short of money. Once I know you have money, I can borrow it from you. Naruto Uzumaki, on the other hand, didn't take Uchiha Sasuke's words to heart at all. After all, being able to treat everyone to instant noodles was already his best effort. Cut Uchiha thin dog. Damn Uzumaki idiot. Uchiha thin dog. Uzumaki idiot. Sass. Which way to drag? In this way, with Uchiha Sasuke's money-making ability, the team began a large-scale purchase. Hirofumi Ito just noticed that the smallest denomination in Uchiha Sasuke's wallet is 10,000 silver taels. And there are dozens of them. And this money is definitely not all Uchiha Sasuke's possessions. Chapter 29 The Bond Between Hinata and Naruto. Everyone waved the bills that Uchiha Sasuke took out and started shopping. After all, they were going to eat and drink a lot soon. Even Hyaga, who has always been introverted, was quite excited at this moment. I have also been guests at other classmates' homes, and I have also invited these classmates of my own to my own home. Among them, my favorite is Ito Hirofumi's home. After all, the food cooked by Aunt Hanako Ito is so delicious, and I can feel full every time. I really have no choice, and I don't know why I have such a big appetite. I almost never have enough to eat every time I'm at home. And now Uchiha Sasuke has spent so much money on purchases. I will definitely be full with this meal today. And I don't need to tell my father. After all, these classmates who have played well have often visited each other's homes in the past few years, and my father is used to it. The other students are in a similar situation to Hyaga Hinata. After all, everyone will graduate from the ninja school this year and will soon become a real ninja. Therefore, freedom within the family will not be too restricted. It's just that something unpleasant happened while shopping. Uzumaki Naruto excitedly waved a 10,000 tael bill handed over by Uchiha Sasuke and quickly rushed into a barbecue restaurant. Barbecue is a food that I never dared to think about before. But today that BD Sasuke contributed so much money, he must have a big barbecue. In the past, people were unwilling to sell food to themselves because they didn't have enough money. Now that they have so much money, people will definitely sell it to themselves. But the next moment, after Naruto Uzumaki entered the barbecue restaurant. Oh my god! Why did that nasty demon fox guy come in? Yet. Look at that beard on his face, it's so disgusting. Stay away from him. Be careful, he turns into a demon fox and kills us all. It's so disgusting. It makes Lao Zi not even in the mood to eat. Hey! Look, do you think that demon fox boy is holding a 10,000 tael banknote in his hand? It seems like it's really. Humph! How could this demon fox boy have so much money? He must have stolen it from somewhere. Yes. That's right. It must have been stolen. This abominable demon fox boy. Not only does he look strange, he also learned how to steal money. Get out of here, little demon fox. Get out, get out. That's right. Hand over your money. You dare to steal money. Let us help you keep the money. While insulting Uzumaki Naruto, these villagers surrounded Uzumaki Naruto with ill intentions, all looking directly at the 10,000 taels of silver notes in Naruto's hand. Anyway, he is just a demon fox boy. He must have stolen this money from somewhere, so it would be no problem even if he was robbed. Uzumaki Naruto was already panicking at this moment. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm not some demon fox boy. And I didn't steal the money. I didn't steal the money. I just wanted to come here to buy some barbecue. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, everyone in the barbecue restaurant laughed wildly, and several villagers had obviously drunk too much, and began to push Uzumaki Naruto crazily. It really makes people laugh out loud. The demon fox boy actually said that he has a name. What, Uzumaki Naruto? You are the demon fox boy. A demon fox boy that everyone hates. Yes, this damn demon fox actually said that this money was not stolen by him. I think this money was clearly stolen by you. Hand over the money quickly. These drunken villagers were no longer content with pushing Uzumaki Naruto. They even started punching and kicking Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, they also began to snatch the 10,000 taels of silver notes in their hands. Uzumaki Naruto was beaten into a corner, but he still guarded the banknote in his hand. And these villagers who drank too much looked at the people around them paying attention to them, and they were all extremely proud. At the same time, it also satisfies my own vanity. Everyone in the team dispersed to buy supplies. There was only one Hokage Hinata on Uzumaki Naruto's side who followed quietly behind him. When Hokage Hinata heard the messy sounds coming from the barbecue restaurant, she rushed in. Which way to drag? Are you okay? Hokage Hinata hurriedly squeezed away the two drunkards who were beating Uzumaki Naruto, and at the same time hurriedly helped Uzumaki Naruto up. A few villagers who had not drunk too much saw Hokage Hinata's eyes. Those eyes are... That's right, it seems to be from the Hokage family, right? I never expected that a member of the Hokage family would actually get together with the demon fox boy. And it seems like the relationship between the two is pretty good. Yeah. Because the Hokage family is very famous in Konoha village, those villagers who have not drunk too much do not dare to be too presumptuous. But those drunkards have been completely carried away by alcohol, and have completely forgotten what the white eyes mean. Hey! It's really strange. The demon fox boy I just defeated, now there's another white-eyed demon here. Ahahaha. Do you think it's funny? A demon fox boy and a white-eyed monster. They seem to be a good match. This white-eyed monster dares to help the demon fox boy. He must be with this demon fox boy. They are not good people. At this time, those villagers who had not drunk too much did not dare to say anything. After all, they were the Hokage clan. Only people who drink too much dare to talk about white-eyed monsters. But when these drunkards saw that everyone was silent, they thought they were intimidated by their domineering aura. Each and every one of them became even more proud. Hinata, hurry up, go find Hafen and the others. You will also get beaten here, hurry up. Seeing Hokage Hinata's little figure open her hands in front of her, I don't know why Uzumaki Naruto's heartbeat suddenly became very fast at this moment. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto's heart was deeply touched. He didn't expect that this weird-looking Hokage Hinata would be willing to protect herself like this. Hinata! Go away and leave me alone. Go find Hofumi, Sasuke, and the others. No. I won't leave. Even if I get beaten, I will stand with you. Chapter 30 Hokage Niji's three-person team. After hearing these words, Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the petite figure standing in front of him. Hinata, you. But Hyaga Hinata, who has always been cowardly, said extremely firmly at this moment. Now Yachuo, maybe you have forgotten that you protected me that day. So, let me protect you today. After hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment, and memories from many years ago came to mind. It was a windy and snowy night. The little girl seemed to be being bullied, but she stood up and received a severe beating. So that little girl is Hinata. The drunkards who surrounded Naruto and Hinata laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Did you just hear that? This white-eyed monster just said that he would stand with this fox boy even if he was beaten. It's really hilarious. The white-eyed monster and the fox boy are really a match made in heaven. Since they want to be beaten so much, then let's satisfy them. They are just two monsters. Yes, and you can see that this white-eyed monster also has 10,000 taels of silver notes in his hand. He must have stolen it from there. We can only reluctantly keep it for you. Ha 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 ha. Several drunkards were talking while pushing Hyaga Hinata, who was blocking Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto stood up quickly. Damn it! You bastards! Stop it now! At this moment, a group of 3 people outside the barbecue restaurant came here. One is wearing the clothes of the Hyaga clan, one has watermelon hair and is wearing green tights, and there is a girl with a better face and a bun. These 3 people are Hyaga Niji, Xiaoli and Tian Tian, who are coming to have a barbecue after the mission. The 3 of them have graduated from the ninja school last year and have become genin, and have been assigned to a team. The leader of the team is Jainin Metkai from Konoha village. Tian Tian looked at the noisy barbecue shop with some curiosity. Niji, Xiaoli, do you see what's going on in this store? Why is it so noisy? Let me see, let me see. Xiaoli jumped up and down curiously to see what was going on inside. Hyaga Niji, on the other hand, was expressionless. It's so noisy here, why not find another store? At this moment, Xiaoli let out a loud sigh. Ugh! Isn't that your sister Hinata? Niji. And that Uzumaki Naruto, who is 1 grade below us. Hyaga Niji frowned after hearing Xiaoli's words. Why is my sister here? And that Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto himself is no stranger, or rather very familiar. Because of Ito Hirofumi, I became familiar with Uzumaki Naruto. Although this guy seems to be an idiot, he is not a demon fox boy as people say. That's right, after Hirofumi Ito came to this world and before the binding system, he had already started to conquer Hyaga, Ningji, Xiaoli, and Tenten in the ninja school. Although the relationship is not as close as Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru Akim Ichichi, they can still be regarded as friends. Hyaga Ningji didn't want to talk to Hirofumi Ito at first, but later he gradually became familiar with him, and even had several simple dinners with Hirofumi Ito's class team. Hyaga Niji pushed past the crowd and walked in without thinking. The next moment, veins appeared around Hyaga Niji's Byakugan. My sister Hyaga Hinata is being bullied here. He was called a white-eyed monster. Hehe. These guys are simply bullying people. Bang 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 bang. Hyaga Niji instantly knocked several drunkards away. Elder brother. Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her brother. Are you okay? And Uzumaki Naruto. Hyaga Niji looked at Hyaga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto with a cold face. It's okay, brother. Hinata once again returned to her previous cowardly state when facing her brother. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 3 people in front of him with great surprise. Niji. Xiaoli. Tenten. Why are you here? Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was in a state of embarrassment after being beaten, with a lot of shoe marks on his body, Xiaoli stepped forward to help Uzumaki Naruto. We just finished our mission and originally wanted to come here to have a barbecue, but we didn't expect to see something like this. Those guys are simply too much. Tian Tian said with a frown. and the drunkards who had just been beaten out by Hokage struggled to stand up on the street. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Here comes another white-eyed monster, right? Oh! There is a green-skinned monster this time. Look at that ridiculous watermelon head. It makes me laugh to death. Well, that girl with the bun is pretty good looking. Hearing the shouts outside, Hokage, Xiaoli, Tian, Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata also came out. The team members who were shopping elsewhere also discovered what happened here, and they all came together. After seeing the embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto, everyone guessed what had just happened. Everyone looked at these drunkards with cold eyes. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, after seeing the messy shoe prints on Uzumaki Naruto's body, he took one hand directly to his lower waist, and the next moment he had a kunai in his hand. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichichi, and Kaiba also formed a vague surrounding situation, surrounding all the drunkards. Hey! What do you little brats want to do? What are your looks like? Do you want to fight me? TCH. Why don't you ask me who I am? What are these brats pretending to be here? At first glance, you are friends with that little devil fox and the white-eyed monster, right? If you make me anxious, I will take care of you too. One mouthful of a white-eyed monster and one mouthful of a fox-like imp made everyone in the squad look even colder. Hyoganiji's side concentrated chakra with both hands and was immediately ready to take action, and instantly assumed a gentle fist stance. But the next moment a hand directly grabbed Hyoganiji's arm. Chapter 31. A group of young heroes join the group. Hyoganiji frowned and looked at the people around him. Ito Hirofumi. What do you mean? Hirofumi Ito said softly while holding Hyoganiji's arm. It's not interesting. Don't forget that you are now a ninja, and you are not allowed to attack ordinary people. So leave this matter to us. After all, we are just students of the ninja school, not ninjas yet. So even if these guys are disabled, there will be no problem, right? Hirofumi Ito laughed cruelly as he spoke. Hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Hyoganiji was slightly surprised. Originally, he just wanted to teach these drunkards a lesson. Because what Hirofumi Ito just said is right, ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians in Konoha village. But I didn't expect Hirofumi Ito to be so cruel. Do you want to cripple these guys? As soon as Hirofumi Ito finished speaking, the crowd of teenagers surrounded these drunkards, especially Uchiha Sasuke, who had an extremely cold expression and was holding a kunai in his hand. Hirofumi Ito also saw this scene, came to Sasuke's side and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Be careful. Although we are still students in the ninja school, it is still very troublesome to kill people, so try not to use kunai. After finishing speaking, Ito Hirofumi immediately rushed to the nearest drunkard. A powerful kick sent the drunkard flying several meters away. Immediately afterwards, the instant body technique is activated. The drunkard fell to the ground and before he could realize what was going on, Hirofumi Ito's figure appeared in front of him again. I saw Hirofumi Ito lift one foot and step on it hard. Click. Ah! My leg. My leg. My leg is broken. Help me. Help me. It hurts. It hurts. No. Haha, now you know it hurts. How about it? Are you sober now? While talking, Hirofumi Ito's feet continued to exert force and stepped hard on the opponent's legs. At the same time, he leaned down slightly, squinting his eyes slightly and staring at the drunkard lying on the ground shouting crazily. Sober up. Sober up. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will never dare to bully anyone again. I will never dare to bully others again. By the way, you are a ninja, right? You must be a ninja, right? Don't forget. Ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians. You have violated the rules of the village. Tisk. Hirofumi Ito snorted after hearing this. Haha. I'm sorry, I'm not a so-called ninja. I'm just a student of the ninja school and haven't graduated yet. So even if I attack you, I won't. What kind of rule is this against? Because of Ito Hirofumi's ferocity, the other drunkards were all sober, and they all stood there in silence and shivering. I am really worried that my leg will be broken next moment. The other Xiaoqiang did not expect that Hirofumi Ito would be so cruel. Then everyone heard Ito Hirofumi's words again. My name is Hirofumi Ito. If you are dissatisfied with anything, you can come to me. No matter who dares to take action against my friend, I will never let him go. And I will let him know what cruelty is. I don't want to hear about the so-called fox boy or the white-eyed monster from anyone again. Otherwise, this guy will be your fate. As Hirofumi Ito spoke, he looked around at the civilians who were watching. These guys had no awe. Just like these drunkards. They actually dare to call Hyoga a white-eyed monster even if they are not drunk. Because they know the rules of Konoha village, although ninjas are powerful, ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians. So many civilians don't take ninjas seriously. And today Hirofumi Ito just wants these guys to know what a ninja is. After finishing speaking, Ito Hirofumi raised his foot again, and the drunkard's other leg instantly heard a click. After making this drunkard pay the price of 2 broken legs, Hirofumi Ito then turned to look at the other Xiaoqiang. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the dinner party. None of these Xiaoqiang reacted. On the one hand, it was because of Ito Hirofumi's ferocity, and on the other hand, it was because of the surprise in his heart. Over the years in the ninja school, Hirofumi Ito has always seemed to everyone to be a sunny and cheerful boy. I didn't expect that he would show such a vicious side today. But no one felt uncomfortable at all. After all, Ito Hirofumi's ferocity was shown to the enemy. Who doesn't wish they could have such a friend? Friends who will take action for themselves. Among the young heroes, UCHIHA Suzuki was the first to take action. After listening to Hirofumi Ito's words, Suzuki put away the kunao in his hand and rushed towards a drunkard. Yamanaka Ino has little stars in her eyes. She always feels that the domineering Hirofumi Ito is even more attracted to her at this moment. If I am in danger, Hoen will definitely protect me like this. With this thought in her heart, Yamanaka Ino also took action. Next came Hyoga Hinata. At this moment Hinata's weak look disappeared. Especially thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's miserable state just now, Hyoga plucked up the courage to participate in the beating of the drunkard. Inyazuka Kaiba didn't hesitate, and rushed forward with a roar, shouting about bonds, friends, passion, and the like. Akim Ichichi threw the last potato chip into his mouth. Let's solve it quickly. We're going to have a dinner party soon. I can't wait. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head helplessly when he saw this scene. Just now, Nara Shikamaru had noticed that several ninjas had seen what was going on and then disappeared. They might have gone to notify the third Hokage. It's really troublesome, but isn't that what friends should be like? There are so many of us, even the third Hokage won't punish us. Nara Shikamaru muttered in his mouth while walking towards the battle group. Harano Sakura's eyes rolled around in confusion. Saw the drunkard that Uchiha Suzuki was beating. Hateful. Suzuki hits you and you dare to hide. If Sasuke's fist hits you, it must hurt, right? Damn. Unforgivable. Abarame Shino is the one with the least sense of presence. He stays outside the battle circle and finds the right opportunity to make up for it from time to time. And he moves straight to the next 3 lanes. Chapter 32 The Prototype of the Konoha Gang. After a group battle, these drunkards each paid the price of a leg, and suffered countless minor injuries. Especially the drunkard that Uchiha Suzuki and Harano Sakura dealt with. 6 teeth were lost, 8 ribs were broken, in addition to a broken leg, 1 arm was also broken. I don't know why at this moment, Xiaoqiang suddenly felt that the distance between them was closer. Especially this feeling of standing up for each other's brothers. The proper scholarly attitude scolded Fang Qiu. Everyone was a little excited. After all, everyone had never had a serious fight before. At most, I have just experienced combat training in the ninja school. This time, it can be said to be a good experience. Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who didn't take action just now, because he couldn't bear to see the miserable appearance of those drunkards. He even suddenly had a heart attack and wanted to persuade these good friends of his. It was emotion that suppressed Uzumaki Naruto's holy heart. My friend is standing up for me. They are helping themselves teach the people who bullied them. Although I know it's wrong to hit me so hard, but it's really touching. On the other side, Hyaga, Niji, Xiaoli and Tian were almost frightened to death, with their mouths wide open. He looked at this group of ninja school students who looked like gangsters in stunned silence. We all knew each other very well when we were in the ninja school, but I didn't expect these people to be so cruel. In comparison, you are more like ninjas, right? Although we have graduated, the tasks we do are either finding cats, walking dogs, or weeding. On the contrary, you, the students from the ninja school, are really a bad bunch. Looking at Xiaoqiang, who was all blushing, the corners of Ito Hirofumi's mouth raised slightly. Isn't this the kind of effect you want? First, let this group of Xiaoqiang all unite closely together, and you will be able to achieve great things in the future. How was it? Did you feel good? Hirofumi Ito looked at the miserable drunkards on the ground as if he were looking at trash. Uchiha Sasuke also experienced such a thing for the first time and found it very exciting. Especially that exciting feeling. I don't know why Sasuke suddenly thought of a song that Hirofumi Ito sang before. I can conquer the world at will, and everyone will look up to me. Sure enough. I am the superstar in troubled times. When he thought of this, Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin slightly, and squinted his eyes at 45 degrees to look at the sky. Uchiha's temperament was undoubtedly highlighted. They're just a few trash. Garbage naturally has its own way of dealing with garbage. Since they dare to attack my friends, they must be prepared to face Uchiha's wrath. After Uchiha Sasuke said this, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto quietly. Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice that Uchiha Sasuke was secretly paying attention to him, and jumped directly to Sasuke's side. The stinky Sasuke is stinking again. But since you have said so, I will reluctantly admit that you are my friend. He. In comparison, Hyaga Ningji and the other three were much calmer, especially Hyaga Ningji, who looked at Ito Hirofumi expressionlessly. What happened this time is quite a fuss and the commotion is very loud. Although you are students at the ninja school, this matter may not be easy to handle. Do you have any ideas for next? Hirofumi Ito smiled evilly after hearing this. Although this Hyaga Niji had a cold look on his face, he was clearly caring about himself. But it's normal. After all, he has been conquering the ninja school for so many years. Hyaga Ningji has not had many friends since he was a child. Apart from Tian and Xiaoli, I am one of his few friends. TCH. There's nothing to worry about this kind of thing, right? Do you want to see what the last names of us are? When Hyaga Niji heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then turned around and understood. Yes, what's there to worry about? It's just a lesson to a few drunkards, and these drunkards provoked me first. Look at these guys who just took action. Except for Harano Sakura, who is a civilian family, Ito Hirofumi's family can be regarded as the smallest family. So there seems to be nothing to worry about. Let's not talk about this matter for now. There are just a few drunkards and there is nothing to worry about. Hirofumi Ito waved his hand and said. We are going to have a dinner at Sasuke's house. You three are also planning to have dinner. Do you want to come together? Anyway, you don't have much to do now. We are all old acquaintances, so let's get together. Tian Tian and Xiao Li were both moved after hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, but Hyaga Niji did not express his stance immediately. At this time Hyaga Hinata also came over. The whole person has returned to the introverted, soft, and weak look before. Brother, get up. It will be more lively if everyone is together. Is that okay, brother? Looking at his cute sister, Hyaga Niji could not imagine that his cute and introverted sister had become so fierce just now. Seeing Hyaga Hinata's hopeful eyes, Hyaga Niji nodded. Well, let's go together then. That's great, brother. Hey, hey. Let's have a dinner party. Akim Ichichi was already a little hungry. But at this time Nara Shikamaru put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance. Trouble is coming. Only Uzumaki Naruto was too nervous to understand what Nara Shikamaru meant. What's the trouble? Shikamaru. Let's go and get ready for the dinner. But except for Uzumaki Naruto, everyone else looked away. Swish, brush, brush. Several ninjas wearing Anbu costumes came to the front of Xiaoqiang. As a ninja, you beat civilians for no reason. Please come with us and cooperate with our investigation. Looking at the masked white-haired ninja in front of him, especially the familiar hedgehog head, Hirofumi Ito was stunned for a moment. This guy couldn't be Kakashi, could he? Haha. Ninja-sama may have made a mistake. We are not ninjas, we are just students of the ninja school. The three of them are ninjas but they didn't do anything. Hearing this, Kakashi, who was wearing a mask, was stunned for a moment. The three little guys over there seemed to be Kai's disciples he had seen before, but the three of them did not seem to do anything. Ninja school students are not considered ninjas, so even if they attack civilians, it does not violate the rule that ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians. This is a bit difficult. Chapter 33 My father Zhang-er-he. Kakashi had a headache looking at the crowd of brats in front of him. These drunkards were indeed beaten, and each of them was beaten severely. The worst one was no longer human. But none of these brats are ninjas, so this is just a normal dispute. But if this matter is not dealt with, the impact will not be good. A bunch of brats, they are really not cute at all. Since you have already said that you are a student of a ninja school, you must inform the teacher and parents about this matter. No matter what you say, you must be right. Make the victims due compensation. Hearing this lazy tone, Hirofumi Ito was sure that the guy in front of him was Kakashi. He has a head full of white hedgehog hair, can't bring himself to energy, and looks like he has a weak kidney. This is not a Konoha technician, a 50/50ths Hitaki expert, and a scraping expert. Who else could he be? Yes, no problem at all. If you need to notify your parents, you should notify them, and if you need to compensate, you should compensate. My name is Ito Hirofumi. My father, Ito Aoyama. Kakashi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Ito family? This kid seems to be the young patriarch of the Ito family. Although the Ito family is not a big family in Konoha village, it is still somewhat famous. Ito Aoyama is much older than himself and is a veteran Jonin, and his strength is not weak. And it is very likely that he has entered the level of elite Jonin. But for me, it's a 50-50 split. Moreover, this kid named Hirofumi Ito has such a dandy look that is really annoying. At this time, Yamanaka Ino was the first to stand beside Hirofumi Ito. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I also took action just now. My father, Yamanaka Hiki, is the current patriarch of the Yamanaka clan. So there is no problem in informing the parents. After hearing this, Kakashi scratched his head and felt that this matter was a bit difficult. One is the Ito family, the other is the Yamanaka family, and they are all the children of the clan leader. It's really troublesome. We can't let you delay our dinner. Otherwise, Chichi and Naruto will definitely be disappointed. Nara Shikamaru walked over with his hands behind his head and his head resting on his arms. I am Nara Shikamaru, my father Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan. As Nara Shikamaru finished speaking, a group of Xiaoqiang came over one after another. Ninja-sama. My name is Akim Ichichi, my father Akim Ichichi. Father Abarame Shiwei. Father Inyazuka Taiga. Kakashi's whole body was almost numb after hearing these words. Okay. They are all children of a big family, right? And all of them are the children of the clan leader. Tell me, why are the children of your big families having trouble with these drunkards? Look at what I'm calling. I don't know how to be gentle. Harano Sakura was a little envious when she saw that all her friends were descendants of the family. Then she thought about how she was just a commoner. But when she thought about Uzumaki Naruto's miserable look just now, Harano Sakura felt that there should be nothing wrong with what she did. Isn't it natural to stand up for one's friends? And I just fought side by side with Sasuke. So happy. At that time, I must stand up. I must not let Sasuke underestimate me. My name is Harano Sakura. Although I am not a member of any family. But isn't it natural to stand with one's friends? Naruto Uzumaki was so moved when he saw Harano Sakura standing up, little stars almost appeared in his eyes. Hyuga Hinata looked at Naruto's reaction and then at her brother standing next to her. After gritting her teeth, she mustered up the courage to stand directly at the front. My name is Hyuga Hinata. My father Hyuga Hayashi. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Niji was immediately dumbfounded. Why had his sister changed so much during this period? There was a fight just now, and now the family has been moved out. Is this still the weak sister I used to be? Why do I look like a gangster lady now? Damn it! Is it genjutsu? When? Just now Kakashi just had a headache, but now Kakashi has a toothache. How come the Hyuga clan got involved? Especially the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, isn't Hyuga Hinata a very weak girl? We look like a mafia eldest sister now. Especially the sentence about my father Hyuga Hayashi just now. Is it really okay to shout so loudly? You must know that the Hyuga family is now the largest family in Konoha village. Uchiha Sasuke saw everyone pretending to be cool, but he actually wanted to show off in his heart. But when I think about it, I am the only one left in the Uchiha clan. Even if my father is Uchiha Fugaku, what will it do? But don't miss the opportunity to show off. Put your hands in your pockets, look up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, and take steps like you don't recognize your relatives. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am the one who carries the pride of the Uchiha clan. The pride of the Uchiha clan will never allow me to abandon my friends. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto already felt that his heart was exploding. It's on fire. It really lit up. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am a man who must become a Hokage. I will become Hokage. And get everyone's approval. You all listen to me. I am not some demon fox boy. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's name, the pupils under Hitaki Kakashi's mask fluctuated violently. Uzumaki Naruto? This feeling of sunshine is really similar to the teacher. The two Anbu ninjas behind Kakashi looked at each other. The children of these big families are not easy to mess with. Team leader. Captain, what should we do? Yes, Captain, do you still want to take down all these brats? Kakashi scratched his white hair and said listlessly. If you want to take it, you can take it, I won't care about it anyway. Just go back and report to the third Hokage in a while, and then let the third Hokage handle it. As for whether their family should compensate or what to do, it has nothing to do with us. Captain is wise. ×2. Swish, brush, brush. In this way, the three Anbu ninjas came and went as quickly as they came. On this side, the new generation of 12 Xiaoqiang and Ito Hirofumi of Konoha village gathered together. Carrying various ingredients on their backs, everyone set out in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Hyaga Ningji, Xiao Li, and Tian Tian all joined in. Although Hyaga Ningji's expression was still cold, the corners of his mouth were inadvertently raised. Chapter 34. The past cannot be saved, but the future can be changed. Uchiha Sasuke's home. The entire Uchiha family has a very large territory, but at this moment there is no one inside the family. 12 Xiaoqiang all knew something about this matter, so they did not say anything that aroused Uchiha Sasuke's nerves. And Uchiha Sasuke is the only one in Uchiha Sasuke's family. Hey! I'm telling you. I kicked that guy's balls hard just now. Ha ha ha. Yay! You are really despicable. TCH. Shino. You're talking like you're a good person. It seems like you've been doing bad things all the time, right? You've made all those guys' anuses explode. You still have the nerve to accuse me. Fart. What I do is called severing one's descendants. You're the one who farts. Is there anyone who has an anus that explodes after annihilating children and grandchildren? I think you are just despicable and despicable. You are despicable. You are despicable. I told you two to stop arguing. I think what Sasuke and Sakura did just now was cruel. One guy's front teeth were knocked out. But I really didn't expect that. Hinata, you usually look soft and weak, but you were unexpectedly domineering just now. Yeah, I didn't expect Sakura to be so strong. She knocked out a guy's front teeth with one punch. Yes, but I still think what Hafen just said about my father, Ito Aoyama, is more domineering, and I also learned from it a little bit. Indeed. My father Nara Shikaku. Ha 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 ha. The small talk among the young people made Uchiha Sasuke's home extremely lively. Sasuke felt a little dazed for a moment. How many years has it been since his home was so lively? This feeling is really good. Hey! Kid! Ito Hirofumi's mind moved. This is Uchiha Madara calling him in the psychic space. So while taking the meat roasted by Yamanaka Ino for him, he condensed chakra and entered the psychic space. Harano Sakura saw Yamanaka Ino grilling meat for Ito Hirofumi and she imitated it and grilled some pieces of meat for Uchiha Sasuke. But Uchiha Sasuke didn't notice him at all. Instead, he was fighting with Uzumaki Naruto for the piece of burned meat. You two say sauce to me, and I drag you all the way. It's so lively. Hinata wanted to grill some pieces of meat for Uzumaki Naruto, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't muster up the courage. The aura of the mafia elder sister just now had long since disappeared. Especially when she thought about how she mustered up the courage to stand in front of Uzumaki Naruto and even said those words to Uzumaki Naruto, Hyaga Hinata felt her face burning hot. While eating the barbecue bite by bite, he secretly observed Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the psychic space, Uchiha Madara doesn't look particularly good at this moment. The kid Hirofumi Ito had already told himself that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and Uchiha Madara was more or less mentally prepared. But when she sensed such an empty Uchiha clan land, Uchiha Madara still felt a little empty. Although they are all guys who betrayed me. But after all, it is still my former family. I never expected that the once glorious Uchiha clan would end up like this. In fact, there are some twists and turns in this. Uchiha Madara also understands that he is not a fool. And it couldn't be simpler to be an emperor and a courtier. Moreover, Uchiha Madara has already discovered something, that is, there is no news about the Senju clan in Konoha village. In other words, Uchiha and Senju, the two most prosperous families who once founded Konoha village, have all disappeared. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's really a good idea. For some reason, Uchiha Madara was already looking forward to the scene where Senju Tobirama saw this scene. This guy who opens his mouth to be evil Uchiha and shuts his mouth to be evil Uchiha. What would this guy's face be like if he saw that the Senju clan had also disappeared? Yo! Madara! Why do you look so stinky? Are you in a bad mood? Nonsense, although these guys betrayed me, they still betrayed Uchiha's reputation. Ito Hirofumi understood that what Uchiha Madara meant was that when he left Konoha, no one from the Uchiha clan followed him. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito looked solemnly at Uchiha Madara in front of him. The past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Some people work hard but fail to make waves, while some people turn the world upside down with just one thought. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Maybe one day everyone will reappear in the world. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly after hearing Hirofumi Ito's words. Of course Uchiha Madara understands what Hirofumi Ito means. This unique method can resurrect the dead and channel the dead into the living world. In fact, my current body is already in a very perfect state of resurrection, and I only need Hirofumi Ito to use the psychic technique, and I can come to the real world instantly. So Hirofumi Ito is telling himself that these dead people have a chance to return to the world. You have such a strong tone, kid. Do you have any wine? Certainly. Just like this, Hirofumi Ito was eating barbecue outside, but inside the psychic space, he started having S** with Uchiha Madara. Your psychic skills should come with a certain price, right? After drinking a glass of wine, Uchiha Madara looked at Hirofumi Ito in front of him. Hirofumi Ito nodded noncommittally. Of course. How can such a terrifying ability come without a price? Uchiha Madara knew clearly, yes, how could such a terrifying ability come without a price? But Hirofumi Ito continued to say. But, the price is not a problem to me. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Can you tell me what the price will be? I miss my old friend a little bit. Hirofumi Ito's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. What are you missing about your old friend? Don't you just miss your good friend Senju Hashirama? What are you talking about, old friend? But this is a good thing for myself. I'm afraid you, Uchiha Madara, don't have any appeal. As long as you have appeal, it will be easy. Don't you miss your old friend? Then do you have to help me go out and make money? As long as you can help me get billions or tens of billions back, I can call out your old friend. Chapter 35 You are free of charge. Looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, Hirofumi Ito only said one word. Money. What the hell? Uchiha Madara didn't react for a moment. I just asked this kid what the price for this kind of ability is. Why is this kid talking about money? Is it possible that this kind of heaven-defying method can be done with money? Nonsense. Kid, I'm asking you what price you need to pay. Do you still want to ask me for money? I have nothing now, and I have to rely on you to eat. Do you think I look like I'm rich? Hirofumi Ito put down the wine glass in his hand. Madara. Didn't you just ask me what the price of channeling and resurrecting the undead would be? The price is money. To be precise, it's silver. Nani? Uchiha Madara's face was full of disbelief. Such a terrifying method, such a heaven-defying method. How could it be possible to do it with just money? Kid. Do you think I'm a fool? Are you teasing me for fun? If the price you pay is too high, you can tell me, and I don't have to ask you to summon any undead. If you use so-called money to deceive me, you don't really think I'm a fool, do you? Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito felt helpless. Look, you asked me and I told you, but you don't believe me when I tell you. What do you want me to do? Hirofumi Ito spread his hands as he spoke. It's not that I don't believe you. This kind of thing is really unbelievable, isn't it? How can it be possible to resurrect an undead so easily? If money was enough, wouldn't so many people who died have been resurrected long ago? Uchiha Madara still can't believe it. Sigh. I know you don't believe me. I don't know exactly what happened, but since I went to the world of the dead last time, I have already understood this ability of mine. Naturally, Hirofumi Ito would not tell anyone about the system, but he had to explain it a little to Uchiha Madara. After all, he wanted Uchiha Madara to help him make money in the future. After a pause, Hirofumi Ito continued. I only need to spend a certain amount of silver to channel the undead soul, and like you, resurrect the undead soul perfectly. But it's not without limitations. I can only channel ninjas, at least at the genin level. Ordinary people can't do this. There is no civilian option in the introduction of the system, so the undead who want to channel spirits must also have chakra during their lifetime. In this case, they can at least be regarded as genin. Listening to what Hirofumi Ito said so clearly, Uchiha Madara also became a little excited. Could it be that what this kid said is true? If that's the case, then this ability is too terrifying. As long as you spend money, you can channel all the powerful people in the past. And it's still in a perfect resurrection state. This is simply heaven-defying. Kid, since what you said is so clear, I want to ask you, how much does it cost to channel a ninja? This question is on point. Ninjas of different strengths need to spend different amounts of silver, of course. 10,000 silver taels can help me channel a genin, 100,000 silver taels can help me channel a chunin, 1,000,000 silver taels can help me channel a jainin, and tens of millions of silver can help me channel an elite jainin. As for the 100 million silver taels, the one who channeled it will be a Hokage level powerhouse, just like you. After hearing these explanations, Uchiha Madara somewhat understood. So, you are saying that the levels of ninja correspond to different silver coins. But there seems to be a loophole in this. If a ninja is very powerful, but the ninja level is only genin, wouldn't you make a lot of money? Or to put it another way, wouldn't you have suffered a huge loss? Regarding the question raised by Uchiha Madara, Ito Hirofumi actually also learned about it from the system, and he also asked the same question to the system at that time. But the system stated that this ninja level is a system division and has nothing to do with the real ninja levels. For example, Metkai's father, Mat Dai, is only a genin in ninja level, but when he explodes with all his strength, he has Hokage level strength. If a person like this wants to channel, he needs 100 million wealth, which is 100 million silver taels. It is impossible to pick up leaks with 10,000 silver taels. Hirofumi Ito didn't say much about this explanation of the system. After all, this also prevented him from losing money. If someone like Shimura Danzo is more famous than his strength, wouldn't he suffer a big loss? So Hirofumi Ito, who thought of this, also explained to Uchiha Madara. There is no loophole. This ability of mine will automatically identify the strength of the undead, so the situation you mentioned will not occur. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded. In other words, if you want to be a powerful person with the same level of psychic skills as me now, you need to get 100 million silver taels. Is that what you mean? Yes. That's right. Doesn't that mean that you have already spent 100 million silver taels to channel and resurrect me? No, no, no. Not really. Hirofumi Ito shook his head. What do you mean? Is it possible that your ability makes me feel that I am not worth that much money? Uchiha Madara is a little angry. He is a powerful Shura in the ninja world. Isn't Uchiha Madara worse than a Hokage? Is this ability insane? Is it possible that I am not worthy of 100 million silver taels? Look. It's urgent. You didn't spend money, you got it for free, do you understand? 100 million silver taels. Where can I get 100 million silver taels? Even if I sell my entire family, I still can't get 100 million taels. You were given to me for free by my ability. Anyway, I was pretty lucky and managed to get you out. In total, I made a lot of money. Uchiha Madara is in a very unhappy mood at this moment. Especially what Hirofumi Ito said just now is free and free. My majestic Uchiha Madara is so worthless and it's free. Okay. Damn it. However, Hirofumi Ito, a kid, is quite sensible and knows that channeling himself will make him a lot of money. After all, the so-called Hokage level strongman was just a kick in front of me. Now I am in my heyday. Once my reincarnation eyes are opened, I am afraid that Senju Hashirama is no match for me. Not to mention the so-called Hokage. That Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not that I look down on him. It only takes one hand to torture him. Chapter 36 100 and 200 million is never too little, and 580 million is never too much. Looking at Uchiha Madara, Hirofumi Ito in front of her, she thought of many things at once. If this guy had enough money, could he get rid of that idiot Senju Hashirama? But now this guy has no money. And I'm not sure whether this kid is cheating on me. If this kid was lying to me, then I would have stupidly helped this kid get money. In the end, wouldn't I be a White Hits employee? Madara, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Senju Hashirama? Hirofumi Ito suddenly spoke. How do you know? Bah. I will miss him. What a joke. What a big joke. Who would miss that idiot? Seeing the weird smile on the corner of Hirofumi Ito's mouth, Uchiha Madara's old face turned red. Wasn't he just thinking about that silly Senju Hashirama? And Hirofumi Ito's face instantly put on a flattering smile, and his hands were rubbing in front of him, like a fly. Madara, let's discuss something. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hirofumi Ito. All the thoughts in this kid's heart were reflected on his face. There was nothing like a castle. Hey? What's going on? You go help me get money, and I'll help you get Senju Hashirama out. How about it? Let's work together. It's a win-win situation for both of us. Haha. Why should I help you get money? And how can I know if you are cheating me? Why did I lie to you? You are not a young lady. What do you have that I should lie to? Hot. I'm a great ninja Shura. Isn't it worth it for you to lie to me? Haha. Who would lie to you, a bad old man? Wouldn't it be nice if I lied to two young and beautiful little sisters? Kid, did you really not lie to me? I really didn't lie to you. Forget it. Hirofumi Ito said while waving his hand. If you don't believe it, forget it. Anyway, I'm going to borrow some money from Uchiha Sasuke later. When I have the money, I'll use my psychic skills and you'll understand. Let's talk about cooperation when you believe me. After finishing speaking, Hirofumi Ito did not stop. The condensed chakra instantly dissipated in the psychic space, leaving only Uchiha Madara sitting there alone inside the villa. But at this time, Uchiha Madara's face was extremely solemn. This kid looks like he's in control. Is it true that, as this kid said, if you want to channel the undead, you need to spend money? But this is really nonsense. I have never heard of such a medium. But if it's true, my younger brother and that idiot Senju Hashirama will all be resurrected in the future. It's just that his brother may not be able to survive in a short time. After all, the kid said before that he is now bound to the undead of Konoha village, and his brother's death was before the establishment of Konoha village. I don't know if this counts. Can they be considered the undead of Konoha village? However, after his brother died, he was indeed buried in Konoha village. If you think about it this way, your brother can be regarded as the undead of Konoha village, right? Alas! It's useless to think about this now. We still have to see if what this kid said is true. If what this kid said is true, it's not like I can't help him. Isn't it just to make money? Why don't you just go out and grab some? During this period of time, Ito Hirofumi has been doing two things. Chatting with Uchiha Madara inside the psychic space, and the outside world is still dealing with the 12 Xiaoqiang. At the same time, Yamanaka Ino has been feeding herself. Everyone had almost eaten, and it was getting late. Hinata, it's getting late. We should go home. Hinata nodded after hearing Hyagoniji's words. I know, brother. Seeing that Ning was about to leave, Tian Tian and Xiao Li also said goodbye. Several other people also knew that it was getting late and it was time to leave. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hirofumi Ito. Howen, do you want to come with us? No, you go first. I'm not in a hurry. In this way, in the end, only Ito Hirofumi and Uzumaki Naruto were left in Uchiha Sasuke's family. Uzumaki Naruto was not in a hurry, because even if he went home, he would be alone. When everyone left just now, the garbage was almost packed away, so at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Ito Hirofumi were sitting side by side in the courtyard of Sasuke's house looking at the scenery in the night sky. Uchiha Sasuke felt so comfortable for the first time since the night of genocide. Especially with these two guys, Ito Hirofumi and Uzumaki Naruto, by his side, for some reason I always feel extremely peaceful inside. Especially when arguing with Uzumaki Naruto. Howen, do you have anything you want to say to me? Hirofumi Ito glanced at Sasuke in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy's thoughts were quite delicate. There is indeed something. If you have anything to say, just say it. It's not your character to be hesitant. Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito scratched his head. Sure enough, it is really difficult to ask for a loan or something. Just, I want to borrow some money from you, and it's not a small amount. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Are you short of money? Uchiha Sasuke didn't understand. Hirofumi Ito was not short of money. He spent money lavishly when he was in the ninja school. Why did he want to borrow money from himself today? And he said it was not a small amount. Could it be that something happened to this guy? Uzumaki Naruto on the side heard that Hirofumi Ito needed money without any hesitation and took out his little frog wallet. Howen, how much money do you need? I still have some here. I've saved them in my daily life. There are probably a few hundred taels left. If you need it, take it. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto open his frog wallet and take out all the scattered silver coins inside, Ito Hirofumi would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Thank you. I'm going to drag you along, but the amount I need is a bit large. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke became more and more certain that something had happened to Hirofumi Ito, otherwise this guy would definitely not have opened his mouth to borrow money from him. How many do you need? Can you tell me what happened? Of course, the more the better. 120 million is never too little, and 580 million is never too much. Hirofumi Ito opened his mouth to ask for hundreds of millions, which scared Uzumaki Naruto to the point that he jumped up. Howen? What are you going to do? Hundreds of millions. What happened? Chapter 37 The Secret Words of the Three Little Ones. And after hearing Hirofumi Ito say the numbers, Uchiha Sasuke also frowned tightly. After all, it is hundreds of millions to open your mouth, which is not a small amount. He inherited all the inheritance from the Uchiha clan, and including these real estate properties, his total net worth is only over 1 billion. Moreover, these real estates and land account for the majority, and I don't have that much cash at all. What happened to Hirofumi Ito? So much money is needed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist and turned to look at Hirofumi Ito. Can you tell me what happened to you? I do have some money here. I can lend it to you if you need it, but can you tell me what happened? Howen, I think we should be friends now, right? I think as friends, no matter what happens, we should face it together. If you have any difficulties, you can definitely tell them. Uzumaki Naruto on the side already knew that he couldn't help Ito Hirofumi after hearing Ito Hirofumi say the number of several hundred million, but after hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Uzumaki Naruto also nodded crazily. Yes, yes. Howen, what difficulties have you encountered? You can tell us and we can face it together. The worst case. The worst case is that I will help you, Shikamaru and Chiji borrow money. Or I can also find Grandpa third generation. After hearing what the two said, Ito Hirofumi was silent for a moment, and Chakra's condensed body reappeared in the psychic space. Madara. Please do me a favor and sense if anyone is watching around here. Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the rocking chair, raised his eyebrows and looked at Hirofumi Ito in front of him. What? Do you want to tell these two brats your secret? Aren't you afraid that these two brats will reveal your biggest secret? They too can't do that. Hirofumi Ito shook his head firmly. TCH. It's such a ridiculous friendship. At this moment Uchiha Madara thought of the years she had spent with Senju Hashirama. Okay, I have already sensed it for you. Except for you three brats, no one in the entire Uchiha tribe can breathe. Don't worry. Hirofumi Ito naturally believes in Uchiha Madara's sensory abilities. I am afraid that no one in the current Konoha village has a better perception than Uchiha Madara, or that no one can hide themselves under Uchiha Madara's perception. Thinking of this, the figure of Ito Hirofumi in the psychic space disappeared. Uchiha Madara was lying on the rocking chair and gently tapping the handle of the chair with one hand. It seems that what this kid told me before must be true. It's really strange. Did you really not think that you can resurrect people by spending money? This method is simply unheard of. It's related to the world of the undead. Whose handiwork is this? Even my strength has become a plaything in his hands. Was it made by the legendary immortal? Or maybe it was something else. Uchiha Madara knew about Hirofumi Ito's borrowing money. After all, Hirofumi Ito did not isolate the psychic space from the outside world, so this also shows that what Hirofumi Ito said before is true. And this also made Uchiha Madara think a lot. After leaving the psychic space, Ito Hirofumi looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto sitting next to him. Some things may sound a bit too fantastic. But Sasuke, Naruto, I hope you two can believe me. Because what I'm about to say next is my biggest secret. Even if this secret is exposed, I will probably die. Listening to Ito Hirofumi's serious words, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were both a little nervous. What kind of secret would lead to death if it was exposed? The two of them were touched for a moment. Is Hirofumi Ito willing to tell him such a terrifying secret? In fact, Hirofumi Ito said just now that he would die was just to make the matter more serious. In fact, he would not be afraid even if his matter was exposed. After all, there is an Uchiha Madara in the psychic space. Uchiha Madara will let herself die. Joke. If he really died, it would really be a slap in the face to Uchiha Madara. And judging from Uchiha Madara's attitude towards him, Hirofumi Ito also felt that this guy was undergoing some changes. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was much calmer than Uzumaki Naruto. After standing up, he looked around, then turned around and brought the two of them into the house while closing the door tightly. After arriving in the house, looking at the extremely nervous two people in front of him, Ito Hirofumi slowly said, "Do you still remember the time I suddenly disappeared in the ninja school?" "Of course I remember. And Howen, I saw you come back with a bang." Uzumaki Naruto nodded quickly, and Uchiha Sasuke also nodded beside him. "Because of that incident, I gained some strange abilities. Spending money can make me stronger quickly. So Sasuke, this is why I want to borrow money from you." Uchiha Sasuke seemed to understand after hearing this. "No wonder you've become so much stronger in a short period of time. That's probably why you were able to defeat me this time, right?" "That's right. But if I just want to become stronger, I don't need to borrow money so urgently. After all, it's okay to make money slowly. But besides being able to become stronger, there is another very important thing. It's just that I can't tell you too about this matter for the time being, but you will definitely know it later. And by that time, I believe I will bring you a big surprise. The surprise that Hirofumi Ito was talking about was of course the opportunity to channel the parents of Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are definitely Hokage level combatants. As for Uchiha Mikoto, it may be slightly weaker, and Uchiha Fugaku, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, should also have Hokage level combat power. In fact, there are really many top experts in Konoha village, and there are also a lot of people who can compete with the Hokage level in combat power. It's just a pity. Don't be crippled by the good friends Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Hirofumi Ito sometimes thinks that if Hiruzen Sarutobi had not become Hokage, Konoha at this period would be terribly strong. Chapter 38 Recharge 500 million. For example, Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo, Kakashi's father, was also the former leader of Anbu. Such a strong man of the Hokage level, because he was too strong and accomplished too much, threatened the rule of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, threatened the status of Shimura Danzo, and committed suicide amidst rumors and public opinion. And Uchiha Shisui, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, has opened the Mangeki Sharingan and definitely has Hokage level combat power. Not to mention Mangeki's ability is still the most terrifying distinguished heavenly gods. It's just a pity that such a genius died in Danzo's sneak attack. Even one of his eyes was gouged out. Uchiha Itachi became a knife in the hands of Konoha's senior officials, massacred his tribe and betrayed Konoha village. Although this guy has no humanity and is very brainwashed, I have to say that this guy definitely has Hokage level combat power. Plus Hyaga Niji's father Hyaga Hisashi. The leader of the branch house of the Hyaga clan is probably as powerful as his brother Hyaga Hayashi, but his death is really ridiculous. The third Hokage's weakness also caused Konoha village to lose a strong man. There was also Tsunade who left the village frustrated. Orochimaru, who betrayed Konoha village after being exposed for human experimentation. And Jiraiya, who wanders the ninja world in search of his friends and the legendary son of prophecy. There is also Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. This guy is a figure of the same era as Namikaze Minato, and it is very likely that he has also opened the Mangeki Sharingan. These people all have strength close to the Hokage level, or simply have the strength of the Hokage level. But these people are dying and walking away. Not to mention the Uchiha who was exterminated. You must know that Uchiha is the top combat power in Konoha village. Now that I think about it, third Hokage and Danzo really didn't do anything good. Hirofumi Ito's thoughts suddenly wandered away. Just now, he said that he wanted to surprise Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, but he suddenly thought of the former strong man of Konoha village. After listening to Ito Hirofumi's words, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were both silent. Although both of them have weird personalities, that doesn't mean they are fools. Even Uzumaki Naruto heard what Hirofumi Ito said. Spending money to become stronger is not the biggest secret. The one that can bring surprises to both of them is probably the real secret. If that secret is exposed, I'm afraid it will bring huge trouble to Hirofumi Ito. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he got up and went directly into his room. A moment later, Uchiha Sasuke walked out holding a large box. How in? No matter what you want to do, I believe in you. As for the surprise you just mentioned, I'm also looking forward to it. Although I have received all the inheritance from the Uchiha clan, the most valuable among them are actually these buildings and this land. So this is all we have in cash, a total of 500 million silver taels. I left some change for daily expenses. As for the 500 million silver taels, I can give it to you. If the family's land and these buildings were sold, they should be worth 5 or 6 billion. There are also those ninjutsu scrolls and other things left behind, which should be able to be sold for some money. If you need Uchiha Sasuke originally wanted to say that if Hirofumi Ito needed it, he could sell some of these lands, or sell some of those ninjutsu scrolls. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hirofumi Ito. "That's enough. Sass. I didn't expect you to believe me so much." Hirofumi Ito was really touched at this moment. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke was willing to sell all the inheritance of the Uchiha clan for himself. "If I don't give Uchiha Sasuke a perfect family in the future, I will really feel sorry for him. As well as those things that happen in the future, you must do your best to change these things." "What are you talking about? Aren't we friends? And I really can't use the money. It's enough to leave 10 to 20 million for daily allowance," Uchiha Sasuke said while showing a very arrogant look. "Don't worry, Sas. I will definitely give you a big surprise in the future. I know what your goal is, and I also know what the biggest pain in your heart is." Uchiha Sasuke thought that Hirofumi Ito meant to avenge him after he became stronger. "No need. I will do the revenge myself. I must also kill that man with my own hands." "No, that's not what I'm talking about. I believe you will take revenge with your own hands. I am talking about another thing. In short, it is too early to talk about these things now, believe me, you will definitely know. Including Uzumaki Naruto. This thing won't last long." Looking at the large box of silver in front of him, Ito Hirofumi's heart was extremely hot. With the starting capital of 500 million, he could channel 5 Hokage level experts. And the most important thing is that I can also extract an ability from each of these strong men. Of course, you can also choose not to channel 5 Hokage level experts, or you can choose to channel 50 elite Genin. But no matter how you think about it, 5 Hokage levels are more profitable. Elite Genin are just elite Genin no matter how you say it. Let alone 50, even 100 cannot defeat 5 Hokage level experts. And there are differences between Hokage level experts. For someone like Uchiha Madara, it is easy for one person to defeat 50 elite Genin. If you can get Senju Hashirama out, you will make a lot of money. After speaking to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Ito Hirofumi directly put his hand on the box full of silver. "System. I want to recharge. 500 million silver tails detected. Do you want to recharge all of them?" "Yes." "Recharge successful. Congratulations to host for gaining 500 million wealth." Psychic system. Host Hirofumi Ito. Wealth value, 500 million. White psychic 0. Green psychic 0. Blue psychic 0. Purple psychic 0. Golden psychic 0. System. Give me 500 million wealth points to exchange for 5 golden psychics. Congratulations to host for successful redemption. The number of golden channeling times will be increased by 5. At this time, Ito Hirofumi also saw that the 500 million wealth value he had just obtained on his panel disappeared, and the number behind the golden psychic also changed from 0 to 5. This also means that I can channel a Hokage level powerhouse 5 times. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. Money, so much money, gone. Uzumaki Naruto shouted in disbelief while lifting the box and shaking it vigorously. But there was not even a single silver tail inside. Chapter 39 Domineering President Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke swallowed hard when he saw this scene. "This is 500 million. The result disappeared instantly. How in? Was this your ability just now?" Seeing the horrified expressions of the two people, Hirofumi Ito nodded. "Yes, this is the ability I just told you. I'm afraid the next money will help me become very strong. It's really scary." Uchiha Sasuke sighed. After all, hearing someone say it and seeing it with your own eyes are completely different things. Seeing 500 million disappear in an instant with your own eyes was a huge impact on the two of them. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, after all, the money belongs to Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sasuke still has tens of millions left for pocket money. Uzumaki Naruto was completely dumbfounded. I have never seen so much money in my life. But 500 million. 500 million. The kind that you can never spend in a lifetime. But these 500 million are gone. It's just gone. Now Uzumaki Naruto only has third Hokage to give him about 1,000 taels of pocket money a month. I'm afraid he can spend these 500 million for several lifetimes. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's horrified look, Uchiha Sasuke took out a 1 million tael silver note from his wallet, and then threw it directly on Uzumaki Naruto. Take the flowers. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 1 million tael silver note in his arms in disbelief. Did you give it to me? Of course it's for you. Look at the way you look like you've never seen money. It's so embarrassing. But, isn't this too much? Here you go, take it. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke looked like a domineering president. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Sasuke with little stars in his eyes. Ito Hirofumi always felt that the air seemed to be filled with the smell of indescribable homosexuality. How should I put it? Gay love is burning. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed and held the 1 million taels of silver notes tightly in his hands. Thank you, BD Sasuke. Damn idiot. You took lousy 1 million taels, but you still call lousy Sasuke. Shouldn't you be grateful at this time and call me a good brother? Humph. Sasuke. Whose brother are you? You BD. A whole idiot. Give me back my banknote. I don't. If you put it in my little frog wallet, don't expect me to spit it out. Damn idiot. That BD Sasuke. Which way to drag? Sass give it. Which way to drag? Sass give it. The three of them went crazy like this for a while and then left. Uchiha Sasuke was lying on the bed with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. That guy Naruto is really an idiot. And Howen. I don't know how strong you will become next. But I won't give up easily. After all, I am a man who bears the pride of the Uchiha clan. The glory of Uchiha will never allow me to admit defeat. Hirofumi Ito walked towards his home, and Uzumaki Naruto also quickly rushed home holding his frog wallet in his hands with a cautious look. Hey! Kid! Hirofumi Ito was a little surprised. This was the second time Uchiha Madara called him today. Condensing chakra while walking towards home into the psychic space. What's wrong, Madara? Hirofumi Ito thought that Uchiha Madara was anxious to show him his psychic skills. Or that he was anxious to quickly channel his good friend Senju Hashirama. Are you really not from the Uchiha clan? Have I already told you this? Why do you still ask me? My surname is Ito. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I always feel that there should be some inexplicable connection between you and me. The same goes for Uchiha Sasuke. Anyway, it's a very strange feeling. If it weren't absolutely impossible, I would think that you and Uchiha Sasuke, these two brats, are my sons. Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito understood. It seems that the special feeling Uchiha Madara mentioned should be Indra's chakra. Uchiha Madara paused for a moment and then continued. And that kid named Uzumaki Naruto, that kid also gives me a weird feeling. This kid is this generation's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? It's so ridiculous, a Jinchuriki is called a demon fox. But why is that brat named Uzumaki? He feels a bit like Senju Hashirama's silly guy. He can't be a descendant of Senju Hashirama, right? Okay Madara, stop thinking about it. I am just me and have nothing to do with you Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto is just Uzumaki Naruto and has nothing to do with the Senju clan. After hearing these words, Uchiha Madara no longer struggled with this matter. After all, they are just some brats, and there is no point in worrying about these things. The most important thing now is that this kid Hirofumi Ito just got 500 million silver. So is it possible to call out that idiot Senju Hashirama? When thinking of this, Uchiha Madara felt her heartbeat speed up. Kid. Let me see your psychic skills. Don't want. Hey? Why? Why should I show you? Why don't you show me? Looking at Uchiha Madara's slightly anxious look, Hirofumi Ito chuckled. Madara. Just admit it. What you care about is not my so-called psychic skills at all. What you care about is whether I can get Senju Hashirama out, right? Uchiha Madara blushed. Humph. How is it possible? I would care about that idiot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you don't admit it, then I won't be a psychic. Blank. Damn you little devil. In fact, Uchiha Madara really wanted to see Hirofumi Ito's magical methods. After all, he didn't sense anything the last time he appeared in the world of the dead. But I really want to meet Senju Hashirama. The last time I had a decisive battle with Senju Hashirama, that idiot sneak attacked me and defeated me. Now I have the eyes of a fairy. Samsara I. As long as this fool dares to appear, I must let him know why the flowers are so red. I must blow that silly anus hard. Chapter 40 Evil Uchiha. Humph. Damn you little devil. I admit it. I really want to see Senju Hashirama. What's the matter? What's the problem? Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara with an extremely ambiguous look. There's no problem. After all, Senju Hashirama is the god of ninja, and you are the man called the god of ninja, so there's no problem at all. Hot. Nonsense. Kid, what are you talking about? I am Shura from the ninja world. Not a man who is the god of ninja. Hirofumi Ito hurriedly took out his ears. This damn Madara has such a loud voice. Okay, I know. Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't you know that there is a saying that makes a lot of sense? Explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry yet. I will be home soon, and I will start channeling when I get home. It's just that I can't guarantee whether I can channel Senju Hashirama. After all, there are still some strong men who have died in Konoha village and have Hokage level strength. So I can't say for sure. Maybe Senju Hashirama didn't come out and Senju Tobirama came out. As soon as Ito Hirofumi mentioned Senju Tobirama's name, Uchiha Madara spat hard. Haha. Ta. That evil Senju Tobirama. I feel annoyed when I hear his name. While chatting and spanking with Uchiha Madara in the psychic space, Hirofumi Ito also returned to his home. Lying on his little bed, Hirofumi Ito communicated with the system. System. I am here. Hirofumi Ito always felt that the system made him feel like a classmate he loves. Can you channel in a psychic space? Or do you have to channel in the real world? The channeling space is the space created for the host to channel. Psychic beasts can also survive in the psychic space. Therefore, host can completely channel in the psychic space. Hirofumi Ito felt relieved after hearing what the system said. After all, if you are channeling in the outside world, you might make a big noise. Especially if a Hokage-level powerhouse breaks out a chakra casually, the entire Konoha village will probably tremble. That old man from 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, probably won't be able to sleep well. In the psychic space, Hirofumi Ito and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, and Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with anticipation. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Look, you're in a hurry. Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara like an old god. I always feel like Uchiha Madara wants to improve now. Thinking of this, Ito Hirofumi's thoughts couldn't help but diverge again. When he becomes Hokage in the future, should he also accept a few apprentices? Then his apprentice said in front of him slightly anxiously, "Teacher, I really want to make progress." Okay, what is this, Director Chi?" Without too much hesitation, Hirofumi Ito directly communicated with the system. "System. Use golden channeling on me once. Please host to form a psychic circle." For Hirofumi Ito, who has channeled Uchiha Madara, this process is no stranger to him. He followed the order of the seals in the psychic technique, and finally slapped his hand hard on the ground. Just like the situation in Uchiha Madara last time, a golden rune mark appeared on the ground of the psychic space, and a dazzling golden light began to emit from the mark. Although I had experienced such a scene before, Ito Hirofumi couldn't help but feel a little excited when I saw such a scene again. After all, this means that I once again have a psychic beast with Hokage level strength. It doesn't seem to be accurate to say psychic beast. Uchiha Madara on the side is also staring at the psychic circle at this moment, and even his own eternal Manjiki Sharingan has been activated. Manjiki Sharingan's big windmill pattern is spinning crazily in the pupils. Uchiha Madara wants to use his Manjiki to figure out what kind of secret this psychic circle holds. But after looking for a long time, I couldn't see anything. Even the chakra fluctuations that necromancy should have are not there. A ball of soul fire gradually emerged in the golden light array. Hirofumi Ito looked at this ball of soul fire and shouted crazily in his heart. "Senju Hashirama! Senju Hashirama! Senju Hashirama! It must be Senju Hashirama!" It is normal for Ito Hirofumi to have such thoughts. After all, Senju Hashirama is the strongest person in Konoha village since ancient times, not counting Uchiha Madara who has opened the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara was also a little nervous. From what Ito Hirofumi said before, I learned that Ito Hirofumi himself needs to spend 100 million silver taels to perform a Hokage level channeling. And Hirofumi Ito now has 500 million silver taels, which means he has 5 opportunities. 5 chances to get rid of Senju Hashirama's idiot is actually very high. But no one can say for sure. So at this time, Uchiha Madara was shouting in her heart. "Hassie hot mom! Hassie hot mom! Hassie hot mom! Must be a Hassie hot mom! No evil Senju Tobirama!" But sometimes this world is so magical, the less you think about it, the more it will come to you. The soul fire in the golden light array gradually condensed into a human form. I saw this man with a white hedgehog head and blue armor. Obviously this is the style of the Warring States period, and the style of the armor on her body is not much different from the armor on Uchiha Madara. But when Uchiha Madara saw this man, his face turned uglier than a child that had been eaten to death. Because this person is not the Senju Hashirama that he yearns for, but the Senju Tobirama who keeps saying the words evil Uchiha on his lips every day, saying evil Uchiha 800 times a day. The golden light gradually dissipated, and a trace of confusion flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. But when he saw the figure in front of him, Senju Tobirama's eyes instantly became stern. Evil Uchiha. Senju Tobirama didn't understand his physical condition, but he saw Uchiha Madara standing not far from him at a glance. Is this evil Uchiha planning another evil plan? And that evil imp standing next to evil Uchiha Madara? Judging from the appearance, there is a high probability that he is the evil Uchiha. What do these two evil Uchiha, one big and one small, want to do to get themselves out? And Uchiha Madara's first words when she saw Senju Tobirama's resurrection was evil. Uchiha broke through her defense instantly. Chapter 41 Believe it or not, Lao Zi stabbed you to death? Uchiha Madara breaks the defense instantly. Blank. Senju Tobirama. You've been dead for so many years and you still can't forget this sentence, right? What a bummer. What kind of cookie are you? How come I channeled you? Do you believe or not, I will stab you to death. Although Senju Tobirama doesn't know what's going on now, it doesn't stop him from saying evil Uchiha first. Especially when I see Uchiha Madara breaking through her defenses, I feel extremely happy. He folded his arms gently in front of his chest, narrowed his eyes with a look of disdain, and opened his mouth slightly. Ha! Evil Uchiha! Seeing Senju Tobirama's pretentious look, Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it anymore. TMD, you're showing off in front of me, the Uchiha clan, you probably don't know how to write the word death. Uchiha, who keeps his mouth shut and is evil, is he really easy to bully? If it weren't for the hot mother Hasi protecting you back then, I would have pinched you to death. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara turned to look at Hirofumi Ito and said with gritted teeth, "Kid! Stay away! Don't let me accidentally hurt you." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Hirofumi Ito felt a little nervous. Although Senju Tobirama is not Senju Hashirama, his strength cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that more than half of the forbidden techniques in Konoha village were invented by this guy. One-hand water-style ninjutsu is so amazing that some people in the ninja world even called it sea release. The most important thing is that I spent 100 million worth of wealth to channel this, which is 100 million silver taels. If someone from the Uchiha class is accidentally beaten to death, where can I go to reason with him? Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito retreated and shouted to Uchiha Madara, "Madara! Be gentle! Don't kill me! Got it? Damn brat!" Although Uchiha Madara wanted to teach Senju Tobirama a lesson, she did not lose her mind. After all, Senju Tobirama was channeled by Ito Hirofumi after spending 100 million silver taels. But Hirofumi Ito still feels that it is not very accurate. While leaning back, he communicated with the system. System. Although I know that psychic beasts can be killed, my psychic beast is not an ordinary psychic beast. In other words, they were originally dead but are now resurrected. So, if the person I channeled is killed, will he die? Or will he return to the psychic world in the state of soul fire? Host doesn't have to worry. Because the host has channeled the cause of the undead has come under the jurisdiction of the host. If the person being channeled dies, the deceased will return to the state of soul fire and return to the channeling space. The fire of the soul exists in the psychic space, and the host can consume half of the wealth value to resurrect it as a psychic. Hirofumi Ito breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what the system said, which means that if Uchiha Madara or Senju Tobirama dies, their soul fire will not return to the world of the dead. Instead, it will only appear in your own psychic space. And at that time, if you want to resurrect them, you don't need to spend 100 million in wealth, only 50 million is enough. But 50 million is not a small amount. I hope Uchiha Madara will be gentler and don't let Senju Tobirama beat him to death. Otherwise, I will have to spend an extra 50 million. At this time, Hirofumi Ito was watching Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama from a distance. The chakra brewed by these two guys has reached a certain limit, and I am afraid it will explode in the next moment. To be honest, Senju Tobirama was already regretting it at this time. His eldest brother was not by his side, so he couldn't beat the pervert Uchiha Madara. But I've already had my OM just now. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if I gave in now? So you have to toughen up. Humph. Uchiha Madara. No matter what evil plan you have, I will definitely stop you. In Senju Tobirama's heart, no matter what Uchiha Madara wants to do, he must stop it. This must be the right thing to do. After all, that is the evil Uchiha. Uchiha Madara gritted her teeth and grinned when she heard this, and looked at Senju Tobirama in front of her with cold eyes. It was this guy who stabbed his younger brother to death with a sword back then. If it wasn't for the sake of Hasi Hot Mom, I would have killed him long ago. Now, my brother may also be resurrected, but that doesn't stop me from collecting some interest from my brother first. I saw that Uchiha Madara's eyes changed instantly, but it was not the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but the eyes turned white, and circles after circles appeared in the eyeballs. It is Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. Hirofumi Ito also saw this scene in the distance. The current Uchiha Madara should not be considered at its peak state. After all, the peak state should be 10 tails Jinchuriki, 6 paths Madara. Uchiha Madara in the 6 paths form should be the strongest, but there are no 10 tails now, so Uchiha Madara cannot enter the 6 paths form. But with Senju Hashirama's tattoo and the Samsara Eye, it is absolutely easy for Uchiha Madara to torture Senju Tobirama now. Originally, Senju Tobirama was very unhappy when he saw that Uchiha Madara did not activate the Uchiha clan's ultimate eye technique, Mangeki Sharingan. I always feel that this evil Uchiha does not think highly of me. After all, I am still the second Hokage, the master of forbidden arts, and the sea escape ninja. But this Uchiha Madara is so overconfident that she wants to beat herself up without even using Mangeki Sharingan. You simply don't take me, Senju Tobirama, seriously. But when Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye completely emerged, Senju Tobirama felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Hateful. What on earth is going on? How could this guy Uchiha Madara be so strong? Such terrifying chakra fluctuations. It is simply much more terrifying than the oppression brought by Big Brother. And what's going on with those eyes? Not the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. And I have never seen it before. Feeling the pressure brought by Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama's face was extremely solemn. Flying Thunder God technique. I only saw Senju Tobirama starting with his signature ninjutsu, but the Flying Thunder God requires a mark to cast it, so Senju Tobirama could only temporarily pick up a few small stones to use as the Flying Thunder God kunao. And Uchiha Madara is slowly floating in the air. A look of disdain flashed in Tobirama's eyes as he watched Senju running around in the air. Cut. Little fleas jumping around. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 42 Stop Fighting. Stop fighting. Uchiha Madara floats in mid-air. Senju Tobirama also relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to flash back and forth in the space, and the next moment he came to the position where Uchiha Madara was standing sideways. Humph. Evil Uchiha. Water style. Senju Tobirama found the right time to release ninjutsu, and immediately wanted to release his best water style ninjutsu. But just for a moment. All things are attracted by heaven. Senju Tobirama, who had not yet completed the seal, suddenly found that his body was flying towards Uchiha Madara completely uncontrollably. I have absolutely no control over my body. I can't get rid of that terrifying attraction. Hateful. Snap. The hand Uchiha Madara just raised grabbed Senju Tobirama's neck. Senju Tobirama, after all these years you still haven't made any progress. Apart from the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, what else can you use? Water style. Or are you talking about those so-called forbidden arts? Didn't you invent a lot of forbidden techniques to target Uchiha? Come on. Use it and show it to me. Senju Tobirama was completely speechless as his neck was strangled, his face turned red and he was extremely horrified inside. How could this guy Uchiha Madara become so strong? And what's going on with this terrifying gravity? This is simply more terrifying than the elder brother's strength. Those eyes, what on earth are those eyes? After saying these words, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Snort? It's evil Uchiha to keep your mouth shut. I will teach you a lesson today. Let you remember it for a long time and speak well when you face me in the future. Spicy star. Bang. Senju Tobirama, who was still being held by Uchiha Madara's neck, was thrown away in great embarrassment the next moment. Of course, Uchiha Madara didn't kill him. First of all, it was channeled by the money spent by that brat Ito Hirofumi, and Senju Tobirama is the younger brother of Hasi Hot Mom after all. If he is killed just after resurrecting, he will not be able to explain to Hasi Lama when she comes out in the future. Although Uchiha Madara did not exert all his strength, Senju Tobirama was in an extremely embarrassed state at this time. His whole body was thrown to the ground like a broken sack, and then slid on the ground for tens of meters. A somewhat embarrassed Senju Tobirama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to stand up. Ha! Evil Uchiha! This is the first time Hirofumi Ito has seen Uchiha Madara's strength with his own eyes, not counting what he has seen in anime before. I have to say that Uchiha Madara is really too powerful, especially the Samsara Eye is simply perverted. It's a pity that I didn't extract the ability of the Samsara Eye from Uchiha Madara before. But it doesn't matter. He now has Indra's Chakra, and Uchiha Madara can have the Samsara Eye, so why can't he have it? At worst, I will learn from the Uchiha class in the future and get a tattoo of Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke on the left and right of my chest. If that doesn't work, you can also get a tattoo of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on your back. Isn't it just tattooing a few men's faces on your body? I don't care at all. But this also shows that this guy Uchiha Madara is definitely a genius. He got the flesh and blood from Senju Hashirama and transplanted it into his own body. It is very possible that Uchiha Madara has guessed that there is some kind of connection between himself and Senju Hashirama, or that there is some kind of connection between the chakra of the two. Otherwise, why would he transplant Senju Hashirama's instead of transplanting someone else's? If it's just for the so-called recovery ability, Ito Hirofumi thinks it's unlikely. After all, among the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama is not the only one who has this kind of recovery ability. It's just that Senju Hashirama has the strongest recovery ability. And in addition to the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan's physique is also very heaven-defying. Even the recovery ability is not weaker than that of the Senju clan. Watching Uchiha Madara show off the Tensei Tensei and Shinra Tensei one after another, Hirofumi Ito thought Senju Tobirama would be more honest. I didn't expect this guy's head to be so strong. The first thing he said when he stood up was the evil Uchiha. Really, you deserve to be beaten. Uchiha Madara has already fallen to the ground at this time. She was just floating in midair just to be more powerful. After all, the Uchiha clan always pretends to be invisible. After hearing Senju Tobirama say another evil Uchiha, Uchiha Madara laughed directly. The chakra around the body surges crazily, and the shawl's spiky head automatically moves without wind. Putting your hands together creates a seal instantly. Tianzi Zhenxing. Shout out in an instant. The three people on the ground, including Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama and Hirofumi Ito, instantly felt a burst of air filled with extremely oppressive feeling coming from the sky. This is the first time for Uchiha Madara to use this move. Looking at the huge round meteorite emerging in the sky, he is still very satisfied with the power of this move. And the meteorite began to slowly fall towards the ground. Senju Tobirama was almost stunned. Is this something that a human being can do? If this thing is smashed down, you will be smashed into a pulp, right? Hirofumi Ito swallowed hard. This feeling of seeing an extremely huge meteorite falling from the sky with your own eyes is much stronger than the sense of oppression in anime. And if this meteorite really falls, he will definitely die, right? Is this guy Uchiha Madara crazy? No. This is a psychic space. You can go out at any time, and this is just your own chakra. You can't die. That doesn't work either. If Senju Tobirama died, he would have to spend an extra 50 million. Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. Hirofumi Ito ran quickly towards Uchiha Madara against the terrifying air current. Madara. Do you really want to kill him? Don't forget that Senju Tobirama is Senju Hashirama's younger brother. If you kill Senju Hashirama for him, he will definitely be extremely sad. He might not be able to do it by then. I will never talk to you again. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yes. I seem to have hit my head a little bit. If this evil Senju Tobirama is really killed, that idiot Hasi Hot Mom will definitely be sad. What if you ignore yourself then? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara let go of his sealed hands, and at the same time, the huge meteorite that exposed half of his body in the clouds gradually shrank back. Chapter 43 Obtaining the Flying Thunder God Technique. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Great, saved. But isn't that brat Uchiha? Not only did he call Uchiha Madara by his first name, but the two of them seemed to be on equal terms. Senju Tobirama had too many doubts in his heart. What is your current physical condition? What happened to Uchiha Madara? Why has his strength become so strong? What is this place? And what kind of existence is that kid? Senju Tobirama has already sensed Ito Hirofumi's strength. He is pitifully weak. But Senju Tobirama also discovered that there was a psychic contract between himself and this kid. And he is still the party being contracted. In other words, my current situation is somewhat similar to that of a psychic beast. Senju Tobirama has no idea about all this. He could only look at Uchiha Madara and the mysterious kid walking towards him with cold eyes. Hello, second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hirofumi Ito. Hirofumi Ito waved his hand feebly. After all, he almost lost 50 million just now. At this time, Senju Tobirama was also surprised to find that the evil guy Uchiha Madara actually had a psychic contract with this mysterious kid, and he also belonged to the party being psychic. Doesn't this mean that his current situation is the same as Uchiha Madara? In order to figure out what was going on as soon as possible, Senju Tobirama stopped trying to tease Uchiha Madara's nerves. After all, he couldn't beat this guy. What an evil Uchiha! Kid, Hirofumi Ito. What is going on? What is my current situation? What is this place again? How did I come back to life again? And who are you? Now that you know that I am the second Hokage, do you mean that you are also from the Leaf Village? Senju Tobirama now had too many doubts in his heart, so he simply asked them all at once. Master Second Hokage, you have too many questions. Let me answer them one by one. First of all, I am Ito Hirofumi, and I am indeed from Konoha village. The current Konoha village is already decades after your death. As for your current situation, I think you should have a very clear perception that you have been resurrected, and it is a very perfect resurrection state, and it is also the peak physical state before your death. Due to some strange encounters, I was reverse-channeled to the world of the dead when I was learning necromancy. Then a rather magical thing like a contract was bound to the world of the undead. I can use money to channel the dead souls into the real world through necromancy. And you are the one I spent 100 million silver taels to channel. So you are now my psychic beast. I know this may be hard for you to accept, but it is reality. As for where we are now, this is my psychic space, similar to the sealed space that seals the tailed beast. It's just much better than that kind of space. The undead souls channeled by me can live here, and they can also be channeled by me into the present world and survive in the real world, no different from psychic beasts. That's probably it. Uchiha Madara is the first person I channeled, and you are the second person I channeled. After hearing what Hirofumi Ito said, Senju Tobirama, who has a very high IQ, began to digest it like crazy. It's just that Senju Tobirama really can't believe that there is such a terrifying thing in this world. But he can't tolerate not believing it. After all, the facts are right in front of him. And he was indeed resurrected in perfect condition. At this moment, Senju Tobirama thought of many things. First of all, the world of the dead can actually channel people into it. Is it possible that the world of the undead is actually equivalent to the three holy lands? There is also this kid named Hirofumi Ito. First he channeled Uchiha Madara, and now he channeled himself. What on earth is this kid going to do? And just when Hirofumi Ito explained these things to Senju Tobirama, the voice of the system sounded in Hirofumi Ito's mind. Congratulations to host for successfully channeling the undead and obtaining the psychic beast Senju Tobirama. A random ability of the other party is being extracted for host. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique. Host has automatically mastered the art of Flying Thunder God. Hearing the system's announcement, Ito Hirofumi was very surprised. After all, what he coveted most about Senju Tobirama was the Flying Thunder God technique. Although Senju Tobirama did not perform well when facing Uchiha Madara just now, don't forget that Senju Tobirama is facing Uchiha Madara. Isn't it normal to be suppressed? If Senju Tobirama faced an ordinary ninja, it would definitely be a one-sided killing. Think about the yellow flashing Namikaze Minato who became famous in the ninja world with his Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't this guy famous in the ninja world with his Flying Thunder God technique and Raise Nan? Moreover, the Flying Thunder God jutsu is an extremely convenient ninjutsu whether used in combat or in daily life. And I didn't need to learn it, I just copied it directly from Senju Tobirama. Hirofumi Ito is still immersed in the joy of acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama on the other side had many things on his mind. Because I don't know this Hirofumi Ito at all, and I don't know what his character is like. What if this guy is some kind of careerist or some kind of terrorist? Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama began to feel his body quickly. After sensing it, Senju Tobirama breathed a long sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with my own body and my own chakra. It is not like the reincarnation of the dirty land that I invented, and the reincarnated person will be controlled by the caster. In other words, you are now completely in control of your own body and you are free. If Hirofumi Ito wants him to do something, he can refuse it. The psychic contract between the two of them is completely a normal psychic contract. His current state is that of a free psychic beast. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched when he thought of this. I have really become a FG psychic beast. But looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, Senju Tobirama's psychology became slightly more balanced. After all, even the evil Uchiha Madara has become a psychic beast, so it seems that there is no problem in becoming a psychic beast himself. Uchiha Madara looked at Hirofumi Ito. Kid. What are you thinking about? 4 more chances. Quickly try to see if you can call out this idiot Senju Hashirama. How abominable. There were only 5 chances. But one was wasted by this waste. Uchiha Madara said while giving Senju Tobirama a cold look. Chapter 44 It's all the fault of the evil Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama also heard clearly what Uchiha Madara said. And I also got some very important news from it. What are 5 chances? Could it be said that there is a limit to the number of times you can channel the undead? Also, this channeling seems to be uncertain. Because according to what Uchiha Madara just said, Uchiha Madara originally wanted to channel his elder brother. As a result, it was himself who was resurrected now. Senju Tobirama subconsciously ignored the fact that Uchiha Madara said he was a waste. After all, if you can't fight again and again, what can you do? Is it possible to curse evil Uchiha again? And then was smashed into pieces by that huge meteorite. I, Senju Tobirama, may be stubborn. But I am not a fool. It doesn't matter that I can't defeat this evil Uchiha. When my eldest brother comes out, let me kill him. Ito Hirofumi, right. To be honest, I still don't quite understand. You just said that you spent 100 million silver taels to channel this old man. Is it possible that the price paid for channeling undead souls like me is only a few silver coins? And the evil just now? Senju Tobirama was about to blurt out the evil Uchiha, but he held back his words when he thought of Uchiha Madara's strength. And what Uchiha Madara just said, what are 5 chances? It's easy to understand that there are 4 remaining opportunities, which means I used 1 chance of channeling, right? Hearing these words from Senju Tobirama, Ito Hirofumi nodded. I have to say that this is Senju Tobirama. He already understood everything in just a few words. That's right. Although I have signed a contract with the world of the undead, if I want to channel the undead to come out, I still need to pay a certain price, and this price is silver. And because I am in Konoha village, the only undead souls that I can currently channel are those from Konoha village. As for other undead souls, I will also have the opportunity to channel them in the future, but I need a prerequisite, that is, after I completely unify the ninja world. By consuming different taels of silver, I can channel undead at different levels, such as you, second Hokage, and Hokage level powerhouses like Madara. To channel powerhouses like you, I need to pay 100 million taels. Silver. Ninjas at other levels are much cheaper. Elite Jonin costs 10 million, Jonin costs 1 million, Chunin costs 100,000, and Genin only costs 10,000. But I have no interest in other levels of ninjas, at least not now. And I just got 500 million, which means I have these 5 chances to channel a Hokage level powerhouse. I've just used it once, so now I have 4 more chances. Senju Tobirama nodded after hearing these words, but his eyes became serious. He first looked at Hirofumi Ito and then looked at Uchiha Madara next to him. 5 billion. This is not a small amount. Even a top family like our Senju family cannot afford 500 million at once. Where did you get all this money? After all, you are just a brat now. I remember the Ito family was just a small family in Konoha village, right? You haven't done anything to disgrace the village, have you? As Senju Tobirama said these words, his eyes kept looking at Uchiha Madara. It was obvious that Senju Tobirama thought the money was evil and Uchiha helped Ito Hirofumi steal it. After seeing Senju Tobirama's gaze, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Humph! Senju Tobirama, don't think about me with your dirty thoughts. Kid Ito borrowed all this money from others. Borrowed it? How is that possible? Which family in Konoha village can spend 500 million at once? Uchiha Madara. You should make up lies in a decent way, right? Senju Tobirama simply didn't believe what Uchiha Madara said. Haha. Just because your Senju family can't get it, doesn't mean that we Uchiha can't get it. This kid and Uchiha borrowed these 500 million. Is there any problem? When she thought of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara felt a little angry. The Uchiha clan was gone. And judging from what the kid Hirofumi Ito said to him before, the starting point of this incident is Senju Tobirama. If Senju Tobirama hadn't suppressed the Uchiha clan, his 2 disciples probably wouldn't have taken action against Uchiha. So it's all the fault of the evil Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama laughed twice when he heard this. Haha. I really didn't expect that. You Uchiha clan are really rich. I'm afraid you have done a lot of bad things over the years. Otherwise, how could you come up with so much money at once? When Senju Tobirama said these words, Ito Hirofumi said secretly. Isn't this pouring salt water on Uchiha Madara's wounds? Sure enough. At this moment, Uchiha Madara looks extremely bad. Senju Tobirama. Do you want to die? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? You Uchiha can easily take out 500 million yuan of wealth. Who knows if you Uchiha have any other ideas? In fact, Senju Tobirama didn't have any bad thoughts about the Uchiha clan, nor did he ever think about exterminating the Uchiha clan. I'm just a little worried that if Uchiha is too strong, it will affect the stability and peace of Konoha village. After all, Senju Tobirama, who lived in the Warring States period, knew the Uchiha clan very well. This family is terrifying. Not only warlike but good at fighting. The most terrifying thing is that this family will quickly become stronger in the battle. Especially that scary Sharingan. It will evolve crazily in the midst of crazy fighting and bloodlust. God knows how much pressure the Senju clan faced when facing Uchiha during the Warring States period. If his eldest brother hadn't been born out of nowhere, the Senju clan might not have been Uchiha's opponent at all. Senju Tobirama had no idea that Uchiha had been exterminated, so he thought that Uchiha was now so powerful that it was terrifying. After all, he could easily give out 500 million. This is really a bit too scary. Hirofumi Ito looked at Uchiha Madara's expression getting more and more ugly, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to tug Senju Tobirama's arm. I'm afraid that Uchiha Madara will kill her 100 million by accident. Second Hokage-sama. There are some things you don't know. In fact, this money is almost the entire wealth of the Uchiha family. Because Uchiha has been exterminated. Now, there is only one surviving Uchiha tribesman left in the entire Konoha village. Chapter 45 Senju Hashirama. Hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank instantly. There is an incredible look in both eyes. What did you say? Even Senju Tobirama's hands trembled subconsciously. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. How is this possible? How could such a powerful family be exterminated? No wonder Uchiha Madara was in a bad mood just now. It turns out that the family is gone. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's heart was already in turmoil. After all, the Uchiha clan is one of the most powerful families in Konoha village. They even established Konoha Ninja Village with the Senju clan back then. How could such a powerful family be exterminated? What happened during the period of his death? Could it be that Konoha village suffered an unprecedented blow? Could it be that several other countries jointly attacked Konoha village? Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Ito Hirofumi. What happened in Konoha village? How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? What on earth is going on? After seeing Senju Tobirama's reaction, Uchiha Madara snorted. Humph. There's no need for you to be so hypocritical. Aren't you an evil Uchiha when you open your mouth and are evil when you shut up? Now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, shouldn't you be happy? Shut up, me. Senju Tobirama glared at Uchiha Madara with big eyes. Even Uchiha Madara didn't expect that Senju Tobirama would dare to yell at him. Is this guy's skin itchy again? Senju Tobirama said with great anger. Although I don't like the Uchiha clan. But no matter what, Uchiha is still Uchiha of Konoha village. It is the family of Konoha village and the pillar of Konoha village. To put it bluntly, the Uchiha clan is also one of the top fighting forces in Konoha village. As a result, Uchiha has been exterminated now. This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. TMD, who did it? Is it the land of thunder? Or the land of wind, the land of water? Or simply they attacked the Leaf village together? Damn it! As soon as my eldest brother died, they couldn't wait to start a ninja war. These guys are simply obsessed with Konoha. After hearing these words from Senju Tobirama, Ito Hirofumi confirmed his suspicion. It seems that Senju Tobirama does not have the idea of eliminating Uchiha, but simply wants to suppress it. But his ideas were carried forward in the hands of his two disciples, and Uchiha was completely destroyed. In fact, Ito Hirofumi thinks Senju Tobirama's idea is correct. After all, Uchiha is also the Uchiha of Konoha village, and is the top combat power of Konoha village. Uchiha's death directly weakened Konoha village by more than one level. To put it bluntly, if a ninja war really breaks out, Uchiha is fully capable of blocking the attack of a ninja village with the strength of the entire clan. It's just that the price you pay may be a bit high. Uchiha Madara's expression softened slightly after hearing Senju Tobirama's words, and suddenly another thing came to mind. After all, the great changes in Konoha village are not only reflected in the Uchiha clan. Your Senju Tobirama's former family, the Senju clan, isn't there anymore. How wonderful will your face be when you know this? Hehe. Hirofumi Ito really doesn't want to explain these bullshit things to Senju Tobirama right now. After all, if I say now that the Uchiha clan was defeated by your two disciples, I'm afraid Senju Tobirama will have to ask more questions. The most important thing now is to channel the remaining 4 Hokage level experts. After all, Hirofumi Ito doesn't want to have to explain himself every time someone comes out of the channel. In that case, readers will definitely say that my word count is terrible. It's better to channel all these people, let them find out what problems they have, and slowly answer them if they have any doubts. Second Hokage-sama. This matter is a long story, and it is also very complicated. It cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. And there are no big problems in Konoha village now. The current Hokage is the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is your former disciple. After the 4th Hokage died, the 3rd Hokage returned to power. You can now rely on me to observe things in the outside world in my psychic space, so there are many things you can observe on your own. If you have any questions, I will answer them for you later. Now, I want to channel the other 4 Hokage level undead first. Maybe I can even channel your eldest brother. Don't you want to meet your eldest brother as soon as possible? After hearing what Hirofumi Ito said, Senju Tobirama suppressed his inner anger. At least he knew that there was no problem in Konoha village now. And the current Hokage is his former disciple Monkey. Monkey is very steady in doing things, and after the 4th generation died and the 3rd generation came back, it seems that Monkey, the Hokage, is doing well. As for other things, just like Hirofumi Ito said just now, you can slowly understand and discover by yourself in the future. And I am really looking forward to meeting my big brother. After all, among 4 Hokage level experts, the probability that his eldest brother could be channeled is still very high. After saying these words, Ito Hirofumi ignored Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama around him, but communicated with the system to use the golden channeling opportunity again. The hand seals are exactly the same as those performed by Senju Tobirama just now. The golden magic circle appears again, shining with dazzling golden light. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama both watched this scene carefully. Although it was not the first time for Uchiha Madara to watch it, they still couldn't see any mystery in it. Senju Tobirama was full of curiosity and observed carefully without missing any details. A ball of soul fire gradually emerged in the magic circle. In the dazzling golden light, the soul fire gradually formed the shape of a person. I saw this man wearing a red armor and a mane of silky black hair. There is also a Konoha village ninja forehead protector on his forehead. The moment Ito Hirofumi saw this figure, his heart began to beat fast. Exploded. Exploded. Big bang. Isn't this the Senju Hashirama that I have longed for? Finally got this guy out. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama on the side were also extremely excited. Haxi Hot Mom. Nissan. Chapter 46 Azura Chakra. After the golden light dissipated, only Senju Hashirama was seen stretching fiercely. Ah! It was such a comfortable sleep this time. Ah! What's going on? Am I not dead? Why am I alive again? Haxi Hot Mom. Uchiha Madara had a complex expression and looked at the tall, long-haired man in front of her. Hashirama was immediately shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara Senju in front of him. Hey! Madara! I really didn't expect that we would still see each other after we died. Madara! I miss you so much. Search. Bang! The moment I saw Senju Hashirama, he hugged Uchiha Madara like a koala. Uchiha Madara raised his fist and hit Senju Hashirama's head hard. You idiot! Please be quiet here. Although he said this, Hirofumi Ito found that the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth were raised at this moment. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara aggrievedly, pouting and covering his head. Madara, why are you hitting me? Although I know you hate close contact, haven't I missed you since I haven't seen you in such a long time? Let me hug you. Listening to Senju Hashirama's coquettish tone, Hirofumi Ito instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Senju Tobirama on the side felt like his heart was broken. His eldest brother didn't even see himself as his younger brother, but instead saw Uchiha Madara at a glance. Sure enough, in the heart of the eldest brother, the status of the younger brother is not as good as that of Uchiha Madara. It is indeed the evil Uchiha. He stole my big brother's heart. Ah! Evil Uchiha! Uchiha Madara blushed after hearing what Senju Hashirama said. Bang! Ouch Madara, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me again? You idiot! Please clarify the situation for me. We are not dead people now, we have been resurrected. And we are not in the world of the dead now. Look who is over there. Following the direction Uchiha Madara pointed, Senju Hashirama also looked over. Hey! Tobirama! Why are you here too? After saying this, Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara again. Hey! It's a motor. Tobirama is here. Please tell me what's going on now. Hirofumi Ito always felt like he heard the sound of glass breaking from Senju Tobirama's body. Especially when I saw Senju Tobirama covering his chest with one hand. This guy's heart won't be broken, right? Who would have thought that after his brother was resurrected, he saw Uchiha Madara shouting and hugging him, but when he saw his brother, he just said, "Are you there too?" I'm afraid no one can bear this matter, right? At this time, a very strange thought suddenly flashed through Ito Hirofumi's heart. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. Could this be the real reason Senju Tobirama targeted Uchiha? Suddenly, a large-scale romance TV series appeared in Ito Hirofumi's mind. A powerful, handsome, and rich man stole his brother's favor from him. The younger brother worked hard to gain power and finally used his power to target the family of the man who stole his older brother. So, couldn't this be the truth about evil Uchiha? Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. The aloof male god Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama was chattering around Uchiha Madara. There is also a heartbroken Senju Tobirama. Okay. Hokage ninja, you want to play this for me? Right. No wonder there are so many gay friends in Konoha village from generation to generation. It turns out that the roots started with you. While Hirofumi Ito was still thinking about a large-scale epic love TV series, the sound of the system broke his wretched fantasy. Congratulations to host for successfully channeling the undead and obtaining the psychic beast Senju Hashirama. A random ability of the other party is being extracted for host. Congratulations to host for receiving the chakra, the reincarnation of Asura. Asura chakra has been loaded into the host body. Unexpectedly, I got Indra's chakra from Uchiha Madara, and now I got Asura's chakra from Senju Hashirama. What is the system doing? The chakras of Indra and Asura all appeared in his body. Is the system trying to make him the sage of six paths? And the most important thing is that after possessing Indra's chakra, Ito Hirofumi has noticed the difference between Uzumaki Naruto and himself, and now he has Asura's chakra. What are you asking yourself to do? Good guy. From now on, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, these four guys won't be around me all day long, right? Is it possible that I also want to become one of the gay friends? Hirofumi Ito shuddered thinking of this scene. He hurriedly shook his head to throw this weird idea out of his mind. At the same time, he also hurriedly imagined what Yamanaka Ino would look like when he grew up. I am straight. I am straight. I am straight. Originally, Hirofumi Ito was still thinking about what kind of abilities he could get from Senju Hashirama. In fact, Hirofumi Ito also had several ideas, such as wood-style blood succession limit, Senju body, or sage jutsu. I just didn't expect that what I got was Asura's chakra. Isn't the system being operated in secret? What I got from Uchiha Madara was Indra's chakra, and now I got Asura's chakra. It's hard for Hirofumi Ito not to doubt the system. But no matter how you think about it, you are making money. After all, the abilities that you imagined before are probably the evolution of Asura Chakra. For example, no one else in the Senju clan can use the wood-style blood succession limit. If you want to use wood-style ninjutsu, you can only use it by transplanting Senju Hashirama cells. But it's just the ordinary green version. And now that I have Asura's chakra, this means that I will most likely have these abilities in the future. Especially Indra and Asura, not to mention Susanata Buddha, it is very likely that he will naturally become a 6 paths level powerhouse in the future. However, becoming stronger does not happen overnight. Loading these two kinds of chakra into your body will only gradually increase your strength and upper limit. I won't let myself have combat power beyond the Hokage level all of a sudden. Chapter 47. It can't be your son, right? Facing the chattering Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara is really a little boring. I missed this damn guy a lot when he didn't come out, but now that he's out, I'm instantly annoyed to death. Being really helpless by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had no choice but to briefly explain the current situation to Senju Hashirama. For example, the origin of Hirofumi Ito, the situation in the world of the dead, and how everyone has now become psychic beasts. After hearing these things, Senju Hashirama did not have various conspiracy theories in his mind like his younger brother Senju Tobirama. Instead, a pair of sparkling eyes looked at Hirofumi Ito. Sikuyi. And it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, Senju Hashirama was shocked when he saw it. This little guy named Hirofumi Ito can't be Madara's son, right? She looks a lot like Uchiha, and the most important thing is the temperament. And the feeling of chakra. It's exactly the same as Madara. Madara. This little guy can't be your son, right? I didn't expect that. You even have a son. Bang. Senju Hashirama's head once again withstood Uchiha's ruthless iron hand. You idiot. Didn't I just tell you the origin of this kid? And his last name is Ito. It has absolutely nothing to do with Uchiha. And how could I possibly have a son? I'm not even married. While saying these words, Uchiha Madara also glanced at Hirofumi Ito inadvertently. But just one glance. Uchiha Madara almost exploded. Why does this hateful brat make me feel so much like a hassy hot mom? I have never felt this way before. It seems like it just started. What just happened? Hassy hot mom has just been resurrected. This damn kid must have some other secrets that he hasn't told me. What an interesting ability. At this moment, Hirofumi Ito becomes more and more mysterious in Uchiha Madara's heart. First of all, Hirofumi Ito knows many things about the ninja world, even his own biggest secret, this brat. The most important thing is that this brat even knows about the existence of Black Zetsu. In addition, this kid also possesses such terrifying abilities. If this kid is strong enough in the future, he might really be able to unify the ninja world. If that happens, can the ninja world usher in true peace? At this time, Senju Hashirama was rubbing his head that had just been attacked by Uchiha Madara's ruthless iron hand, while walking towards Ito Hirofumi. When he reached Senju Tobirama's side, Senju Hashirama's footsteps paused slightly. Nissan. Haha. Tobirama. Long time no see. Yes. Nissan. Senju Tobirama couldn't wait to say a few words to his brother. But Senju Hashirama waved his hand directly. Let's talk about it later. I want to talk to our little guy from the Leaf Village first. After saying this, Senju Hashirama came to Ito Hirofumi. He did not show any seriousness, he looked completely stupid, and even sat down directly on Ito Hirofumi's bed. Before. Little one. Hello. I am Hashirama, the first Hokage Senju of Konoha village. Seeing how free and easy Senju Hashirama was, Ito Hirofumi simply sat down opposite Senju Hashirama, and the two sat face to face on the floor. First Hokage-sama, your name is already well known. After hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, Senju Hashirama scratched his head as if he was a little embarrassed. "Little guy, Madara just told me about you. You are really an outstanding junior." Senju Hashirama paused as he spoke, and his expression became a little serious. The whole person just stared at Ito Hirofumi blankly. Seeing this scene, Hirofumi Ito was stunned for a moment. Is it possible that this first Hokage Senju Hashirama also wants to ask himself the same question as Senju Tobirama just now? Senju Tobirama on the side saw this scene and nodded silently. Big brother deserves to be a big brother, and he deserves to be the man who can become the first Hokage. No matter how you think about this kid named Hirofumi Ito, there is something wrong, and the terrifying method that can connect to the world of the dead is really terrible. This kind of thing must be asked clearly. And his eldest brother is first Hokage. If his eldest brother came to ask about this matter in person, this kid wouldn't dare to hide it even if he wanted to. And just at this time, Senju Hashirama, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly leaned forward, his eyes filled with magical light. "Little guy. Madara just told me everything. You have now spent 200 million silver taels, and you still have 300 million left, which means you still have 3 chances to be a psychic. Can you show it to me quickly? It's simply amazing. I really want to see it. Little guy. Show it quickly. Please." Hirofumi Ito was startled by Senju Hashirama's sudden gesture, especially the last 4 words "please." This tone was clearly the tone he would have when he was acting coquettishly towards Uchiha Madara. "Your majestic ninja god Senju Hashirama is so cute with me. Didn't you see that Uchiha Madara's face is darkened over there?" That's right. Uchiha Madara's face is really dark. Because in the past, Senju Hashirama's coquettish tone could only be spoken to himself. Apart from himself, only Senju Hashirama's wife Uzumaki Mito could hear his tone, but now, Senju Hashirama, this idiot, actually acted coquettishly towards this brat, Hirofumi Ito? TMD. Senju Tobirama on the side was heartbroken again. Sure enough, my eldest brother is still the same eldest brother, without any change. Nissan. What's wrong, Tobirama? What's the matter? Senju Hashirama looked back at his brother in a daze. Brother. The most important thing now, shouldn't it be to figure out this kid's ability? Resurrecting the undead and becoming a psychic beast. Okay. Tobirama. Stop talking. Senju Tobirama's words were directly interrupted by Senju Hashirama. Brother. I said stop talking. No matter what kind of opportunity Xiao Haoan has, it is his own business. As elders, we don't need to care too much about these things. We just need to know that Xiao Hafen is our descendant of Konoha village. Chapter 48, Channeled Shinigami? Senju Tobirama didn't say anything more after hearing these words. There is no way that my eldest brother has such a temper, and now is not the time to argue with him, otherwise I will definitely tell him to shut up. Let this silly big brother know what the majesty of a younger brother is. But now that evil Uchiha is still watching from the side, so let's save some face for my elder brother. Ito Hirofumi didn't expect to be so serious after a long time, but Senju Hashirama was just a little anxious to show him his psychic skills. To be honest, Ito Hirofumi is also looking forward to what character will be channeled next. The 2 golden psychics directly brought out the 2 brothers of the Senju family. I have to say that my luck is really good. Now that we have 3 strong men, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, it doesn't matter if the next character summoned is a weaker Hokage level strong man. After all, Hokage level experts are also divided into strong and weak. Just like Konoha technician, Gua Shaking, and Hotaki, is this guy a Hokage level expert? The answer is of course yes. Yes. So is Senju Hashirama a Hokage level warrior? Of course he is. So does Senju Hashirama need to use one hand to hit Kakashi? Or for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the later stage, will it take any effort to deal with Kakashi? So there are still many Hokage level experts, but most of them are only a little bit stronger than elite Jonin. Something like 50 to 500, no, something like Kakashi is actually quite good. The shadows from the other villages behind are so pitifully weak. Especially the 6th Mizukage Kojuro, any future Xiaoqiang picked up from Konoha village would probably be able to abuse him. However, it has to be said that Konoha village has a profound heritage. It has been used by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo for so many years, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Under Senju Hashirama's curious eyes, Hirofumi Ito stood up and prepared to perform the psychic technique. Uchiha Madara is not so curious this time. After all, except for his younger brother Uchiha Izuna, he doesn't care who is channeled next. The Senju Hashirama he cares about most has been called out. As for his younger brothers Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara, they are really not sure whether their younger brothers can be regarded as the undead of Konoha village. After all, Konoha village had not yet been established when his younger brother died, although his younger brother was finally buried in Konoha village. Senju Tobirama was still observing carefully from the side, trying to figure out what was going on with Hirofumi Ito's ability. Senju Hashirama is like a child looking forward to candy, with bright light radiating from his pupils. Psychic art. Bang! Hirofumi Ito's communication system used a golden channeling opportunity, and at the same time, a hand was slapped to the ground after forming a seal. The golden magic circle appears again. But the soul fire in the magic circle has not responded. Not far away, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This time seemed slightly different from the previous two. The soul fire should have appeared when the golden magic circle emerged, but why didn't the soul fire appear this time? It is impossible that there are no Hokage level undead. So there is only one way to say that there is something wrong with this undead. There was no problem between himself and Senju Hashirama, so why didn't this summoned undead appear for so long? Is it possible that this guy is stronger than himself and Senju Hashirama? Senju Tobirama on the other side is also carefully sensing the psychic circle. It was clear that the channeling to his elder brother was very smooth just now, but now it seems to be blocked. Senju Hashirama, who was sitting on the ground, looked left and right curiously. Where are people? Where are people? Where are people? Where are people? Xiaohaoan, why hasn't the person who channeled this time shown up yet? Is there something wrong with your psychic skills? I really want to see if it's an old acquaintance from before. And Hirofumi Ito also frowned tightly at this time. This is wrong. Whether it was the previous Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, or Senju Hashirama, the soul fire should have appeared long ago. But why is there no response now? System. What kind of hammer are you doing? I spent real money. You're not going to swallow my 100 million, are you? Where is the soul fire? Where is my Hokage level powerful psychic beast? Even if my character explodes and I bring out Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, you won't take my money, right? Fart. Laozi will take your money. It's just that the soul extracted this time is a little special. TMD. I didn't expect such a gadget to be hidden in the world of the dead. When Laozi devoured the world of the dead, you didn't jump out. It's jumping out now, right? TMD gives you face. I won't give you a good beating today. You don't know what TMD is called, a system. As soon as Hirofumi Ito heard the system's words, the golden magic circle on the ground instantly shot into the sky with golden light. Is the system angry? In fact, at this time, Ito Hirofumi already had a trace of speculation in his heart. It's related to the world of the undead and there are some problems with the soul, so I'm afraid that's the only guy. Seeing the golden magic circle that had grown several times larger in an instant, and the golden light soaring into the sky, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama all looked a little solemn. With such momentum, it seems that the guy who channeled is not simple. Especially Uchiha Madara has a strong fighting spirit at this moment. After all, there was no such big movement when Senju Hashirama came out just now. What on earth did the kid Hirofumi Ito channel out this time? I saw the next moment, a huge head emerged from the golden circle. Then the head is still rising a little bit, and the most important thing is that you can see that this guy is struggling in pain. The moment he saw this thing, Hirofumi Ito secretly thought, sure enough. Isn't this the Shinigami in the Hokage world? A guy who only appears when using the ghoul ban. He has thick and pale hair, 2 horns on his head, his face is a bit like the legendary Prujna, his pale and cyan skin, and he is wearing a white robe. At this time, Uchiha Madara has quietly come to Ito Hirofumi's side, and at the same time, the samsara eye appears in his eyes. Kid! What did you do? Senju Hashirama on the side looked at this Shinigami with a dumb look. Is this also the former ninja of our Konoha village? Why have I never seen it before? But he looks very handsome like this. Chapter 49 Vomiting Out the Soul. Senju Tobirama on the side swallowed hard. Brother! You see clearly. This is not a ninja. Hey? Then what is this? Senju Hashirama still looked dumbfounded. Brother, do you remember the ninjutsu I invented? What ninjutsu? You invented so many ninjutsu that I can't even remember them. It's the ninjutsu called the Ghoul Seal. Don't remember? Senju Tobirama grinned after hearing his eldest brother's answer. To be honest, he didn't think his eldest brother could remember this. Anyway, every time he invented a ninjutsu, his elder brother would throw the seal scroll to him without raising his head. At the beginning, my eldest brother would be interested in asking me what ninjutsu is, and then after my own explanation, my eldest brother would frown and say, Tobirama, your ninjutsu is too dangerous. I think it should be written in the seal scroll. Until this happens too many times. This happens every time I invent a new ninjutsu. Brother! I invented a new ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama was very excited. Is it water-style ninjutsu? Senju Hashirama didn't even look up. No. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Then let's ban it. This is the seal scroll. Senju Hashirama threw the seal scroll. And later. Brother. Ninjutsu. Water style. No. Ban it. It didn't change until later. Skill. Water. No. Ban. So it's normal that the eldest brother doesn't remember the ban on this ghoul. So next, Senju Tobirama explained to Senju Hashirama what ghoul ban is. After hearing these explanations, Senju Hashirama frowned. Tobirama. I have told you more than once before, stop studying these weird ninjutsu. These ninjutsu are so dangerous. If the ninjas behind you are not good at learning, wouldn't you be putting yourself in danger? Is it done? Brother. Now is not the time to talk about these things, is it? The most important thing now is not that Hirofumi Ito is clearly using psychic techniques, and the psychic should be the undead of Konoha village, but why did he bring out this Shinigami? After hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Senju Hashirama also frowned and started thinking. Is it possible that because of Xiao Haoen's psychic skills and the souls snatched from the world of the dead, this Shinigami is unwilling and came to investigate? Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama frowned and stood up. Uchiha Madara was already standing next to Hirofumi Ito, so Senju Hashirama came directly to the other side of Hirofumi Ito. At this time, Senju Hashirama's inner thoughts are: no matter what, I have been resurrected now, and it is a perfect resurrection. So I have to accept Xiao Haoen's love. The most important thing is that I also saw Madara and his brother. Moreover, Xiao Hafen is also a junior in his own village. As the first Hokage of Konoha village, he should stand up for the juniors. After all, this is our own child. regardless of whether this so-called Shinigami is here to investigate. As long as he dares to do something to Xiao Haoan, then he, the first Hokage, doesn't mind letting this Shinigami know what is the true number Senju, the top of the Buddha. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama seemed to have telepathy. After inadvertently looking at each other, both of them were ready to fight. But the next development was not as Senju Hashirama imagined. All I saw was that Shinigami in the magic circle seemed to be in great pain. His whole body was wrapped in golden chains, and the golden light in the magic circle seemed to be melting Shinigami's body. Originally, this Shinigami was holding a short sword in his mouth, but his mouth was opened wide due to pain, and the short sword had fallen to the ground. Then something happened that stunned everyone. A ball of soul fire slowly floated out of Shinigami's mouth. After this soul fire completely appeared, Shinigami didn't seem to be in so much pain. He hurriedly picked up the short sword on the ground, as if he had seen something indescribable, and something that could not be looked at directly. He hurriedly got into the golden magic circle on the ground and disappeared. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This is Shinigami spitting out a soul from his belly. Uchiha Madara felt that the scene in front of her was a bit too fantastic. Senju Hashirama also nodded naively. It seems to be true. Who is this guy? I don't know which ninja from Konoha village he is. How could he be swallowed by Shinigami? Fortunately it was not digested, otherwise wouldn't it have turned into feces? I don't know what it would be like to be pulled out by Shinigami. Hearing Senju Hashirama's soliloquy, Uchiha Madara, Ito Hirofumi and Senju Tobirama all broke out in cold sweat. As expected of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his focus is always so weird. At this time, Hirofumi Ito heard the sound of the system again. TMD. What kind of god are you pretending to be in front of Ben Tongzi? If I don't slap you, you really don't know what your last name is, right? If I give you some face, I'll call you Shinigami. If I don't give you face, I'll put you in the grave. Hearing the system's arrogant words, Ito Hirofumi swallowed. Brother Tongzi. Awesome. Loki. This system is not such a high-profile system. This Shinigami is so awesome. If you want a soul from him, you think highly of him. Is he still there grinding away with Laozi? Senju Tobirama on the other side looked at his elder brother's silly look and had no choice but to explain. Someone should have learned the ghoul sealing technique that I invented back then. Brother, I just told you the principle of ghoul sealing. In fact, this ninjutsu is essentially an exchange with Shinigami. Use your own soul in exchange for the other person's soul. And now it should be the reason why Hirofumi Ito used psychic skills, so this guy's soul was spit out by Shinigami. But it seems that Hirofumi Ito's abilities are quite terrifying. Even the Shinigami in the world of the dead can only be oppressed. Or rather being bullied. Senju Hashirama was quite happy when he heard this. After all, the more awesome the juniors in his village are, the brighter his face as first Hokage will be. Uchiha Madara also glanced at Hirofumi Ito inadvertently, and at the same time, the samsara eyes in his eyes disappeared and turned into normal eyes. Senju Hashirama turned his eyes around and looked at Uchiha Madara. Because of Shinigami's disappearance, Senju Hashirama once again became the naive look before. Chapter 50 A Sudden Big Shit Basin. Madara. What were those circles of eyes you just made? Not pretty at all. Not as good looking as your previous Sharingan. When did you get these eyes? If you don't need the old Sharingan, give it to me. I think it's pretty cool, I want to install it and see if it can be used. Senju Hashirama said while looking at Uchiha Madara expectantly. Uchiha Madara's face was full of black lines after hearing this. When did you change your eyes? No. It seems that I have indeed changed my eyes. Originally, my eyes had been dug out, but after I was channeled, a pair of reincarnation eyes grew again. I don't know if my original eyes are still there with that brat from the Uzumaki clan? This damn Senju Hashirama is so stupid. You actually want to replace his eyes with your own. I just got a tattoo of you on my chest, and you actually want to touch my eyes. But if the hot mom likes it, she can dig out those eyes and give them to this idiot. Seeing Senju Hashirama's hopeful eyes, Uchiha Madara, who originally wanted to curse, did not curse. Let's talk about this later. I didn't change my eyes, these are my eyes. Now let's see who this soul fire belongs to. It was actually swallowed by Shinigami. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama nodded obediently. At this time, the soul fire in the psychic circle had also condensed into a human form, and a sunny and cheerful yellow-haired man appeared in front of everyone. How can I describe this person? Just by looking at him, he feels like a bright little sun. Moreover, he was wearing a royal robe very coquettishly. Seeing this scene, Ito Hirofumi nodded secretly. He guessed correctly. The only one in Shinigami's stomach at this time was the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato opened his eyes and looked around blankly. I was a little dumbfounded when I saw a few people around me. First generation, first Hokage-sama. A&D. Second generation. Lord Second Hokage. What is going on? Why did you end up in Shinigami's belly? Senju Hashirama greeted Namikaze Minato. Hello. Who are you? This is not Shinigami's belly. This is Xiaohaoan's psychic space. Nani? Namikaze Minato was completely confused about the situation, and Hirofumi Ito had no choice but to step forward and explain. To be honest, Hirofumi Ito is having a bit of a headache explaining it now. Every time a new person comes out of the channel, he has to explain it himself. After understanding the cause and effect, Namikaze Minato thought of first Hokage's inquiry just now. A proud look appeared on his face, and at the same time, an extremely sunny smile appeared on his face, and he directly turned his body over. After raising one hand, his thumb pointed at the imperial robe behind him. Oh, I'm so tired. I'll take my sister forever. Namikaze Minato proudly showed the words fourth Hokage behind him to everyone, but the praise he imagined did not appear. Instead, the scene instantly became quiet. In fact, Namikaze Minato was extremely excited when he saw the first generation and second generation Hokages. He originally thought that as the fourth Hokage and died protecting the village, these two Hokages would be extremely happy, right? But why do these two Hokages look at me so weirdly? There is also that very domineering man who looks like he must be a senior. After all, he is still wearing armor from the Warring States period. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama still don't know how Namikaze Minato died. I only know that Namikaze Minato's soul was spit out by Shinigami just now, which means that Namikaze Minato died because of the ghoul confinement. But Hirofumi Ito knew how Minato Namikaze died, and his face looked a little weird for a moment. After all, Nine Tails said he was powerful indeed. But it depends on who you compare with. If placed in front of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would be no different from a pet kitten. Uchiha Madara was always aloof and didn't ask any questions. Senju Hashirama wanted to ask how the fourth Hokage got into Shinigami's belly, but he was afraid of hurting the fourth Hokage's pride, so he didn't ask. In the end, Senju Tobirama looked at Namikaze Minato and felt a little embarrassed, so he opened his mouth and said, "Did the fourth generation encounter any enemies during their lifetime? When Hirofumi Ito channeled you just now, you were vomited out of your stomach by Shinigami." Upon hearing this question, Minato Namikaze's cheerful smile disappeared instantly. Well, we did encounter some very difficult problems at that time. My wife was going into labor that night and she was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Originally, everything was going very smoothly before my son was born, and I thought there wouldn't be any big problems. But when he said this, a look of pain flashed between Namikaze Minato's eyebrows, as well as unforgettable hatred. But, no one thought. That guy Uchiha Madara actually attacked Konoha village. Not only did he attack my wife and unleash 9 tails, he also threatened me with my newborn son. My son is in the hands of Uchiha Madara, and 9 tails is still destroying the village, so I am really at a loss what to do. In the end, I had no choice but to explode with all my strength, forcing back Uchiha Madara, and at the same time using the ghoul seal to seal 9 tails. But I also know that tailed beasts mean a lot to a village. So I gave a batch of 9 tails in half. Half of it is still in my body, and I sealed the other half into my newborn son. Because my son has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, there is no big problem in sealing 9 tails. Along with these words spoken by Minato Namikaze, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Ito Hirofumi all looked at Uchiha Madara very strangely. Hirofumi Ito naturally knows the cause and effect, so at this moment Hirofumi Ito just wants to laugh. After all, such a big shit basin was directly placed on Uchiha Madara's head. Blank. Uchiha Madara was stunned by the sudden big shit bowl. I have been dead for so many years, when did I ever attack Konoha village? Then release 9 tails? Or even use a child to threaten others? Is this what the hell I can do? Namikaze Minato saw the extremely angry Uchiha Madara and thought that Uchiha Madara was fighting for himself. This senior. It seems that you are also extremely angry about what Uchiha Madara did. I'm just sorry for my blindness. Senior, who are you?